Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Vigilantia Pretium Libertatis in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, Glory paid to ashes comes too late. Cineri gloria sera est. Salem, Oregon. ADPR. Edis Octobres, 2766 A.U.C. Gene had always despised going to church. He wasn't pious, he wasn't even remotely religious, and yet his mother had always dragged him every Christmas Eve. She'd dressed him up in a stuffy little suit, and smoothed down his unruly hair, and told him to be quiet and pray. Gene had nothing to pray for. Not then, and not now. He just sat, then and now, biting the inside of his cheek and shifting the hymn books around in their little shelf. His suit felt scratchy and constricting. His lungs were on fire. There were a lot of people at this funeral. The guy who died must have had a lot of friends, and lived a really long, really fulfilling life. Not like Marco. Marco didn't have a public funeral. His mother had wanted it small, with only a handful of people there to attend. Gene had not been on that list. He couldn't even manage to sneak into the funeral, because she'd moved the body all the way out here and buried him so quickly that Gene was still feeling a little empty. In their one conversation over the phone, Elizabeth Bod had told Gene that she'd been planning to move herself and Marco out to Oregon anyway, so it made no sense to bury him in Chicago. Gene had been so angry that he'd smoked 6 cigarettes in a row just to calm himself down. They didn't get to sit with Connie, but Gene could see the kid's head from where he sat at the back of the church, sandwiched between Sasha Browse, the archery girl, free shooter, and Reiner. The priest told the homily completely in Spanish, and in the middle of it Emir burst into a fit of laughter, which caused a lot of people to shoot her dirty looks. At one point, Armin left the pew and disappeared. After about 10 minutes, Gene turned to Reiner. "Where'd Armin go?" he whispered. A hymn served as a backdrop to his loss. Reiner shrugged his massive shoulders. "Isn't he an atheist?" he whispered back, his heavy brow furrowing. Maybe he just couldn't listen anymore. Gene sat in the pew, and saw Connie turn his head toward them. He caught Gene's eye, and made a subtle motion with his finger against his temple. He seemed to be utterly crushed by his grandfather's death. "All right. Maybe," Gene said, though he didn't really believe it. Connie's grandfather had passed away a day or two after Marco. Connie had called Gene up very excitedly when it had happened, because by that point Marco's body had already been recovered, and Gene had just smoked 6 cigarettes, and he was scratching at the scar on his arm as he answered the phone, angry and disgusted at Elizabeth Bod and Annie Leonhardt and the entire world. "My grandpa just died," Connie had cried into the phone, his voice all too enthusiastic. "What?" Gene had sat up in bed, blinking at the poster on the wall across from him. It was a movie poster of Fight Club. I'm sorry." "Nah, don't be," Connie had said. "He's been sick for as long as I can remember. He wanted to die so bad that he stopped taking his meds for a while, and well, that was a while ago, but anyway, the point is, I'm not really sad. My mom is, but I think she was expecting it. Anyway, the point is, you guys are all invited to come to the funeral. Since, you know, Marco is being buried in the same cemetery and all." "Wait," Gene had said in awe, "what?" "I know." Connie sounded close to laughter. "Isn't it weird? My mom was talking to the priest, and I asked if he knew who's doing Marco's funeral, and it's him. How crazy that. You won't actually be able to make his funeral, but at least you can see his grave when you come here. And you guys can meet my family too, and Sasha's. They're all pretty anxious about it. My little brother keeps calling us the Avengers, and I want you guys to crush his dreams by showing him that we're not actually that cool." Gene had forgotten that Connie and Sasha didn't hide their hero identities from their parents. He wished he could be that candid with his mother, but at this point, with Marco dead, he knew he would never be able to come clean. He was stuck in this lie, and he had to live in it. It was an incredibly vacuous space to fill. Okay, Gene had said numbly. "I need an excuse to tell my mom, though." "Hank can probably cover you," Connie said, "can't they? They're like, you know, hella rich." "Right," Gene said. So they can probably cover your ass." And Hang definitely did. Jean was now apparently part of a traveling gymnastics team. Marco had been part of it too. Hang lied to his mother, and they were all going to Oregon for his funeral. Jean's mother would never be able to attend his competitions, so this would work out well for him. It had, of course, occurred to him that he could stop vigilantism. Marco's death should have given him a way out, but it didn't feel right. Jean couldn't run away from this, not when Marco had died for it, and not when Annie was still out there somewhere. So here Jean was. At a really huge Mexican funeral. Connie's grandpa knew a fuck ton of people, that was for sure. They were all very quiet, which made Jean a little fidgety and uncomfortable. There were so many people, and they all seemed to have the utmost respect for the man who had passed away. And Jean was amazed, because he'd never been to a funeral so huge and so reverent before. After the ceremony, Jean booted it out of the church as fast as he could. He weaved through the graves, inhaling the crisp autumn air, which was thick with the acidic taste of forthcoming rain. Jean kicked crinkled brown leaves from the gravel path, shoving his hands into his coat pockets, and feeling his throat constrict with disgust and fury and anguish. He didn't know why he'd taken up this offer. He didn't want to see Marco's grave, not really. What he wanted was Marco back. He wanted Marco to laugh beside him, and joke about how he dumb, and that he needed to seek some help, and how he was gonna get sick from smoking. Marco was supposed to outlive Jean. Marco was going to stand over Jean's hospital bed when Jean was dying, and tell him that death was inevitable. Wasn't that what Marco had said? He'd sounded so certain of it. And yet, here he was. A mound of dirt in a very nice cemetery, where the pathways were paved in smooth white gravel, and flowers were planted along the fences, and framing the sections of graves. There was a plaque that read Marco Bod's name. His date of birth. His date of death. Below that was some phrase in Latin. Cineri gloria sera est. Now what the fuck could that mean? Jean didn't want to talk to a grave. He wanted to talk to Marco. His throat ached. His heart was thudding hard against his ribs, and his eyes stung with fresh tears. He hadn't cried yet. It was killing him, and he knew it, the tears and the weight and the sorrow building up to a cataclysm. Jean was prepping himself to become a human time bomb. He was ticking away his precious emotions, inhaling apathy and exhaling smoke. Tears stung like the wind's vicious snap, teeth snarling at his flushed cheeks. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. You died for nothing, Jean snapped at the fresh mound of earth. The intel we got doesn't connect the brigade to the institute. We're not any closer to figuring any of this bullshit out. You wasted your death. That wasn't exactly true. The intel they had gotten hinted at the facility that had experimented on the other kids, but they had yet to get a real hold on what they were dealing with. Petra Rao had asked them to give her a week in order to decipher all the encrypted files. There were, apparently, a lot. But what was to be expected from a news company built by a government intending to feed lies to its people? Jean wondered how Marco would react to that little confirmation. So Jean was now part of a team of fucked up lab rats who were blackmailing the president. His best friend had died because of it. And he was standing in front of his grave, unsure of what to do now or how to go forward with his pitiful fucking life. What information had they gained from that three-part mission of failure? Alpha Squad was still in Europe, Marco had died for a USB drive, and somehow the most successful part of the mission was literally kidnapping and blackmailing the president. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Jean was psyching himself out, though. He didn't know everything yet. None of them did. There were scraps of information shared between them, but nothing concrete. They hadn't the chance to converse on it yet, so here they were, thinking it was all for nothing. Maybe it had been. They didn't fucking know, and it was the worst. He pulled his carton of cigarettes from his coat pocket, and he stuck a joint between his teeth and fumbled with his lighter. The wind was guttering out the flame as his thumb struck and stuck at the trigger, and he listened to his heart thud against his ribs, his broken heart expanding in his throat. Tears stung his eyes, and his lips trembled as he struck at the lighter, the wind striking at his cheeks with just as much fervor, and much more success. His face had caught flame, and he was shaking so badly he wanted to scream in frustration, because he was not like this, not ever, and it hurt to breath. A warm hand pressed to his trembling, fumbling fingers. Jean dropped the lighter into the mound of fresh, damp dirt. His cigarette drooped between his lips sadly, and he choked on a swear. He shook Emir's hand off him, and shot her a furious look. The girl's dark face seemed out of place against the white marble mausoleum behind her. She was wearing a plain black dress, shapeless and a little vintage in style. The skirt went below her knees, and the collar was trimmed with white lace. She snapped her fingers, and a little yellow flame breathed into existence around her dark, freckled forefinger. It danced against the vicious breeze. "Need a light?" Emir offered, with her strange drawl and her clever gaze. She made his skin crawl. He was numb to it. And so he nodded, and she lifted her finger to the end of his cigarette, and he was relieved to suck in the blooming taste of smoke as it sprawled across his tongue and filled his lungs. He exhaled it through his nose, and pulled the cigarette from his lips. "Thanks," he breathed. "Nah, don't," Emir said, smiling wolfishly. Her teeth gleamed, and Jean felt uneasy to be around her. She looked like the type of person who'd gladly devour anyone in sight. She was predatory. Vicious. Unreal. "You can pay me back for it later." "Wow, goody." Jean stuck the cigarette between his teeth again. "Who the fuck are you, anyway?" "Emir," she said. "Yeah, no shit." Jean took a drag, and spoke with smoke licking at his lips and digging into his stinging eyes. "I know that. I mean, like, where'd you even come from? What's your story?" "The same as everyone else's, I suppose," Emir said loftily. "What's yours, Mr. No Power? Got a death wish like the stiff over her?" She jerked her thin, pointy chin at Marco's grave. And Jean exhaled smoke so sharply it burned his nostrils. "Shut the fuck up," he snapped at her. "You didn't know Marco. You can't say shit about him." "Easy there, big fella," Emir cooed. "I was teasing. I ain't got no beef with you, nor the poor sucker in this hole. Not anything that I'm currently aware of, anyhow." She smiled, and it was dim. The air was heavy. He was heavy. With guilt. And sorrow. And apathy. Because he realized something. The world wasn't all that different without Marco Butt in it. And that terrified him. "Sorry," Jean found himself saying quietly, his eyes turning back to the grave. "I'm not really in the joking mood." "Yeah, I get it. My boner." "You're what?" Jean looked at her sharply, alarmed as his eyes flickered from her face to her crotch and back to her face in a quick, bewildered motion. And Emir smirked. "My blunder," she corrected herself very calmly. "It's slang, buddy boy. It's got nothing to do with the penis I do not possess." "What kind of fucking slang is that?" The colloquial kind," Emir said smoothly. Jean glanced at her. He took another drag from his cigarette. "Never mind," he sighed. Emir watched him. Dark eyes, dark skin, and a smile too tight to be real. She was pretty in the same way fire was, believe it or not. As in, Jean wouldn't mind looking at her from a good 10 feet away, but up close she was terrifying to behold. She folded her arms across her chest, and she bowed her head to peer at the plaque. "Marco," she said. She said it softly. As if to test the name in her mouth. Jean watched her expression, the way her eyes softened, and her nose wrinkled. "So sad." "We'll get back at her for him," Jean said dully. He didn't know if he believed it or not, but it always made him feel better to say it out loud. "She'll feel what she did to him, I swear to God, she'll feel every bit of him she shattered." Emir was looking at him out of the corner of her eye. She laughed. "I always thought Annie was unlucky," she said. "Now I know, though. She never had a chance." "You lived with her," Jean said, whirling to face Emir with a furrowed brow. "Why would she do this?" Emir snorted. "Oh," she said, "yes, because I lived with her I know all the answers." "Please. All I've got is theories." "And theories mean jack, buddy boy. People don't just kill people for no reason," Jean said breathlessly, smoke spilling from his lips. His cigarette burned brightly, and paper wilted sadly. He wasn't feeling any better. Perhaps he should have another. They do when they're trained killers, Amir said coolly. Annie. Jean hadn't even thought of that. Had Annie been trained to kill? Seriously? But she's so tiny. Amir's smile was bright and knowing. Her eyes were glinting madly. Oh, yes. They're the best killers, didn't you know? I never thought of it, Jean said, blinking confusedly. When I think of killers, I think of big guys with guns. You think Annie's a killer because she's small? I think smaller people are less likely to be suspected, Amir said, and they take advantage of that. Look at Annie. And Levi. And Armin. Her lips curled, and Jean stared at her incredulously. Killers, killers, killers. Ain't it tragic, Jean? They're all around us. We're trying to fight them, but we're helping them win. Armin's not a killer, Jean said firmly. And Levi's? I dunno, he's reformed. Mikasa trusts him, okay? He can't be that bad. And Annie's just a girl, Amir said, who might have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Or maybe she's an assassin. Maybe Marco had it coming. Or maybe Marco begged for it. Amir laughed, and Jean flung his cigarette away in disgust. This girl was fucking crazy. We just don't know. You're terrible, he snapped at her. You're a terrible person, Amir. Ah, suck it up, Amir yawned. I'm just offering you my theories on why she did it. You asked, didn't you? I don't want to know, Jean wanted to gasp. I don't want to know anymore, I just want him back, is that so fucking wrong? Jean's throat was on fire, and his hands were trembling at his sides. Ugh. He whirled away from her. Fuck it. I don't even care. Liar. Amir sang. He stopped amidst the graves, and whirled to face her again, his heels digging into the ground and kicking up grass. You should just cry already. You'll feel much better, I promise. Fuck you, Jean snarled. Cry. Amir's smile fell, and her dark eyes no longer glittered. Her freckled arm stretched toward him, and beckoned him to come back. Her black fingernails twitched at him, and they spoke to him, whispering that he was selfish. He was a selfish person. And if he wanted to change that, he had to listen to Amir. So he let his feet move forward, uncertain and stumbling. I don't want to cry in front of you, Jean said fiercely, his voice thick and his heart sputtering in despair. Then don't. Amir's arm dropped to her side, and she knelt before the grave with her black dress hugging her knees. Hold it all in, buddy boy. Just let it eat you up, and then you'll just hate yourself even more when you finally burst open and spill all that hate you've got built-in inside you. Stop calling me buddy boy, you bitch. Oh, Amir sneered. My mistake. Pendajo. I'm failing English, Jean said, do you really think I understood that? Nope, Amir said brightly. That's why I said it. God, get up, Jean groaned, burying his head in his hands. Get off the ground, Amir, you're getting your dress all dirty. Am I ever going to wear it again? Her eyes met Jean's, and her smile was elusive. Maybe it'll be my funeral next time. Jean. Don't joke about things like that, Jean said uneasily. Don't joke, she sighed. That's all you say. Bet Marco jokes. Her eyes turned to the plaque. She winced, probably catching her tense mishap. Bet he joked tons. He did, I guess. Jean shook his head furiously. He wouldn't have liked you. You're too rude. Doubt it, she said softly. Jean doubted it too. Marco had trouble hating anyone. Even awful people like Amir. Why are you here? He asked her. Why are you grilling me over this shit? You're the one who can't compromise, she said sharply. Jean was surprised, because she was sitting in her black dress, her knees digging into the soft, damp earth before the grave a boy she hadn't known. And Jean, Marco's best friend, was standing shakily at a distance. Get over yourself, will you? I don't get what the hell you think you're doing, Jean said stiffly. He didn't want to get any closer, and yet he was drifting toward the grave, skirting the mound and shaking against the snarling wind. You didn't know him. You don't even know me. So don't tell me to get over myself, when my best friend had half his fucking head shattered into 1,000 pieces. Maybe I didn't know him, she said, a piece of dark hair falling from its elegant knot at the back of her head, and falling like a black streak of paint across her deeply freckled forehead. But we don't know Connie's grandpa, either, and we still went to his funeral. You laughed in the middle of it, Jean stated dully. I realized something, is all, she said. She folded her hands in her lap. I found it funny. No one else has to. Anyway, you should really say goodbye to your friend while you still can. Amir looked at him, and her dark eyes narrowed. You might find yourself regretting it if you don't. He's already gone, Jean said miserably. What's left to say goodbye to? Amir sighed. You're a real idiot, Chico. It's almost impressive. She didn't look very impressed, though. She was staring at Marco's grave with squared shoulders, her lips pressed thinly together, and her body very still. You've gotta say goodbye. You have to let people go when they leave you. It's just better that way. He wanted to scream at her for being such a bitch. Didn't she understand how hard this was for him? Of course she doesn't, Jean thought numbly, because she's not mourning anyone. She's just here to be a casual observer. Nothing more. What if I don't want to say goodbye? Jean asked her, feeling steadier than he had all day. What then? Amir pushed herself upright, mud swirling wet brown circles around her knees and streaking in broad strokes down her dress. And she smiled her crooked, fearsome smile. Then don't, she chirped. Rot in your guilt, Jean. Why should I care? I'm not guilty for not wanting to say goodbye, he snapped. No, she said, yanking at her sleeves and rolling them up. You're guilty because you think that holding onto him will make it hurt less. You're guilty because you can't let go. He just died. Jean threw his hands into the air furiously. I'm not going to be over it in a few fucking days. You'll never be over it, Amir retorted. But you can let it go. You won't, though. She brushed past him, stretching her long, freckled arms up over her head as she paused beside him. One arm lingered in the air, and Jean thought for a moment that she'd burst into flames with the withering look she gave him. She smiled her wolfish, gleaming white grin, and he felt her smile tear through his gut. He had to resist the urge to punch her as she lowered her arms, and prodded Jean's heart with her stubby black fingernail. Because you, mi hermano, are guilty. Get the fuck out of here, Amir, he said, watching her warily. I'm not going to tell you again. Yeah, she said with her smile causing her dimples to cave into her cheeks. Like you could take me, toothpick. I'm not fighting you in a cemetery, he hissed. Just go. Just please, go. She turned to face him, and her brow furrowed in confusion. Do you hate me now? She asked, looking genuinely stunned. I wasn't, ugh. She rolled her eyes. Mirda. I'm not any good with consolation, all right? I just think you'd be better off if you let Marco go. She was teasing me, Jean realized uneasily. That entire time, she was just teasing me. Because that's just what she does. Well, I'm not going to, he said. So you can forget it. She stood with a frown, her eyes searching his face. She still looked surreal, like she didn't really belong where she was standing, and it was a nagging in his gut every time he looked at her, but she seemed to have realized her mistake. She looked awkward now. Perhaps she had thought she and Jean were playing a game. Yes, that was it. She thought that the teasing had been mutual. She was a bully, and a bitch, and he wanted to hate her. What the fuck are you doing? Jean yelped. Amir had snapped a silver chain from around her neck, and she marched up to Marco's grave again. Proving that people can let go, she sang, her voice a sweet, rasping lilt of whirling accents. They stung as they whipped through the air, her words painted like strokes across the sky's canvas. She was visceral, and she was terrifying. And she was like something made to be observed, a work of art stuck in a human body, and he wanted to hate her for that. She was scary. She was unreal. A silver necklace dangled from her speckled fist. Rain was beginning to mist about her, fogging around the witch's muddy feet. Well, actually, taking my own advice. And then she smiled back at Jean. And he took a step back in shock. She had a pretty smile. Warm, and sad, but pretty. She wasn't teasing him anymore. She wasn't being feral or rude. She was trying to make amends, because she had realized that she had upset him, and perhaps she was trying at kindness. And it scared him. This girl scared him so badly that he wanted to run away from her, sprint through the graves and into the fog and never return. She stood before Marco's mound of earth, black eyes, and tightly bound brown hair, and mud-streaked black dress with a white-laced collar, and mist dancing up her legs and curling around her throat. She really did look like a witch, standing there and humming under her breath. She tossed the necklace into the mud that held Marco Bod, and Jean watched it sink heavily into the moist earth. "Let's say goodbye together," Emir said cheerfully, though her face had grown solemn. She offered out her hand, her black fingernails stretching toward him. "To your past, and to mine." Jean wanted to say no. Because he didn't want to say goodbye. It was too soon to say goodbye, and it wasn't fair, it wasn't fair, it wasn't fair. The mist was not letting up, and it spat in his face as the wind kicked up. Leaves skittered across the foggy grass and got snarled in the mound of mud that had swallowed Marco up. And Jean very slowly shuffled to Emir's side. He didn't want to take her hand, because she scared him. But he figured, it was about fucking time he stopped being a coward. If Emir scared him, then how could he possibly face Annie? He grasped Emir's hand. "You're a fucking bitch," Jean mumbled. "I try," she said sweetly, staring at the locket she had dropped into the mud. She didn't look very sad, but at the same time she had lost a lot of her bite. She was still scary, but in a different way. She was scary in that she was unpredictable. Jean didn't know how to let go of Marco, like Emir had advised, but he felt a little better just holding someone's hand. He hadn't realized it, but the last few days had been very, very lonely. They'd held hands for about 30 seconds before Emir pulled back, and she folded her arms across her chest while averting her gaze. Jean glanced at her curiously, though he felt a little sick from the knowledge that Marco's body was only a few feet away. "Decomposing? What is that?" Jean asked, pointing to the locket in the mud. It was still glistening against the mist. She shrugged. "A family heirloom," she said bitterly, her smile back to being tight and wolfish. "Haven't got any family anymore, though, so it ain't worth the bowl." "I'm sorry," he said unthinkingly. "Why?" She glanced at him, and then she rolled her eyes. "Because I don't got no family? Listen, bucko, I've gone a real long time without anyone, and I'm pretty damn glad." She rocked on her heels, and he watched her, and wondered if she was lying. "Anyhow, isn't there a shindig post-funeral?" "That's what Connie said," Jean said. "And he wants us to meet his family, so." "Swell," Emir said dryly, tilting her head toward the steely gray sky. "They seem nice," Jean offered. Emir quirked an eyebrow at him. She peered behind his shoulder, and she smirked. "Lots of people seem nice," Emir said. She blew her hair from her forehead, and whistled sharply, the sound striking through the air. "Hey, Krista." Jean glanced behind him, and saw that the tiny blonde girl had stumbled from the paved gravel path, and was weaving between graves uncertainly. She didn't look scared, really, just uncomfortable. As though she didn't feel like she should be stepping where she was stepping. Jean couldn't blame her. "Hello, Jean," Krista said, smiling up at him gently. She had the sweetest of smiles, and it was contagious. Even if his own smile wasn't real, he couldn't help but turn his lips upward at her. Her vibrant eyes flickered from Emir to Marco's grave. Her shoulders slumped. "So, that's it, then." "Yep," Emir said, "his body's right down there." "Right there." She pointed, and Jean felt his stomach twist in horror. He knew, and it didn't help at all. He was sickened by the thought. So sad. "You're being a bitch again," he told her sharply. "I'm always a bitch, Chico," Emir sighed. "But at least I own it." "Yeah, whatever." Krista was staring at the grave. Her dress was much more modern than Amir's, with a short, full black skirt that ruffled above her knees, and blue roses embroidered around the collar. She was looking from the mound of mud to the plaque and back. Jean thought that she would point out the locket in the mud, glinting against the mist and the grey light, but she didn't. Instead she blurted, "Glory paid to ashes comes too late." "What the holy fucking hell?" Jean choked, taking a very careful step away from the tiny girl. She flushed bright red, and pushed the stray curls of bouncy yellow hair from her eyes. Amir had burst into a fit of laughter, which Jean ignored. It's Krista shot Amir a desperate look, and Jean pitied her, because she was making this so much worse. "It's Aladdin, I know." She ducked her head in shame. "I know Aladdin." "Oh." Jean almost laughed too, now that he thought about it. He glanced at the plaque. "Cineri gloria sera est. Glory paid to ashes comes too late." Right. He got it now. I didn't realize, wow. You're really smart, Krista." "Not really." She was staring at her feet, and her curls wilted against the drizzle of rain. "But thank you." "Don't inflate her ego now, mi hermano," Amir cooed, elbowing Jean playfully. He glared at her, but he found that it was only half-hearted. "She's not so bad," Jean found himself thinking. "Weird, but not bad." "Not your brother, bitch," Jean cooed right back. "Mi amigo, then," Amir offered, waggling her eyebrows. "If this is what you call friendship," he said dryly, smirking ever so slightly, "then you're way more fucked up than I thought." "Oh, buddy, you've seen nothing yet." She grinned toothily, and whacked his arm while snatching Krista's. "Okay, let's go greet the Constantino." "Connie doesn't like his full name, Amir," Krista reminded. "Yeah," Amir said, "I know." Krista sighed, and glanced back at Jean. She smiled vaguely, but he could tell she was a little irritated. It was interesting to see how they interacted, the angelic girl and the devil's bitch. It was not friendship. But then, Jean thought, a stone dropping into his stomach, me and Marco were exactly the same. It disturbed him, this revelation, because he'd never thought himself rude and terrible like Amir. But now that he thought about it, it wasn't surprising. They trekked from the path down to the church, and then from the church to the parking lot. Hang glanced at them as they appeared. Armin was standing on their left, his head bowed, and his face pasty and his eyes flickering anxiously from the ground to their faces and back. He looked like half a corpse propped upright and swaying. Mikasa was on her phone, frowning at it worriedly, and Reiner and Berthold were chatting idly with Sasha. Erwin stepped up to greet them. "Is no one else gonna visit Marco's grave?" Jean asked sharply. Erwin took Jean's tone in a stride. "Aaron and Levi have gone missing in action," Erwin said very gently. "We're trying to contact them. It could be nothing. They missed their check-in time," Hang said with a dim smile. Jean knew he should be more worried, but it didn't strike him as terrible that Levi and Aaron were missing. Jean had lost a lot in a few days. He wasn't concerned about Levi and Aaron possibly being missing. At least, he wasn't concerned until he noticed Mikasa's face. Her eyes were glued to her cell phone, her teeth tearing slowly at her lower lip. Jean could see blood beginning to bead against the ripped epidermis. Her knuckles were white, and her brow was furrowed. He'd never seen her so scared in all the time he'd known her. He'd forgotten. Levi and Aaron were the closest thing she had to family. He'd forgotten, because he couldn't let go. Amir was right. He was guilty. Are they going to be okay? Jean found himself asking. "We're going to give them until the next check-in," Erwin said. "If they miss it, we'll be heading home, and Heng will be in Italy by sunrise tomorrow. We hope." Wow. Jean didn't really know what to say. All he could think was that it should have been a lot harder to kidnap the president if this was how the other missions turned out. With one member dead and two of the strongest missing. They all filed into the rental van, Jean squeezing between Amir and Berthold, and he saw that the tall boy kept looking at Amir nervously scooting so he was at the edge of his seat. Amir had noticed. She'd glanced at Berthold and scoffed. Berthold pressed his lips together into a thin white light, and he rubbed his knuckles anxiously, his long legs bobbing against each other as the car moved. Jean felt empty. As though he hadn't even mourned Marco. He'd just let him die. And then left him there. Jean had been so utterly lost upon finding the body, he'd pressed his emergency button. That had been a bad idea. They had to leave the body and run. It had been recovered and identified. Marco Bod was dead, and it was like it hadn't even happened. It felt like it hadn't even happened. Jean's mother avoided the topic, but Jean felt like he was missing something. Like a limb. Berthold was biting his nails. They cracked between his teeth. Jean wondered what he was hearing in that moment. Perhaps it was the president. Perhaps it was Father Nick. Perhaps he couldn't hear anything, and had learned to tune out the voices. Jean wondered. He kinda wanted it. That anxious knowing that there's something wrong in your head that you can't control, instead of being in control and knowing that there's nothing wrong. That he was just lonely. He was jealous of someone with schizophrenia. Jean really needed another cigarette. He rubbed his hands on his knees, his eyes moving between Berthold, scratching at his knuckles idly, and then to Amir, whose dress was smeared with mud. She was twisting the lace collar of her dress. Her fingers kept slipping beneath it, and then quickly fumbling at nothing. If Jean kept observing her, he knew she'd look at him, so he averted his gaze. She must have a habit, he thought, of twisting the chain from her locket. If Marco were here, he would have noticed that. He would have watched Amir do as she did now, pat down her collar and glare at her lap, and he would have said something to distract Jean from noticing too. But Marco wasn't here to distract him. And Jean was noticing. What was your family like? Jean asked her quietly. He felt the need to whisper, because the van was very quiet. Amir looked at him, and he knew he'd shocked her. But she relaxed in her seat, and rested her head back against her seat. Bossy, she said, smiling bitterly. Manipulative. Selfish. Take your pick, buddy boy. My family was awful. Jean bit back an apology. That's rough, he said. Yeah, well. She sniffed, and jerked her shoulders in a shrug. I mean, can't complain. Haven't got M anymore. Lucky you, Berthold said softly. Amir shot him a sharp, furious look that melted into a chilly glint. Did you hear something, Jean? Amir asked very loudly. Reiner turned around to look at her with narrowed eyes. Thought I heard a cricket chirping. Aren't they invertebrates? She laughed, and it was a vicious sound. What? Jean asked very slowly. He had no idea why she was acting so strange. But he was beginning to suspect that Amir was just an eccentric person. Don't make me explain the joke, Amir whined. It's because I'm spineless, Berthold said suddenly, his voice cracking miserably. Isn't that right, Amir? Amir studied the tall boy's face with a dull expression. The car ran over a pothole, and they all jolted except for her. She stayed utterly still. Yep, she cooed. You're a coward, all right, Gams. Jean looked between Berthold and Amir, and he felt like he'd caught a bit of an old argument, or the end of a conversation. He wasn't seeing the whole picture here. He'd missed something, he was sure of it. Fuck, this was infuriating. Why are you putting him down? Jean hissed at her. Because it's easy, Amir hissed back. Stop fighting, Krista gasped from the seat in front of them. No, carry on, Erwin called from the front seat. Jean flushed in shame, and glowered at Amir, who smirked so broadly her dimples showed. I'm curious on where this will go. I assume this isn't the first time this sort of occurrence has happened. Berthold. The boy sat awkwardly, his back straight and his legs tucked rather close to his chest. He threw a panicked glance at Amir. We were only. It happens all the time, Reiner said suddenly. But Amir just does it to everyone. She's a bitch like that. Guilty, she yawned. Armin twisted in his seat to face them. His face was pale. There were dark circles under his eyes that Jean had not noticed before. He hasn't slept much, Jean thought sadly. Not since Marco died. The mark on his chin from the recoil of Jean's semi-automatic handgun was nothing more than a faint yellowish bruise on Armin's childlike face. His eyes were tired, but alert. They moved from Berthold to Amir and back. Armin smiled gently, his lips stretching, and Jean winced. He could see that they were chapped and cracking. He saw the skin separate. Armin folded his arms on the headrest of his own seat, and rested his chin against them. Your power has such an extreme effect on you, Berthold, Armin said. But how does your power affect other people? Berthold seemed to blanch at Armin's question. What? He laughed nervously, blinking rapidly as he sunk into his seat. I don't. I've never thought. Armin shrugged. Sorry, he said weakly, his tired eyes closing. Just curious. He turned around again. And Jean sensed once again that there was something he was missing. Marco would notice, he told himself. Marco would know immediately. There was an old animosity between Amir and Berthold. Berthold was a coward for some fucking reason, and Amir was, a bitch, like always. And Armin knew something. Armin knew, because Armin had read Amir's mind. Jean remembered the finger-shaped welts on Armin's forehead on the night of the mission. He remembered that Armin's power was strongest when people touched him. It was the most extreme form of intimacy for Armin, and it hurt him. But he gained information from that. Jean would have to ask. They showed up at Connie's house, which was a nice size. It wasn't as big as Marco's, but it was far better than Jean's apartment. There were little kids running through the front yard, tripping in the grass and laughing excitedly, their black clothes getting smeared with mud just like Amir. Their parents would not be pleased, whoever they were. At the door, Connie was greeting people with a tight-lipped smile. Thanks for coming, he said in a placid tone. He stood as though a metal rod was attached to his spine. And then, with his eyes darting away from their faces, he slumped in relief. Holy shit, my mom looked like she was gonna kick my scrawny ass up to Vancouver and back. I've been doing this for an hour. Sucks to suck, little man, Amir quipped. You should be nice to me, Connie said, forcing his body to cover the entire doorway. Or else you won't get any food. I'm not Sasha, Amir said with a snort. I can live without it. Connie opened his mouth to retort, but a shrill voice barked from inside the house, Constantino, digelos entrar, immediatamente. Connie's eyes bulged for a split second before he quickly shuffled out of their way. Amir clapped him on the shoulder as she passed him. Gracias, Constantino, she chirped. Connie glared at her back. Jean had been to funerals before, but he'd never gone to anyone's house afterward. It was weird. Everyone was talking, using soft voices, sometimes laughing and nodding, but otherwise it was just as reverent as it had been at the church. There were pictures everywhere in Connie's house. Poster boards of pictures of the dead man, grinning in black and white and gaping in color and standing tall and proud in sepia. Connie's grandpa had gotten around, it looked like. From landmark to landmark, laughing and jumping and kissing girls and hugging others and waving and frowning and sneering. Connie's grandpa had been alive once. Jean didn't even know him. Jean hadn't even caught his name. They were there for about 15 minutes before Jean got bored. He saw Amir's face floating amongst the masses, her hair pulled back in a tight knot, and freckles faint against her long nose, and Jean marched up to her. He wanted to ask her why she'd been so mean to Berthold. Because it was bothering him. Berthold had enough fucking problems without Amir's big fucking mouth making him more anxious. Amir, he said. She didn't turn. He stared at the back of her head, the plain knot in brown hair, and he exhaled sharply in irritation. He grabbed her shoulder. Amir. She whirled around to face him, her eyebrows shooting up, and her eyes narrowing. Jean realized his mistake immediately, and took a step back in shock. Oh my God, he gasped, finding himself a little mortified. The girl was shorter than Amir by far, and Jean realized that now as he looked down at her. She only had a few freckles, and they were almost too faint to really see. Her eyebrows were slanted inward. Like Connie's. You're not Amir. Holy shit, I am so sorry. She blinked at him curiously. She tilted her head, and shrugged. It's fine, she said. You're one of Connie's friends, right? Yeah. Gene didn't know if he could say that for sure. He didn't really know Connie all that well. Just, sparingly. I'm Gene. She smirked, and nodded. Yep, he's talked about you, she said, glancing up at the ceiling. Ricochet. You're a gymnast. Gene would never get used to the fact that Connie's family knew. Yeah. He repeated, swallowing his embarrassment. Wow, I really can't believe I did that. I'm sorry. It happens with my sister all the time, so it's not a big deal. She shrugged. I'm Marigold, Connie's older sister. Marigold, he said. Nice. So, sorry again. He scratched his cheek self-consciously. He was a fucking dope, and this proved it. Marco would be laughing his ass off, stifling it into his hand and leaning against a wall. Where's that game you keep claiming to have, Gene? Marco would say. He'd nudge him teasingly. You're Connie's older sister. Well, I'm definitely not younger. Marigold rolled her eyes. But, yeah. I'm glad he didn't introduce us. He likes to point me out to people and call me the person who made Sasha cry. Which, by the way, isn't true. As far as I know. She folded her arms across her chest, and glanced around. No one seemed to want to bother them. You know what happened, right? Connie explained. No. I have no clue what you're talking about, honestly. Marigold didn't seem to care much. She had a very calm demeanor, unlike Connie, and she folded her arms across her chest. Well, I guess he doesn't like to talk about it, she said. It wasn't a great time for any of us. But, to put it bluntly, Connie got hit by a car. What? Gene looked around him in alarm, wondering if he'd heard her right, because it was too weird to fathom. Sorry. Marigold smiled wanly. He was riding his bike to Sasha's house, she said, and he was hit by a car. He lived, obviously, but his back was broken. We were told he'd be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, but it was actually only about a year. Why is she telling me this? Gene didn't even know this girl, and she was spilling this to him, and it was really confusing. A broken back? Connie? Everyone here probably already knows this part of the story, Marigold continued. She must have seen his discomfort in shock. So don't feel too special there. I'm just trying to keep you informed. Why was it only a year? Gene asked slowly. Marigold laughed. Well, she said, when we tell this story, we usually say an angel appeared to Connie and gave him his legs back. Her smile fell away as she turned and walked toward one of the poster boards. But that's not really the truth. He swears that it wasn't an angel, that it was a girl named Ilse. She did something to him. And? Gene looked at the pictures, bewildered. More of Connie's grandpa. You're telling me this because? Marigold glanced at him. I don't have anyone else to tell, she said softly. And you called me Amir. What? She rolled her eyes once again, and she pointed to the poster board. They were just pictures. Connie's grandpa with a woman that was probably Connie's grandma. Connie's grandpa standing in front of a lake, holding a great fish in his arms. Connie's grandpa in a cemetery, kissing a crumbling gravestone. Connie's grandpa with an elderly woman who was probably his mother. This picture was grainy. And that woman again with a child. A dark-skinned girl with freckles and glinting, clever eyes, and parted lips. Gene felt his blood pumping through his veins, and he felt as though it had frozen suddenly. He stared at the photograph, and he touched it in disbelief. He'd spent the better part of the day staring at Amir's face. There was no mistaking it, not even when she was this young. That's... Gene's breath had left him. That's not... I was in charge of this board, Marigold said. She tore the photo from the arrangement, and Gene saw it was a snapshot. On the back, there was writing in an elegantly swirling script. She read aloud, thought you might want one last picture of Ilse before I burn them all. Sorry for any inconvenience. There won't be a funeral. Ilse? A voice from behind Gene asked eagerly. He yelped, and whirled around to face Armin, who had likely been standing right behind him the entire fucking time. Invisible bastard, Jean thought glumly. Marigold looked a little surprised, but she must have been prepared for the weirdness that would arrive in her home with Connie's team. Also, she lived with Connie. That was probably fucking weird enough as it was. Yes, Marigold said, nodding. Ilse. That's what's been bothering me. That's why I'm actually glad that you bumped into me, because I just can't wrap my head around it. Who wrote that? She pointed to the picture. Why did they write Ilse on it? Well, Armin said gently, who else would it be? Marigold looked confused. My great-aunt, she said slowly. Emir. Sorry. I should have made that distinction. But that's who that photo's supposed to be of. Right? That's what I always thought, but I never read the back before I put this together, and like. I'm a forensic science major. I've sent this thing in for handwriting analysis. But there are no matches in any of our county records, so I don't think they were from here. I haven't got a clue what any of this could mean, but... Marigold's eyes flashed with a glint of something that made her look even more like Emir. And it was the most disturbing thing Jean had seen all day. You've got a girl named Emir on your team. And you thought I was her. My head hurts, Jean declared. Join the club, Armin murmured. He straightened up, and he stepped closer to Marigold. They were surrounded by people. Jean could not believe they were having this conversation in front of this many people. Does Connie know about this? No, Marigold said with a little chuckle. Connie finished like 12 of these in a minute and then went to Sasha's house. He has no clue about any of it except that we had a great-aunt named Emir who was our great-grandmother's favorite story to tell. She died before our grandpa was born, so he never met her, but he told us the stories his mother told him about her. Marigold shrugged. Connie never listened. Honestly, I barely did either, but I wish I did now. I think there's a connection between her, and your Emir, and this Ilse person. How is that possible? Jean asked, closing his eyes. Time travel? Maybe? But Emir wasn't? That really didn't make any sense. None of this made sense. I've been thinking the exact same thing, Armin said. And you're just confirming my suspicions, Marigold. But you shouldn't talk so loud about these things. I'm not worried, Marigold said with a wry smile. I made sure that everyone around us can barely speak English before I pulled Jean over. I'm not stupid, and I know that you're looking for answers. Well, I am too. Her black eyes hardened fiercely as she looked between their faces. I want to know what that bitch did to my little brother. Jean looked down at the photograph again. The girl in the black and white photo was wearing a black dress that reached her knees. The collar was white lace. Her eyes were dark and clever. Her freckles were sprinkled by the hundreds across her dark skin. There was a locket around her neck. Oh my god. Jean's heart was thundering. Oh my fucking god. Armin touched Jean's arm. His gloves caught the sleeve of his jacket, and he gripped it. Calm down, Armin's voice was like a beacon of light shining through the grimy passages of Jean's brain. This was going to make sense. It was going to make sense because Armin was going to make sense of it. Tell me what that means. The locket, I mean. Emir just threw that locket onto Marco's grave, Jean thought, his fingers shaking against the corners of the vintage photograph. She said it was a family heirloom. She also said Ilse was her grandma, Armin thought. Jean could hear him weighing his thoughts. They were heavy. He felt that. He felt it, and he could almost taste it. Armin had a weird effect on people. Jean shuddered. This is the same Ilse. I'm sure of it. I've seen the pictures from the institute. It's possible that she is both our Emir's grandmother who went by a different name, as well as Connie's great-aunt. Are you two speaking telepathically? Marigold asked, quirking an eyebrow. That's kinda rude. Habit, Armin admitted, his pallid cheeks flushing bright red. Okay, Jean thought numbly. Okay, that makes sense. It's weird, but it makes sense. But then, who gave Connie his super speed? Armin plucked the photo from Jean's fingers, and he waved it slowly at Marigold while examining it closely. Do you mind if we take this? Marigold shook her head. It's yours, she said. I've got copies. I don't know, Armin thought. I honestly don't know, because when Connie told me that story, he said that Ilse had been a nurse. Emir would have been way too young to pretend to be a nurse by that point, even if my next theory is correct. What's your next theory? Armin stared at Marigold. And then his eyes dropped to the floor. SHH, he murmured, rubbing the bridge of his nose. SHH. His eyes moved from the floor, over his shoulder, and he frowned deeply. When he looked back at them, he looked even paler. And dazed. I'm sorry, what was I saying? Nothing, Marigold said, frowning at him. At least not that I can hear. Your theory, Armin, Jean said sharply, taking a mental jab at Armin's mind. It was almost easy, and he stifled a chuckle when the boy winced. Right, he exhaled, blinking so rapidly that Jean saw tears spring into his glazed blue eyes. Right, He squeezed his eyes shut, and gritted his teeth. Are you okay? Marigold asked cautiously. Armin, right? The invisible one. Armin, he mumbled, nodding. Right. That's me. He grimaced, and his eyes moved around in a fluid set of motions. He looked disturbed, and sickened, and most of all, terrified. That's me. Armin, what the fuck is your theory? Jean snapped. Don't yell, Armin gasped, jerking backwards in shock. His shoulder bumped against an elderly man's back. Why are you yelling? I'm not, Jean said, feeling frustrated. I didn't say a word. You're yelling in my head, Armin said. You're yelling in my head, and you should stop. Stop yelling. I'm not. He winced, and he took a deep breath. There were people watching with quizzical expressions. Well, now I am, I guess, but not in your head, okay? Should I get Connie? Marigold looked a little uncomfortable now. Jean couldn't blame her. Armin was swaying in place, and his fingers were quaking against the photograph. Tears were glistening in his bloodshot eyes. No, Jean said, taking the photo from Armin and pocketing it. Get Erwin. Do you know which one he is? The big blonde guy, right? She nodded. Augur. I did my homework before you showed up, you know. Armin's lips were trembling. I don't understand, he breathed, his hands free to shake and fumble as they slid over his eyes. I don't understand how this is possible. He sounded breathless, and between his fingers Jean could see his eyes darting wildly. How what's possible? Jean pushed him, grabbing Armin by the shoulders. He might have shaken him into answering if Erwin's gaze hadn't fallen on him from a few yards away. Armin squeezed his eyes shut, and he pressed his lips together until they were a thin, bloodless white, and he shook his head and shook it and shook it and shook it, and refused to answer any of Jean's questions, or Erwin's, or Mikasa's, and he shook his head until he broke out of his daze to politely, in a panicked voice, ask where the bathroom was. Jean and Erwin helped him there, and Jean stepped back as Erwin rubbed the tiny boy's back as he fell to his hands and knees and vomited into the toilet. Chapter 17, Not of Sound Mind. Non compos mentis. Manhattan, New York. A.D. Edis Octobres, 2766 A.U.C. Armin tossed and turned every night. He didn't get much sleep, and it was agonizing to lie in bed and know that he was doing nothing when there was so much to do, so much to understand. The stubborn taste of freezer burn lingered on his tongue as he watched Mikasa's chest rise and fall. And suddenly, he was waking up to her voice, and he wondered when he'd fallen asleep. He felt isolated by his own mind, and he wondered if she could tell. He felt like he was drowning in a frozen lake. His head felt the pressure and the bite of ice all around him. He was going numb. Annie was to blame, of course. Annie was a thought inside his brain that he couldn't shake. Annie's touch, and Marco's face. It was all stinging him like frost, and it never melted away. The morning of the funeral, Armin woke up to Mikasa sitting across from him. They shared a hotel room, and their beds were squished rather close together. Armin blinked groggily, and he rubbed the sleep from his eyes as he squinted through the darkness. The sun had yet to rise. The room was struck by a deep, heavy darkness. Armin sat up, and his mind snarled at him in protest, beckoning him to fall asleep just for a few moments longer. Stars danced across the edge of his vision, tapping at his retinas and laughing in awe of his weakness. Armin could barely see Mikasa, but he tasted her worry, and he felt her rage. It was burning his throat like black coffee, sloshing on his tongue and peeling the skin off the roof of his mouth from the sheer heat of it. Mikasa. Armin's voice was very thick, with sleep and confusion. He tasted coffee and freezer burn. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Mikasa scoffed. No. No, that wasn't it. Armin sighed, and he pushed back his blanket, shivering a little as he reached over his bed and clicked on the lamp on the nightstand. Mikasa's face was bathed with a warm yellow glow, and she looked even more worried than she tasted. Her brow was furrowed, and her eyes were beseeching. Her fingers were taut on her knees. Mikasa, Armin whispered, his eyes searching her face. What is it? You were muttering, Mikasa said, in your sleep. Armin didn't even remember falling asleep. I was. He asked, rubbing his forehead and frowning. His head hurt. What did I say? My hands have disappeared, Mikasa said softly. Over and over again. Oh. Armin smiled weakly, and he yawned. That's just a nursery rhyme, Mikasa. You know that. Yes, Mikasa said. But then your hands actually disappeared. Armin looked down at his hands quickly, raising them to his eyes and turning them toward the light. They looked perfectly solid to him, and perfectly visible. Even without glasses he could see that. Must have been a reflex, Armin said, dropping his hands into his lap. She looked at him. She didn't believe him. He tasted her fear, and he realized it was for him. She was fearing for him, and neither she nor he knew why. And he grew terrified, because if Mikasa was scared for him, he must really be in trouble. The funeral had been just as stifling as Armin had expected. Bodies tightly packed in pews, his mind receiving all the grief and apathy and reverent prayer that sang like sweet, clanging bullets against the walls of his brain. This place tasted like wine and crumbling daisies. Incense crawled across his tongue and burned his nostrils. His fingernails scratched at his knees anxiously, digging through his gloves. Between Krista and Mikasa, it wasn't so bad, because Mikasa's thoughts were calm and soothing peppermint tea running down Armin's throat, dulling the throbbing in his head from the voices beating their knuckles against his skull, and Krista had no thoughts to share. She was an empty blip in a room filled with sweet, vicious, screeching emotions, and he was so grateful for her presence. Armin understood very little about his predicament, but he did know some things. For one, he would be a fool to think that there was nothing wrong with him. His headaches were getting worse. They were constant. They were deep, and they were merciless. He ignored them. He had bouts of vertigo. He was so dizzy it made him sick to his stomach. Thoughts and feelings crashed into him like ocean waves, and dragged him down and spat brine into his eyes and mouth and filled his lungs as he spluttered and gasped, and his ribs snapped from the pressure. He stood up once along with the rest of the congregation. He'd never been to Mass before. He didn't know what he was doing, and he wished he could focus more, because it was nice to observe religion in its natural form. He didn't feel like he could judge anyone around him, despite their feelings spitting and snapping at him with a vicious, eager bite. It should be enlightening. It should be surreal. Armin stood up, and dizziness consumed him like that grand, monstrous wave rearing back and collapsing atop him. He nearly sunk to the floor from the sheer force of it. Bile stung his tongue, and his eyes filled with tears as the room spun madly, and Mikasa's shoulder fell against his forehead, and his knees shook as he gripped the pew in front of him, and inhaled deeply. He would not fall to his knees because of something so silly as vertigo. He would not let himself be weak here, not with so many emotions piling on top of him. He needed to be strong. But he couldn't. He knew he couldn't take it. It was too much for him to handle. So he pushed through the pew, and he escaped in a half-stumbling, half-sprinting. His first thought was to leave the church. He couldn't take the conflicting feelings and thoughts churning through his receptive mind any longer. But in his weakened state, he'd collapse in the road, or something equally unfortunate. So he made a beeline for the restroom. Armin? Mikasa called, her voice the sweetest of comforts inside his head. Her mental touch was always a grace, but now Armin wished she could just enter his mind completely and chase all the other minds away. Where are you? Bathroom, Armin replied. I'm fine. It's fine. Don't worry. How can I not worry when I can tell you're lying? She asked, her voice a soft, accusing murmur within the shuddering force of Armin's mind. Sometimes it amazed Armin how completely Mikasa understood Armin's mind. He thought perhaps that she understood it better than he did himself. She was utterly at ease inside it, and she never faltered in letting him know her thoughts. And usually he gave her the same treatment. He wanted her to be able to help him through these things, these dizzy spells and headaches, but he was in a public place, and it embarrassed him to know that so many minds were clouding his judgment. He didn't know what to do. It was so terrifying, it ached to breathe. Okay, fine, Armin sighed. He rested his back against the door of the bathroom. It was pristinely kept, and there was a candle fluttering above the sink. Worry. I don't feel well. But let me just think it through by myself before you come and do something rash. I don't think what I need right now is someone else in my head. Not even you. Mikasa's mind was quiet as Armin slid to the floor, nausea churning up the bile in his stomach. He hadn't eaten that morning. He hadn't been hungry, he'd said, and this was why. Because he had the foresight now to not eat breakfast. He had the foresight to negate food altogether when he felt a bad day coming along. Mikasa and Erwin had noticed, of course, and reprimanded him, but it did nothing. It was a tactical error to eat when Armin knew he would feel sick afterward. And puking bile wasn't so bad. It never spoiled the taste of the food he'd recently consumed, and it didn't burn his throat and scratch his tongue with chunks and rancid aftertaste. Fine, Mikasa told him. I'll leave you alone, if that's what you want. But I won't do it for very long. Armin rubbed his eyes tiredly. His body was rejecting all sense of comfort, and his suit felt very tight as it chafed his arms and legs, and he breathed in the pungent fumes of incense, and it stung his nostrils and seared his lungs. It burned a hole in his stomach, and he shuddered as bile clawed up his throat. He crawled to the toilet, and dry-heaved while pulling at the knot of his tie. It was constricting around his throat, digging into his Adam's apple and forcing him to gag. He coughed up bile, and spat it into the toilet, dizzy and sickened and mindful of his own weakness. He'd thrown up every day since Saturday. He kept trying to convince himself that it meant nothing, even though he knew he was wrong. It was hard not knowing, but knowing would be even worse. Armin couldn't go to a doctor. What the hell was he supposed to say? Hi, I'm Armin, and I've been able to read minds for about 5 years now, and it always gives me headaches, but now it's become so overwhelming that I get dizzy and throw up. Do you happen to know why? No. If Armin was going to find out why he was reacting so badly to his power, he would need to locate a specialist. He hoped Eren and Levi successfully completed their mission to find and detain Dr. Jaeger. Because Armin truly needed him. He had been sitting huddled on the floor, trembling with his knees tucked to his chest when Mikasa's mind reached out to his. Armin knew immediately that she was nearing the door. He could taste her peppermint warmth, and it made him shiver in relief. She was a good distraction from his worries. She was a good solace for his aching mind. She was a good warmth for his frozen heart. The knock on the door was jostling, even though he knew it was coming. He sat with his back pressed to the pale wall, heat wafting slowly from the radiator beside him. Armin pulled off his gloves and wiped the corners of his mouth. You can come in, Armin thought to her, not trusting his voice. It's unlocked. Mikasa entered the bathroom, and shut the door behind her. She wasted no time in striding across the tiny room and dropping to one knee before him. Her dark eyes flickered fiercely as she searched his face, and he closed his eyes as her icy hand slipped beneath his bangs to test the temperature of his forehead. Her fingers lingered there, and he felt them move slowly, gently tracing the remains of the brand that Ymir had absent-mindedly bestowed upon his skin. She cautiously parted his bang to peer at the healing burn. What's this? She asked, running her thumb across his forehead. Ymir checked if I had a fever a few days ago, Armin said wearily. Her touch isn't exactly the gentlest. I can go punch her nose into her skull, if you want, Mikasa offered, taking both his hands in hers. The taste of her mind filled his with a great amount of warmth and comfort, and it almost melted the lingering frost that Annie's careless mind left behind. No, Armin reminded himself. I was the careless one. Annie warned me not to get inside her head. That's not necessary, Armin said. She only did what you're doing now. The only difference is that she lost control of her power. He smiled at Mikasa grimly. Which could easily happen to you, if I ripped open your mind and devoured all your secrets. If I did that right now, you'd crush the bones in my hands. Each of them. They'd saw through my skin and turn my fingers into bloody, pulpy stumps. Your imagination is inspiring, she told him with narrowed eyes. Armin sighed. There was a sickening, fluttering feeling stirring in the pit of his stomach. Anxiety and fear. He blinked, because his bleary vision caught sight of something in the corner, a dark blot of a silhouette behind Mikasa's head. Armin stared, his heart thudding in his chest, and tastes from outside the door lapping at the doors to his mind. He felt uncertain and scared, because he understood very little about his current state. There was someone standing in the corner, but that was not possible. There was someone standing in the corner, and their silhouette glowed in defiance to all laws of reality. Armin turned his eyes from Marco's to Mikasa's and then back. The boy was watching Armin with a gentle smile. Armin felt bile crawl at the back of his throat again, and his heart thundered against his ribs as Mikasa's cold hands squeezed his reassuringly. Not possible, he thought numbly. Not possible. Not possible. The worst thing about having a mind like Armin's was the constant state of knowing. He knew it was not possible that Marco was standing in the corner, watching with warm eyes and a warm smile, and warm skin that looked alive and healthy. Armin knew that his vision was playing tricks on him. His head was pounding in vicious time with his heart. Iambic pentameter. Tricks a broken, icy mind would play on its poor host's vision. You're shaking, Mikasa whispered. Her eyes were boring into his. Her brow furrowed. She had noticed his eyes glued to the corner, but she did not move. What are you looking at, Armin? Tears prickled his eyes. My contacts, he murmured. They're hurting me. What's behind me, Armin? Mikasa whispered. Marco blinked his bright brown eyes, and his laugh bounced off the windowless church bathroom, filling Armin's broken mind with shards of ice and melting chocolate. It all hurt. It all hurt so much. And none of it was real. My head hurts, Armin whispered. He was shaking so badly he could hear his teeth cracking. His eyes fluttered to her face as she turned her head toward the corner. Mikasa, look. Look at me. My head hurts, look. What were you looking at? She stared at the corner. She stared straight at Marco, and she glanced back at Armin with a frown. Armin, you can't rely on our link for this. You have to tell me what's wrong. I told you, he said shakily, my head hurts. And I feel nauseous. And I'm dizzy, Mikasa, I'm so dizzy. Are you cold? She wedged herself between him and the radiator. Armin looked to the corner, and saw that Marco was gone. He'd never been there at all, of course. Armin would know if he was. His mind would have been easy to pick up, but Armin had only tasted residual traces of cookie dough from his own ice-locked memories. Freezing, he admitted. He leaned into her as she wrapped an arm around his shoulder. It's getting worse, Mikasa murmured. Armin couldn't find it in him to reply, so he rested his head on her shoulder. He stared dizzily at the corner, and wondered with an icy brick falling into his stomach, if he'd hallucinated the entire thing. Perhaps he should have eaten that morning. Are you going to tell Erwin? He'll know when he sees me, Armin sighed. I guess we should just be glad it's not worse than it is. How could it be worse? Mikasa sounded disbelieving, and he laughed into her shoulder. I could lose control of my mind and my body and my power, he whispered. All at once. Imagine how awful that'd be. Mikasa didn't reply, so Armin listened to her breathe and he closed his eyes. He missed Eren. Eren would be able to make Armin feel better by sharing the burden, like he unintentionally did every time his mind was near. Combined, Eren and Mikasa were the ultimate saving grace. They numbed the pain without even realizing it. They sat for a few minutes in silence. Armin listened to Mikasa breathe, and he watched the candle flutter in the corner. Marco had been a hallucination, true. But the effect that he had had on Armin was real. Mikasa had noticed how terrified Armin had been. She'd known exactly where to look for the dead boy. Armin wished someone would just knock him out forever so the pain would go away. Not really, though. He liked being aware more than he liked sleeping. The trouble was, though, half the time nowadays he felt like he was in a constant state of dreaming. I talked to Levi this morning, Mikasa said. Armin perked up. He blinked up at her face, which was expressionless as she watched the door. Did you talk to Aaron? He asked eagerly. She exhaled very sharply. No, she said. Levi was too lazy to go get him. The little bastard. He laughed. It felt good to laugh, even though it made his chest ache. Are they coming home soon? He said that they should be home before us. He couldn't help but be relieved. He missed Aaron's presence. He missed Aaron helping things make sense. In one weekend, Annie and Aaron had gone away, and Armin was astonished to find how rattling that truly felt. To have Aaron gone was understandably disconcerting, but Annie? Armin didn't know Annie very well. But do I trust her? Armin let Mikasa pull him to his feet. Do I really? Armin was promptly informed that Levi and Aaron were missing in action. Okay, he thought numbly. It's okay. They're probably not dead, or at least Aaron isn't. Worst case scenario is that they got captured. He couldn't find it in himself to feel anything over this news. He was already swallowing ice chips from the residual damage Annie had left on his brain. He was already seeing dead friends lurking in corners. He couldn't be any more broken, could he? They were dragged to Connie's house, which wasn't bad, or anything, Armin didn't mind. But he really wanted to lie down and take a nap. Erwin did comment on his pallid complexion, and Armin responded that he felt sick, and that was nothing new, and Erwin just frowned. Armin listened as Amir gabbed senselessly behind him in the van. Amir was a source of great confusion for Armin. He knew there was something wrong with her past. He went down the list to be certain that he could comprehend it. 1. Amir had a memory of a burning house, and a corpse reaching toward her. 2. Berthold had been there when that had happened, because he'd taken over Amir's body. 3. Amir had a grandmother named Ilse who was the obsession of the institute, and yet a woman named Ilse had given Connie his super speed. It wasn't adding up. Gams, Armin thought. She called Berthold that. Isn't that an old slang word for legs? 4. Her accent was irrationally old-fashioned. She was picking on Berthold, Armin figured, because there was an old animosity there from whenever he'd skinned her. Armin was reminded of Levi's cold attitude toward him because of the forced mind link forged at the mall. It was possible that Amir had once lost control of her powers because of Berthold. It made sense that she would be bitter at him for that. But Armin had to wonder how that experience had molded her. He turned to face them both, Jean squished between them. He smiled tightly, his head pounding and his thoughts reeling. All of them squished together like this was making him dizzy, because not all of them were thinking clearly. Berthold was the most terrible mind to touch, because it was in shambles. Reiner was difficult to comprehend. Amir's thoughts were always closely guarded, but Armin could taste them, like pepper hitting his taste buds and send his mind into a frenzy of bewilderment. Armin turned his attention to Berthold, and avoided the buzzing frequency that fluttered around the tall boy. Your power has such an extreme effect on you, Berthold, he said, looking directly into Berthold's eyes. He wanted the boy to know. But how does your power affect other people? And he spluttered. Like anyone with guilt weighing on their minds, and Armin tasted that like sour sweat, and he knew without Berthold having to answer. Even in Berthold's scrambled mind, a thought sailed boldly in his terror. He knows. He'd certainly messed Amir up enough that she was consistently bitter, and she made it her goal to make him uncomfortable. Armin could not say he thought it was right, because he was often on the receiving end of that kind of behavior, but he couldn't place blame to her either. Armin kept this in mind as they came upon Connie's house. For a little while Armin just wandered around, feeling dizzy and irritable, and Mikasa hung close until Armin assured her that he was fine now. Liar, she spat into his mind. But she left him, because he had asked her to. He was surprised. He'd been lying without even realizing it, without even thinking. Of course he wasn't fine, but he said it with genuine conviction. At least I know when I'm lying, Annie had said, her voice bruising his mind, and singing in a breathy pitch. He found himself humming idly, his gloved fingers massaging his temples. Mijn hand sind verschwunden, ich have keine Hand mehr. Armin grew tired of pushing minds away. Grief surrounded him in thickets and boughs, and he felt the frequencies flare up like a forest of thorns. He would not come out of this unscathed. He was rotting from the inside, his brain becoming raw from the exposure to so much grief, so much sorrow, each and every person giving off their own unsavory flavor. It was a rush to feel, but not a thrill. He was overwhelmed, of course, and it hurt to so much as breathe in, because there was a weight pressing to his ribs and threatening his poor, hollow, icy heart. He decided to follow Jean around. He might have gone invisible without anyone noticing, or maybe he just had a natural ability to escape people's notice. Jean had given some thought earlier as to Armin's knowledge of Emir. There was something impressive about that fact, and he thought it best to investigate before informing Jean. After all, they didn't know each other very well. I trusted Annie, Armin thought. I trusted Annie and she betrayed us. I can't make that same mistake again. Not with any of them. Did you really trust Annie, though? Armin was shocked to hear the voice that broke across the sea of mourning, a gentle hand parting the waves that lapped across the walls that barred Armin inside his own head. It might not have jolted Armin in such a way if the voice had not spoken so close to Armin's ear, so agonizingly close that Armin could feel the breath tickle his skin. Marco had startled Armin so badly that he felt himself flicker into visibility, his body molding into the sorrowful world around him before exploding back into a colored, blinding appearance. How foolish he was to become invisible in front of so many people. And yet, if anyone noticed, they didn't care. Armin was stunned at the trust that bound the minds around him. Perhaps everyone in this room knew exactly who he was. And so Armin stood, his breathing becoming a struggle as he felt the undeniable presence of Marco Bod standing millimeters from his shoulder. A presence, like a real live human being. It was unreal. It was so much worse than it had been in the bathroom, when it had been nothing but a smiling silhouette flickering with the uneven strokes of a candle's flame. This time Armin felt like he could actually be touched by this dead, smiling friend. If Armin was to keep his head for the remainder of this day, he would need to forget that Marco was there. He isn't, Armin reminded himself, swallowing thickly. He stared at the back of Jean's head as Marigold introduced a myriad of photographs to him. Marco's not here, he can't be. He can't. I can't. Marco sounded so hurt, so dreadfully hurt, that it pained Armin to hear it. Pain and sorrow filled him. Sadness and grief consumed him. Waves of it. Tastes blew across his taste buds in sheets of rainwater, bleeding sugar, and tea and melting chocolate. Armin's mind rejected it. His mind was cold. His mind tasted like freezer burn. He's responding to my thoughts, Armin reasoned. Not here, he can't be. But why not? Marco's smile stretched, and his dimples caved, and Armin stole a glance at him. He averted his gaze just as quickly, his knees wobbling as he pushed himself closer to Jean. Why am I not here, Armin? Armin forced himself to calm his nerves. He tuned into the frequency of both Jean and Marigold simultaneously. He tasted honey, because honey glazed Jean's sun-dried mind, and he tasted sugar cubes because they were stacked in perfect symmetrical pyramids across the landscape of Marigold Springer. And there he saw a new picture of Ilse Langer. Ilse was not unfamiliar to him, as he spent hours poring over the pictures from the Institute, trying to grasp what the hell this girl had meant. The burnt picture had been the most intriguing one. Me and Ilse, it had said. Who and Ilse? Who had taken those pictures, and who had been there for her? Ilse. Armin offered, his voice a distant trail of grief droplets forming on his tongue. He realized that from his soft, shifting voice, one might mistake his desperate tone for eager, as he sensed Jean did. It didn't matter much. Yes, Marigold said, her mind a neat, compact stack of sugar cubes and steadily blooming flowers. Ilse. That's what's been bothering me. That's why I'm actually glad that you bumped into me, because I just can't wrap my head around it. Who wrote that? She pointed to the picture. Why did they write Ilse on it? Armin exhaled. Marco stood beside him, warm eyes blinking confusedly. Well, Marco said, his voice tickling Armin's ear, who else would it be? Well, Armin said, his heart sinking in his chest, who else would it be? Marigold explained something about her great-aunt, Emir, and Armin bit his tongue. There were tears in his eyes, tears of terror, because Marco was in his head. Or Marco was his head. Marco wasn't there, not really, but he responded to every thought Armin let slip through his walled mind, and Marco grasped it and spun it and forced Armin to feel the force of his own mind. His mind tasted like freezer burn. His mind felt like freshly powdered snow. And Marco spoke his thoughts, and Marco turned them around, and Marco had grown from something festering inside Armin's head. Armin was forced to ignore this. He was beginning to understand the connection between Ilse Langner and Emir. There was only one variable missing now. And Armin could probably tear it from her head if he so chose. No, Armin reminded himself. I don't do stuff like that. But of course he did, because he shattered minds and reduced people to empty shells, and forced people to relive their worst memories, and caused them to put guns in their mouths. Armin was not above ripping Emir's secrets from her pretty little head. But he really didn't want to. It's better that way, Marco said gently. Probably to sound reassuring, but his voice just made Armin feel sick. Emir's a lot more powerful than we give her credit for. Armin was reminded that Emir was not affected by his power. It didn't hurt her like it hurt him. He could steal what he wanted, but she just laughed it off. It was horrible, and it burned his head and shriveled his lungs, but it did nothing to her. In Jean's sun-dried mind, the boy recognized something in the photograph of Ilse. Armin listened, feeling unimpressed and a little frustrated. Oh my God, Jean thought, his thoughts blasting in the snow-capped corners of Armin's shivering mind. Oh my fucking God. Ice cracked everywhere he treaded. Armin touched Jean's arm without thinking. He tried to be reassuring. Marco was nodding in approval. Calm down, Armin ordered, surprised at the strength of his own thoughts. He felt like he was crumbling, and being consumed by a great sea of emotions. But he wasn't. He was getting stronger. Tell me what that means. The locket, I mean. Why does it have to mean something? Marco wondered aloud. It's just a locket. Emir just threw that locket onto Marco's grave, Jean thought, breathless and shaky in the framework of his own mind and Armin's. She said it was a family heirloom. She also said Ilse was her grandma, Armin thought firmly. He had to think about it for a little bit. So Emir and Ilse looked almost exactly alike. Emir claimed that Ilse was her grandmother, and that the locket that she possessed, or had possessed, had been an heirloom. Armin formulated two possible conclusions to the nature of these photographs. This is the same Ilse. I'm sure of it. I've seen the pictures from the institute. It's possible that she is both our Emir's grandmother who went by a different name, as well as Connie's great-aunt. Are you two speaking telepathically? Marigold asked, her voice sugary and sharp. That's kinda rude. Habit, Armin admitted. You really are very rude, Marco told him. Armin bit back a retort. Not here, he reminded himself. Very rude. Okay, Jean thought. Okay, that makes sense. It's weird, but it makes sense. But then, who gave Connie his super speed? Armin took the photo from Jean and examined it. Ilse had a familiar face, all sharp, angular corners and clever glows. Her freckles were dark and erratic, bursting across her skin in a familiar pattern. Ilse had been born in the early 20th century. Gams, Armin recalled. Do you mind if we take this? What you're thinking is crazy, Marco gasped by his side. Amazing, but crazy. Are you crazy, Armin? Marigold shook her head. It's yours, she said. I've got copies. I don't know, Armin thought to Jean. I honestly don't know, because when Connie told me that story, he said that Ilse had been a nurse. Emir would have been way too young to pretend to be a nurse by that point, even if my next theory is correct. Are you crazy, Armin? Armin made the mistake of looking up at Marco. His entire body locked in terror, the sight of half a brain peeking out from a shattered face, ice licking across the bridge of his warm-colored nose, all freckled and still warm with life. Nausea swept over Armin, and it broke like a wave across his face. Cold, unforgiving waves of grief sweeping him off his feet. What's your next theory? What's your next theory? Marco asked, his voice screeching in a terrible, shrill echo across the throttling noise of Armin's mind. Go on. Say it. Just say it. Armin felt tears burn his eyes. Looked down at his shoes, hopelessly trying to make sense of his own delusions. Say it, Marco laughed. Are you scared? Are you scared that you're not as smart as you think you are? SHH, Armin spat, gritting his teeth in frustration. No, this was not happening. He was not losing his mind. Not to a hallucination, and not now. Just say it, Armin. SHH. He glanced over his shoulder at Marco, but he was no longer there. He slumped a little in relief. He turned back to Marigold. I'm sorry, what was I saying? Nothing, the girl said, blinking with eyes that were alive enough that Armin could tell the difference now between reality and mind games. At least not that I can hear. Don't panic, Armin told himself. Jean took a mental jab at him, which stunned him so badly that he flinched. Jean was much more comfortable using the mind link than the others were. So comfortable that Armin felt a true link beginning to form, ribbons twisting between his mind and Jean's. He cut it sharply, feeling bitter at himself for being so weak in the face of his own strength. Right, he breathed. He tried to blink the tears away, but it wasn't working. And then he looked at Marigold, and he saw himself standing just behind her, grinning a half, icicle-torn smile. His tongue poked through the hole in his skull, and it was shredded through with bits of ice, frozen blood glossing the chunks of meat on the surface. Snowflakes melted in his twisted, red-flecked blonde hair. Right, He had to close his eyes. Not possible, he reminded himself. Not possible. Not here. Not possible. My head hurts, the other Armin said, somehow, through a half-torn mouth. His bare hand reached up, and scratched at the frozen bulk of a brain exposed through the cracked, shattered skull. Armin watched, sickened, as his long fingers grazed the jagged red bulks of brain tissue sticking out of his half-grinning head. It's cold, and it hurts. We should go get Emir. She can warm it up. Are you okay? Marigold asked, her voice distant and waterlogged. Armin, right? The invisible one. Armin, he mumbled, nodding. Right. That's me. He stared for a moment, utterly lost. That's me. This wasn't right. There was something terribly wrong. What had his theory been, again? Emir, Armin hissed into his own head, angry at his forgetfulness. It's Emir, you have to remember. Remember the way she speaks. Remember. He was so sick, and he was so exhausted, and he looked away from the image of himself, trying to make sense of that and trying to gain something from it. But it had just taken too much from him, too much thought and too much life, and Armin wobbled on his feet, bile trekking up his throat. Armin, what the fuck is your theory? Jean screamed into his head, and the world spun with fury in its winding, shifting movements. Armin. The other boy with his face shouted. Armin, Armin. There's something in our head, Armin. Shall we take it out? His fingers scratched at the frozen bits of brain, and Armin shuddered. Don't yell. Armin reeled back, his mind raw and bleeding ice. Why are you yelling? I'm not, Jean said in a distant rumble. I didn't say a word. You're yelling in my head, Armin said. The other Armin was laughing. You're yelling in my head, and you should stop. Stop yelling. Armin. Cried the boy with his face. What's your theory, Armin? Emir, Armin recalled. He watched bits of iced-over brain matter crash to the floor. She was cryogenically frozen. Armin's lips trembled miserably. I don't understand, he breathed, clapping his hands over his eyes. I don't understand how this is possible. He was losing his mind. He was losing his mind. He felt it pouring from his ears. He watched it fall out of his cracked, icy skull. Armin was in the bathroom suddenly, and suddenly he was puking up words. Words glowed back at him. They carved shallow cuts in the inside of his throat, the roof of his mouth, dragging blood and ice across his tongue. Amirazils. Amirazils. Armin stood sadly over Armin, and he crouched beside him. Armin stared, terrified, into the contents of the toilet. There were no words now. Just bile. He was in a bathroom. Erwin's smell burned his nostrils, the familiar, achingly familiar scent of aftershave, and he felt the man's hand on his back, rubbing warm circles of comfort. There was a boy who looked like him crouching beside him. You know, Armin told himself, tucking a strand of hair behind his own ear. You should consider this, Armin. We're not always right. He was lying in a cell. The scent of piss hung heavily, hotly in the humid air, from the bucket beside his ratty blanket. Cuffs chafed his wrists and ankles, biting his soft skin until it peeled away to reveal nothing but blood and white bones. He'd been here for hours, or days? He didn't know. There was fog misting about his mind. He tried to remember the reason why he was lying in this dingy cell, with chains gnawing at his skinny limbs, but he couldn't. He inhaled the stale scent of his prison, and considered the possibility that he might just deserve this hell. The thing about prison, he thought, is that I can re-evaluate my life and all my sins. But I've done nothing wrong, he said aloud. His voice pitched against the darkened room, and it squeaked miserably. He stared at the blackened ceiling, and lifted his bound hands toward it. I do not think I've done any evil, do you? The darkness was empty as it watched him. He frowned. His cellmate was not very talkative today. Wait, Armin thought. Where am I? Who's in here with me? He was suddenly overwhelmed with terror. He twisted his body to get a better look at the silhouette sitting placidly on the other side of his cell, which was so small and cramped that he could feel the proximity of this person's face, a shadowy stare within arm's reach. The walls were made of timber, and he could almost smell the oak as it scratched against his side. There were no bars on their cell, and it occurred to Armin that he could escape. He sat up, his back cramping from disuse, and his lower abdomen aching terribly from the stiffness of his muscles. I believe, said his fellow prisoner, with a voice so soft that he almost could not hear her, that it is our responsibility to take on whichever punishment is bestowed unto us, be it just or no. Armin found himself snorting in disbelief. I suppose you think I was wrong, he said loftily, to do what I did. You were misguided, she said, her voice steady. But I too am at fault. We've been careless, the both of us. This will end here. You must confess. I'll confess to nothing, Armin spat at her, shifting so his chains clinked together ominously. Nor will you. Hush, the faceless girl said. I meant nothing by mentioning it. I only think it best for us. If you confess, you live. If we confess, there will be nothing left of us, Armin argued. And all that aside, I'm no witch, nor are you. You sound so certain. I am. She sighed, and as she did so Armin felt her thoughts stir uncertainly. How strange it was to be unable to hold on to thoughts. How refreshing. These words aren't mine, Armin thought numbly. Am I dreaming? The cell looked like a dazed memory, but it felt equally vivid in its sense and feelings. Armin looked down at the cuffs binding his wrists, and he felt the blood and dirt caking his skin. What am I doing here? He just didn't get it. This was a prison, but he'd done nothing wrong. Right? Armin flinched as a door opened, pouring a blinding amount of silvery light into the cell blocks. He blinked rapidly to try and adjust his dark-adjusted eyes to the painful brightness of daytime. He was shocked to find himself being dragged to his feet, his shackles bumping ceaselessly against each other, metallic clangs that echoed the frantic beating of his heart. He stole a glance back at his cellmate, and he saw a skinny blonde-haired girl watching him with a hollow gaze. His stomach lurched as he watched her lay her gaunt cheek against the straw-strewn dirt floor, and her chapped lips parted as she closed her eyes. If Armin listened very hard, He could hear the vague beep 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 of her steady heartbeat on a bright monitor screen in some dizzy, distant dream. Armin was dragged out into the sunlight, left to puzzle over the image of the blonde girl in the cell. Krista, he thought. What the hell? He gasped in alarm as a rock was hurled from somewhere in the faceless crowd around him, and it whizzed past his cheek. There was so much shouting, and he couldn't make sense of any of it. They were all spitting words at him like he was something vile. What's going on? Armin asked weakly as his iron cuffs were yanked by the man guarding him. Armin saw his face, long and solemn, and he felt desperate. Jean. The boy looked at Armin with widening eyes, as though he could not believe that he had been recognized, and he turned his face away. Just keep walking, Jean mumbled. Which? Armin's weak legs stumbled on the rocky terrain. The jailhouse opened up onto a great hill. Grassy, with trees arching high into the sky, and vegetation swirling into existence with every shaky, pained step that Armin's shackled feet took. His mouth was dry, and his lips were cracked, but still he spoke, and his voice broke across the jeers and the sneers of the crowd behind him. They quieted at the sound of his voice, and he felt their terror. Is that what you think of me? Jean didn't respond. He couldn't even look Armin in the eye. Armin felt tears prickle in his eyes. It wasn't fair. He'd done nothing wrong, and Jean wouldn't even look at him. What was this? Why was this happening? I want to go home, Armin thought desperately as Jean pulled him by his shackled up the hill. Armin passed a tree, his bare feet snagging on a twisted root, and he stared at the two nooses swinging idly in the breeze. Are you going to hang me? Armin whispered, horrified. You can still confess, Jean said quietly. It doesn't have to be like this. Of course it does. Armin turned his eyes to a congregation of familiar faces. They were standing atop the hill, looking down at him with cold, unfeeling gazes. Armin was dragged before them and forced to his skinny, wobbly knees. Aaron had been the one who had spoken. Aaron, with a chilly gaze, and emotions drained from his face. Armin couldn't breathe. This couldn't be happening. Wake up, Armin thought to himself. Oh God, wake me up. But I haven't done anything wrong, Armin gasped. Liar, sang Mikasa, her black eyes following Armin's face accusingly. All you do is lie. That's not true, Armin blurted. It's who you are, Connie said darkly. You can't change your nature. Please, Armin gasped, tears burning in his eyes as he searched their empty faces. At the foot of the hill, there was a lake. Sunlight bounced off its black, glassy surface, and trees curled in the dark reflection. If Armin looked, he might be able to see his own face tearfully begging for his life. It's not true. Whatever it is you think of me, it isn't true. He's groveling, Mikasa observed. Quit that, witch, Aaron barked. Armin's lips trembled. I'm not. Why are we letting him speak so freely? Sasha asked suddenly. We should gag him. They erupted in cheers of agreement. All of them. Aaron, and Mikasa, and Jean, and Connie, and Sasha, and Berthold, and Reiner, and Hang, and Levi. They all cheered to silence Armin, to prevent him from defending himself. He was on his knees, his wrists and ankles bound, and he stared at them, his friends who wanted him dead, and he choked back a sob. They drew closer to him, and Armin stared in horror, his body slumping in defeat. There was no reasoning with a mob. Especially not a mob of close friends. Stop. Erwin's voice broke Armin. Not his thoughts, nor the air. Armin himself broke at the sound of the man's voice. Tears drifted down his cheeks as the man stepped before him, towering over his skinny frame. His silhouette blotted out the sun. Let the boy speak. Armin smiled bitterly amidst his tears. He glared at his shackles, at the iron biting into his bones. This was the cruelest of punishments, to be brought in front of a crowd of friends who despised him, to be judged by the man who had raised him. Armin wouldn't mind one of those nooses around his neck, not after this pain. You'd give me that privilege, sir? Armin asked numbly. None of your witchery can touch us here, boy, Erwin said. Are we on hallowed ground? Armin closed his eyes. Well, It matters not, because I am no witch. Erwin didn't smile, and Armin didn't expect him to. He knelt in the grass of the said hill, and he wondered how that noose would feel around his neck. Better than this humiliation, than this betrayal. He was certain that nothing could hurt him now that his entire life was against him. He couldn't bear to look at Mikasa and Eren. Vaguely he wondered what they were thinking. You cannot expect us to believe that to be true, Erwin said, watching Armin with his keen blue eyes. Believe what you'd like, Armin said. But I know who I am. That may be entirely within possibility, Erwin said, but do you know what you are? Human. Armin lurched to his feet, and the congregation of friends all inhaled at once, a great sucking gasp of terror. They were afraid of him. Why? What had he done? He recalled Krista's words, that he had been misguided once, but Armin didn't understand. He'd done some terrible things, yes, but nothing to warrant this mob mentality. I do not doubt it, Erwin sighed. But it may be just as well that you are the devil's possession, boy. The devil? Armin almost scoffed. I'm not anyone's possession, sir, and most certainly not any devil's. The devil has hold of you, child, Erwin told him. You must repent. This is ridiculous, Armin thought, staring from blank face to blank face. None of them seemed real. None of them seemed to truly look at Armin, and it was terrifying. Repent? Armin asked vacantly. And what then? What will become of me after the great lot of you determine whether or not I've repented enough? You will tell us who else conspired with the devil, Erwin said, his voice grave. You will help us investigate. You expect me to confess, Armin said uncertainly, to an imaginary crime, and then pin the blame to some other poor soul? I think not. They were all quiet. Armin thought that it was strange, how eerily quiet and empty-faced they were, no emotion toiling inside them, no thoughts to strain inside their minds. Armin tasted nothing. There was nothing for him to consume, nothing for him to connect. These people were not real. These people were just as imaginary as. Erwin stepped aside, and a girl stepped up in his place. Tiny and blonde, with eyes of ice and a frown that made her almost unpleasant to look at. Annie looked up at him, and she jerked her chin. Confess, she demanded. I've nothing to confess, Armin responded. Tell them you are a witch, Annie whispered. They'll spare you. Armin found himself smiling. You assume, Armin said, that I wish to be spared. She searched his face. And she smiled too. Oh, Armin thought very numbly, oh, it really is a dream. If you won't confess, she said, won't you prove your innocence? Armin was struck mute in shock. He'd been preparing to die all along, but he never thought he'd be given the chance to prove that he wasn't guilty. He stood, wobbling, and swaying back and forth, and he heard Erwin whisper, prepare the sister for the gallows. He searched Annie's face, and she smiled wider, and her eyes lit up. You said you trusted me, Armin, she whispered. Trust me now. She offered out her pale hand, and Armin saw it bare to him, white fingers soft and fleshy in the warm sunlight. He had no choice but to take it. His bare fingers held hers uncertainly, for his were dingy and bony, and hers were soft and strong, and she dragged him down the hill. His ankles and wrists were still bound, and his shackles clinked. Behind them, Marco Bod trailed, whistling a familiar tune. Mijn hand sind verschwunden, Marco sang boldly, waving his hands about. Armin squeezed Annie's hand, but found he was squeezing air. He stared ahead of him for a moment, and then looked at her. She'd brought him to the lake at the foot of the hill. The congregation had disappeared. They were all that was left. Them, and the two nooses swinging jauntily from a nearby branch. Here I am, Armin said. Trusting you. You really shouldn't, Annie said quietly. I'm really not very trustworthy. Armin whirled to face her. The black water was still in the heavy air, and reeds poked out from the rocky bank. Mud swallowed Armin's bare feet as he took a step toward the girl. This means something, Armin thought. Dreams are just another part of my mind. And my mind is telling me something here. Pay attention. Annie looked at him, and her expression was not like the empty faces of the friends who had accused Armin of lying and witchcraft. She looked sad, her eyes watching his face solemnly. "You make no sense," Armin said, breaking out of his perfunctory stupor. He'd been speaking as the dream had commanded, but now he saw it to be a dream, and now he felt the world around him to be a fabrication of his own sick delusions. "You want me to trust you, and then you say shit like that. I'm sick of it." Annie grinned. "You never trusted me at all," she said brightly, pale hair falling into one glistening eye. "You only pretended." "I wasn't pretending," Armin said uncertainly. "And there you go," Annie sighed loftily, lying again. "You really should open up, Armin. Secrets are dangerous. Take it from someone who knows." Armin listened to her, his mind sinking slowly back into the sweet, blissfully foggy trance of the dream around him. He dragged himself out of it, and grabbed her hands furiously. They felt so real, soft and warm against his bare skin, and it was so strange, because Armin knew Annie's touch, and it was the exact opposite of this vivid reverie. Annie looked surprised, and her teasing expression faded. She was pretending too, this dream girl. She was pretending to smile and tease, because she wanted it to affect him, but it didn't. It only made him want to break out of this mindless prison even more. "You killed Marco," Armin said. He was reminding her, and he was reminding himself. Marco stood beside them, and laughed. Annie smiled too. "Was it because he knew a secret, Annie?" "Does it matter?" Annie asked, blinking up at Armin tiredly. "This isn't about him. It's about you. You liar." "You're the liar," Armin snapped, squeezing her tiny hands. "You made me trust you, and then you killed our friend." "He was never my friend," Annie said miserably. "And neither were you." Armin didn't know why that stung so badly. Maybe because he wasn't sure if that was true or not. He had been distrustful of Annie for long enough that he'd been wary to befriend her. "At least I know when I'm lying," Annie had said once. It was truly terrible to be lost in his own mind, in his own lies. Had he been telling it true when he had called Annie his friend? Or had he just been trying to gain her trust so she would tell him what the hell she was guarding so tightly? He felt his molars grind together in frustration. No. He didn't care. He didn't care how genuine he had been, Annie was his friend. No matter what she did, and no matter what he thought, he would accept that to be a truth. He exhaled sharply, and raised his head high. "I'm not lying." Armin's voice broke like a thunderclap. Rain guttered into existence above his head, soaking his rags so they plastered themselves to his skinny frame like a ratty second skin. Marco took Armin by the arm, and Annie tore her hands from his. "You really are my friend, and I really did trust you. You're the one who's been lying." "I suppose," Marco said sadly, "that's what any witch would say." "I'm not a witch," Armin stated furiously. Rain pattered around him, causing the lake to overflow and lap over his calves. He inhaled, and water filled his mouth. "And I'm not lying." "Prove it," Annie whispered. She smiled, and looked to the splashing, churning black lake. Rain left hollow pits in its chaotic surface. Armin realized what she wanted. "Your lies will weigh you down. And my supposed witchcraft will let me float," he hissed. "I can't win with you. Don't you trust me?" Armin was blinded by rain now, and it was nothing but a vacant voice flooding into his head. There was no discerning who spoke, and there was no fighting it. "I have to wake up," he thought as Annie took his other arm, and both dead boy and murderess dragged Armin with all his shackles and all his bony limbs, and pulled him into the shallows of the gushing lake. Tears stung his eyes. "I trust you," Armin said numbly. "I have to wake up. But I don't want to die." "You won't," Marco murmured into his ear. "We won't let that happen. Just trust me," Annie laughed, her face a blur of rainwater and ice clinging to her drooping eyes. He felt her soft skin on his lips, and at first he thought it was her hand, but then he realized it was her mouth, and he was suddenly dizzy with panic and horror, and he twisted his neck so hard it gave a shudder of protest, and her lips dragged icicles across his flushed, wet cheek. "I have to wake up," he thought, close to sobbing. "It's sea cold," he stammered, waist deep in the overflowing lake. Rain licked his tear-streaked face, and ice stung his eyes. Do I have to do this? You have to prove your innocence, Marco said. I've done nothing wrong. Armin's lips were numb, and he could not feel his feet or fingers any longer. His arms felt heavy. Please don't make me do this. I thought we were your friends, Annie said, one of her tiny hands gripping his shoulder. Marco held the other. Friends don't drown each other, he gasped, rain filling his mouth and ears. I have to wake up, I have to. Friends don't lie, Marco said darkly. Armin choked on a sob, and Marco hushed him, and Annie brushed his tears away, and they both laughed as they put pressure on his shoulders, and he was forced onto his back and into the frigid, rain-swollen lake. Water filled his eyes and sunk into his nostrils and sloshed in his mouth. He couldn't fight them. He saw their faces above him, distorted by the shifting water and rain splattering in a rush of bullets, rings darting across Armin's vision. He couldn't tell which one was which. They held his shoulders, pinning them to the hard porcelain floor of the lake, and he convulsed as he felt the water rush into his lungs, and he tried to lash out at them but his ankles and wrists were bound, and he was too weak to fight. He opened his mouth and screamed, but all that came out was a muffled choking sound, water crashing into the back of his throat and swelling up inside his lungs and inside his stomach and inside his eyes, and he stopped screaming when he realized he was wasting his precious last breaths, and that he was a fool. Two silhouettes became one. The rain had stopped abruptly, and the pressure had lifted from his shoulders somewhat, but his lungs were about to burst from the water inside them. Armin wanted to wake up from his terrible dream so badly, he was willing to let darkness take over his vision. Just a little more water, and then he'd wake up. He was dragged back to the surface, and out of reflex he gulped a breath and choked on the mixture of water and air that clogged his throat. The world was spinning, and his head was throbbing, and everything in him ached. His body was cramped inside a small space, and water lapped at his neck as he coughed and writhed and squinted through the blinding white light that had burst across his line of vision. Cold-used hands were grasping him, and he felt a shudder of panic and worry zip through a permanent link, and through the ice and water that danced inside his mouth, he tasted peppermint. Armin, Mikasa was saying, over and over and over and over, and he coughed into her shoulder as she scooped him up into her arms, water pouring from his bony body, causing his pajamas to stick uncomfortably to his chest and legs. He coughed and spasmed, blinking blindly into the light of the bathroom. Where? Armin choked, the scent of her hair filling his burning nostrils as she hugged him very close, rubbing his dripping, ruddy arms, and he shivered in shock and disgust and cold. He was so cold. Where, oh my god. Armin was stunned and shuddering, coughing up water onto the bathroom floor. His vision began to adjust, and the tile stung his flesh as Mikasa distributed him carefully against the tub, smoothing his damp hair away from his face. He was home, he realized, his eyes darting around the bathroom. He was somehow home. How did I get here? Oh my god, oh Armin leaned his pounding head back against the slippery porcelain, and he coughed, a sob blooming in his chest. Mikasa, what happened? What happened? Mikasa's face hovered in front of him, and it was almost hazy, fuzzy around the corners, and Armin's heart stuttered at the thought that this could be a dream. You. Armin, do you know what you were doing just now? I don't. He coughed miserably, water dribbling down his chin and tears filling his eyes, blurring her face even further. I don't even know how I got here. He inhaled a gulp of air, and it tasted cold and stale, and he choked on a cough and a gasp, clutching at his chest. His skin chafed painfully, and his wrists twisted together. He looked down, and he saw that his wrists were bound with a tightly wound washcloth. So were his ankles. He stared in horror, his mind recognizing this. In his dream, he'd been wearing iron shackles. Mikasa whispered, pressing her hand to his heaving chest. Don't panic. I don't want to leave you to try and find your inhaler. Just breathe. In through your nose, and out through your mouth. Armin did what she told him to, and he felt a little better, but he was still coughing and shivering and bound. As he sat, his pajamas clinging to his pale skin, sticking to his bones, he recalled that he had been at Connie's. How did he get all the way across the country in such a short period of time? We've all be home for a few hours, Mikasa said. She must have heard the thought sail through his brain, and he exhaled, water slipping through his lips. He was quaking against the ocean he had spilt onto the chilly white tile. You were out for most of the trip, but you woke up and went to your room almost immediately, because you said your head hurt. Do you not remember that? No, Armin mumbled, staring miserably down at his bound wrists. I don't even remember blacking out. Mikasa nodded, and she stood up. Armin noticed she was in her pajamas as well, her tight sports bra and baggy sweatpants, and he coughed and groaned. His head was splitting apart, little fragments sailing into his brain. It was disgusting. He tried to slip his wrists out of the cloth bindings, but he found they were tied too tightly. He didn't know how that was possible. Who had tied him up? He bit at the knot, gnawing at it and feeling like a rabid animal caught in a trap, but he couldn't care. He was too terrified and confused to give a shit anymore. He yanked, and attempted to dredge up all the knowledge Erwin had bestowed upon Armin about knot work. This was a slipknot, but a secure one. Armin could undo it. He just needed the right leverage. He paused, his teeth still scratching against the knot as he watched Mikasa walk to the center of the room. He dropped his bound wrists into his lap in shock. She stood between two expertly made nooses, examining both carefully for a moment, or two, or 7, and Armin coughed. Oh, Armin thought in awe. Oh. I was awake that entire time. I was awake, and hallucinating. This was getting out of hand. The hallucinations hadn't come out of nowhere, but Armin was sure that they were coming too fast. The pace of them was unlike anything he could handle. He just kept having them. One after the other, each worse than the previous. And they were becoming dangerous too. That was clear by the nooses. And the drowning. How could I have done this to myself? Armin wondered, peering down at the knots binding his wrists and ankles. Mikasa yanked down a noose, which was attached rather poorly to the light fixture, and he watched her unravel it. It was a towel. He shuddered and coughed, and he let her wrap his supposed execution tool around his shoulders very carefully, mopping up the water from his judgment. You passed out in the bathroom at Connie's house, Mikasa told him. We immediately decided it was probably best to go home, so we dropped Jean off and, well, here we are. Hang left when we got back, because Levi and Aaron missed their next check-in. She ran the downy towel across Armin's trembling lips, and when he glanced into the large wall mirror beside him, he saw that his reflection was not really anyone he recognized. He was an emaciated skeleton of a boy, with hollow eyes and blue lips and splotchy skin. His hair was plastered to his pallid forehead, and his bloodless cheeks, and he shuddered. There's something wrong with me, Armin whispered into Mikasa's damp shoulder. Her skin was warm, painfully warm, and he shivered in shock. She tousled his hair with the towel, and she shook her head. There's nothing wrong with you, she tried to reassure him. He didn't have the strength to glare at her, so instead he stared at his bound wrists. I'm losing my mind, he said aloud for the first time. It tasted sour. At least I know when I'm lying. No, she said sharply, dropping the towel and grabbing his wrists. Her touch was almost a little too harsh, but she amended it by yanking the slipknot out of place. Relief lanced through him as blood rushed back into his hands, and he rubbed the inflamed skin with trembling fingers. You're not. You were sleepwalking, Armin. That's all. Armin wanted to tell her about the dream he had, the witch trials and the drowning, and Marco's laughter filling Armin's mouth like burnt cookie dough and Annie's lips freezing on his, but he couldn't. He didn't know if she could hear these thoughts, but by the way she continued to work at unteeing him, he assumed she didn't. But what if I am? He wondered, flexing his feet as they were unbound. The damp washcloths were tossed into a sloppy pile near the mirror. I can't be around any of you if I'm crazy. I might hurt you. He shook his head furiously. You'd have to lock me up somewhere with no human contact. It would never come to that, she said firmly, taking his face in her calloused hands. He stared into her hazy face, and he wished he could believe her. Trust me. He almost jerked away from her at those words, but he reined himself. This was Mikasa, and he trusted her fully. I had a dream, Armin thought to her, staring desperately into her eyes, that all my friends thought I was a witch, and you called me a liar, and thought I should be gagged. It sounded almost stupid now that he thought about it. But Mikasa didn't smile. Her eyes darkened, and her fingers slipped from his face. He could hear the sound of rushing in the halls, and he tasted the familiar, but unexplored territories of Reiner and Berthold's minds. It was just a nightmare, she told him gently. So gently, in fact, that Armin actually found himself feeling a little better. I almost drowned, Armin said as Berthold and Reiner burst into the room. The door had been open, so it was likely they had just heard the choking. Or, maybe, the screaming, if that had been real. Some of that dream wasn't just a dream, Mikasa. He saw her lips tug downward into a frown, and she stood up. She whirled around, and jerked her chin at Berthold and Reiner. Can you two watch him while I get him clothes and his inhaler? What happened? Reiner gasped, pushing into the room and dodging the noose. He blinked at it confusedly, and then dropped down beside Armin. You okay, little dude? Armin had to suppress a smile. I think so, he murmured, bundling the towel around him. I don't really know what happened. This is a good knot, Berthold said suddenly, reaching up to examine the extra noose. Pretty expertly made, did you? I don't. He had to have done it. Who else could have? Armin sighed, and he shrugged. I guess. I don't remember it, though. Berthold nodded vacantly. Reiner lowered his gaze, and Armin could sense that they were both hiding something. He coughed, and sat up a little straighter. Mikasa had left the room, and he was left to shiver on the floor. This sucked so badly, and Armin wasn't really sure what to do about it. He turned his face to Reiner, and searched it desperately. Can you go get Erwin? He croaked, feeling a little ashamed and childish. But he couldn't help it. He really needed to talk to Erwin right now, and the man ought to know what had happened. Reiner nodded eagerly, and jumped to his feet. Sure thing, he said, patting Armin's wet hair. Just stay here, okay? Don't, Reiner glanced at the noose. Yeah. Stay here. Bertel, keep an eye on him. Yeah, Berthold said. Sure. Reiner left very quickly, and Armin curled further into the downy fabric shrouding him. He pressed his lips to the towel, looking up at Berthold curiously. The boy was avoiding his gaze. Armin sighed, and shifted in discomfort, his wet clothes chafing against his skin. This was getting so out of hand. Armin would need to talk to someone about this, a psychiatrist or a doctor of some sort. The only thing really stopping him from running blindly into the night until he got to the nearest hospital was the fact that no one could know about his powers. And doctors were so touchy. Doctors aren't the only one. Armin stiffened. The sound of his own voice was enough to send a wave of nausea sweeping over him. Not again, he thought. I won't fall for this again. He glared at the inflamed rings around his wrists from where the washcloth had bit into his skin. He bit the inside of his cheek, and wondered what it would be like to be completely isolated from humanity. He would hate it. He would loathe it, because he would not be able to live in such a desolate state. Are you thinking of locking yourself away? His reflection asked from beside him, for our benefit? Or for theirs? If Armin twisted his head to the side for just a moment, he'd be able to glimpse his bright-eyed reflection, curiously pressing itself against the glass dividing them. It was not something Armin wanted to see, but he stole a glance anyway, and his reflection grinned, and raised his chin. There was a ring of inflamed skin around his neck. Hua, his reflection sang, pressing his pale hands to the glass. I know you hear me. Answer me, Armin. He would have to be heavily sedated, wherever they put him. He'd probably have to live on morphine and applesauce for the rest of his life. He didn't know if he'd be able to handle that. Maybe if he just went away, lived as a hermit, and let the hallucinations play their course. Then maybe it'd be okay, and Armin could still live some semblance of a life. It won't help anyone, his reflection sighed. Especially not us. Shut up, Armin murmured, pulling his knees to his chest. He needed to think clearly, but all this reflection, this hallucination was giving him was grief. Berthold was watching him with his dark eyes drooping. There was recognition there. Armin could see it. Here's my chance to ask him about Emir, Armin thought eagerly. Oh, the reflection said loftily, yes. Ask him about Emir. Ask him about where she is now. Ask him about the nooses. I said shut up, Armin mumbled, rubbing his temples irritably. Right. Emir. Berthold. Fire. Possession. Right? God, this was so messed up. He needed to update his video diaries in order to get a grasp on what he was actually theorizing. Right now it was all too muddled, and he'd almost killed himself. He needed to let that sink in. I actually almost killed myself, Armin thought, by drowning, and by a noose. 2 nooses, his reflection reminded. Oh my God, Armin gasped, twisting to glare at the mirror. His own face smiled placidly back. It's weird, his reflection said, cocking his head. Damp blonde hair curled across his eyes. Don't you think? I think so. And I'm you. 2 nooses. 1 us. Well, technically. Stop it, Armin hissed. 2 nooses, Armin sang through the mirror. 2 witches. Shut up. Armin clamped his hands over his ears, and he squeezed his eyes shut, but he couldn't block out the sound of his own voice. Why are there 2? He asked himself. Who else was going to hang? Why are there 2? I said, Armin spat, lurching to his feet and grabbing the first thing he could find from the countertop, a bottle of unopened shampoo, and he hurled it at the mirror. Shut up. The mirror cracked. An actual crack spider webbed across the face of the mirror, appearing violently and urgently, a dent in the flawless design. His reflection sat on the floor, staring up at him with his shattered expression, utterly unimpressed. He rested his arms against his propped-up knees, and twisted ever so slightly to meet Armin's furious gaze. The other boy looked positively bored with Armin's display of violence. That was rude, the other Armin said. I'm only trying to help. Armin's heart was beating very hard in his chest, and he exhaled sharply. He needed to get himself together. This was getting out of hand. And Armin was more rational than this. There's something wrong here, he thought, glaring at his reflection. But I'm missing a variable. I'm missing something. So he whirled around, and pushed the thought of his reflection out of his mind, his eyes darting to the single noose still hanging from the light fixture. 2 nooses, Armin said breathlessly. He swallowed very hard, and pushed his damp, twisting hair from his forehead. Why are there 2 nooses? Berthold's gaze couldn't hold Armin's, and he turned his face away. I don't know, you did it, not me. Armin stood, feeling a little jostled by these revelations about his state of mind. He couldn't let it hurt him now, not when he was so close to the truth. Do you think I'm crazy? Armin asked softly. Berthold gave a sharp, bitter laugh. His dark eyes rose finally, meeting Armin's in a tired sort of defeat. Of course not, he said. How could I? Armin chose to ignore the snickering of his own reflection. And he remembered, with a sudden bout of guilt, that Berthold was schizophrenic. He looked down at his bare toes, wriggling against the wet tile, and he sighed. Does it ever get like this for you? He asked, wondering if he sounded insensitive. Screaming, and not knowing why, or how you got to where you are. No, Berthold said, shuffling his feet a little. My problems are more anxious than anything, really. He pressed his lips together, and shot a look at the door. Well, it's like having someone breathing down your neck every moment of every day, and the voice just lingers, saying the same words over and over. Sometimes the words will change, especially if I just skin someone, but usually it's repetitive, which makes it easier to ignore. Berthold blinked rapidly, and straightened suddenly, looking alarmed. Perhaps he was surprised at himself. What do they tell you? Armin asked. Berthold squeezed his eyes shut, and he exhaled shakily. I don't want to talk about it, he said hurriedly, folding his arms around his stomach. What about you? The reflection had gone quiet, and when Armin glanced at it, he saw that it was no longer sitting in boredom, but rather showing the nervous expression that was truly there. It asked me, Armin said, why there were 2 nooses. Berthold said nothing. He looked up at the rope dangling from the ceiling, and frowned. So Armin turned to face him once again. It also asked me to ask you about Emir. Emir. Berthold looked surprised, and he stammered. Why? Armin stared at the noose. 2 nooses, he murmured, 2 witches. 2 nooses. 2 witches. 2 prisoners. Armin stared and stared at the noose until the shape of it was caught inside his eyes and imprinted there when he looked into the blackened hall. 2 nooses, he blurted, lurching toward the door in a panicked revelation. Berthold cried out, and caught Armin around the waist before he could make it out the door. Let Berthold, please, let go. I have to watch you, Berthold gasped, struggling to keep hold of Armin's tiny, slippery frame. Armin groaned, and he glared at the door frame. Shit, he mumbled. 2 nooses. I'm so stupid. He might have laughed, if he wasn't so scared. 1 for me. Armin pushed at Berthold's chest, and squeezed himself through the opening in his arms, slipping and stumbling as he skidded against the floor. And 1 for my cellmate. What? Berthold asked weakly. In the dream. Armin pushed himself to his feet, his heart pounding in time with his head. Very hard, and very harshly. Everyone was in the dream, except Armin paused in the doorway, for Berthold had stopped trying to fight him. He felt dizzy, so he grasped the door frame, and frowned into the darkened hall. Where's Krista? Berthold stared at him, and his gaze was so frightened and confused that Armin could feel it at his back, and taste the terror there. In her room. Berthold offered. Why? I couldn't hurt Krista if I tried, Armin reminded himself. She'd beat me up easily. But still, there was a nagging feeling in his stomach that he was missing something, and Krista was part of that. She had been his cellmate, after all. She'd been accused of witchcraft too. And Armin's mind, as tricky and sick as it was, seemed anxious to give him puzzles to sort through. This was just another equation he needed to solve. But there was a variable he couldn't find, and it was killing him. Mikasa appeared before him, her eyes darting between them. She had a pile of clothes in her arm, and a frown pulling at her lips. She's not there, she said, pushing the pile into Armin's arms. He felt his heart sink at those words. What do you mean? He asked anxiously. Krista and Emir aren't in their rooms, she said, glancing between Armin and Berthold. I went to wake Krista up to see if she might be able to help you somehow, but she wasn't there, so I checked Emir's room. Emir. Armin swallowed, and he shook his head. No. We can't trust Emir. What do you mean? Berthold asked, his voice cracking nervously. Armin whirled to face him, and he nearly toppled over from the wave of nausea that hit him. Armin took a deep breath, and he swayed on his feet. Shit. I can't think right now. Then don't think, Mikasa said calmly. Just get dressed. I'll make you some soup. Krista and Emir aren't important right now. But we can't trust Emir, Armin hissed, feeling stupid and silly, but he knew it was true. Okay, she said firmly, staring down into his eyes. We can't trust Emir. I believe you. But I don't care about Emir. I care about you freezing to death. Armin wanted to argue that a few minutes in a freezing tub wouldn't kill him, but it was pointless. But Emir's with Krista, he said, searching her face. Emir would never hurt Krista, Berthold said, tugging the noose down from the light fixture. His head was bowed, and his shoulders were slumped. She's probably safer with her, really. But there were two. Armin clamped his mouth shut. No one was listening to him. It meant nothing to them, this omen, this taunting revelation that there was something very clearly wrong with all of this. So instead of arguing, he nodded slowly. Yeah, you're probably right. He needed to see reason. She's probably fine. He had to make sense of this. She's probably safer. Mikasa nodded. She jerked her chin at Berthold, who kicked the towel noose out into the hall as he left the room. He glanced at Armin as he stood in the dark hallway, and he twisted his hands together and bit his lip. I really don't know anything about Emir, he said. Armin stood in the freezing bathroom, his body shuddering, his heart pounding, his brain splitting in two. And he stared into Berthold's eyes, and let himself part the sea of strangled voices that muddled the boy's weary head. Inside Berthold's mind, he saw a glimpse of fire, and a stinging truth. Liar, Armin sang inside Berthold's head. He slammed the door shut. After Armin had gotten dressed, feeling moderately better, and less like he was about to freeze in place, he exited the bathroom and contemplated the future paths he could take. He could continue to distrust Emir with zero basis, while trusting Annie, with absolutely zero basis, and he was beginning to wonder if he should just distrust everyone on principle. Unless, of course, he'd been doing that all along. The point was, Emir definitely knew things that she was careful to keep from Armin's prying mind. Like Annie, she was hiding in her own head, only she was actually discreet. Emir could easily hide in plain sight, while Annie had difficulty learning the difference between guarding and walling. The only reason Emir had lasted so long without Armin's notice was because she didn't hide everything from him. She let him see parts of her, figuring that he didn't care to dig any deeper. And she'd played him. Annie didn't want him in her head at all. It made her conspicuous. Then there was Berthold, who knew things, but was too confusing to read properly. Armin would not even attempt to forge a real link with him, because it would probably kill them both. Well, not literally, but it'd be excruciating. And Reiner? Well, his mind was just really fucking weird. Armin tasted panic as Reiner burst into the kitchen, glancing between the Armin, Mikasa, and Berthold. He was breathing rather heavily. Reiner said, rubbing the back of his neck. Guys? Erwin's not here. What? A shiver of panic bent across his spine. Are you sure? I searched literally every room in this apartment, Reiner gasped, throwing his hands up. I swear. I went into his room 3 times. I checked Hank's lab. Hell, I even went into Levi's room, and fuck I'm ever doing that again, it's creepy as shit. Armin slumped in his stool as Mikasa ladled soup into the bowl in front of him. His stomach turned, but the broth was clear, and Armin couldn't remember the last time he had eaten, so he picked up a spoon and carefully fanned at the steam rising from the surface. He pushed the liquid around idly, listening to its swoosh against the walls of the bowl. That's really strange, Armin said. He usually tells me when he leaves in the middle of the night. Does this happen often? Mikasa asked, pushing the pot she had used to a cool burner, and turning off the stove. No, he said, staring down at his soup. He almost missed living alone with Erwin. It was easier then, and it hurt so much less. But Erwin's an adult. I never asked where he went out of respect for his privacy. Oh my god, Reiner gasped, thumping his fist onto the counter. I've got it. Erwin's got a mistress. Armin side-eyed him. He took a spoonful of soup and pressed the scalding liquid to his mouth to keep from saying something he'd regret. It made his eyes water, and his stomach turn, but he swallowed it in all its burning glory. It seared his throat and sent his chest ablaze. Armin thinks that's fucking stupid, Mikasa told Reiner matter-of-factly. Armin nearly choked. Reiner's thick eyebrow shot upward, and he grinned broadly. Oh yeah? Reiner asked. Well, Armin can tell me that himself. Armin carefully pulled the spoon from his lips, and flushed. Well, he said, it's not outside the realm of possibilities, but Erwin's never had reason to keep a girlfriend from me. Well, he wasn't gonna get it on with anyone with your precious baby ears in proximity, Reiner snorted. Armin blinked as the boy's massive knuckles rapped gently against the damp crown of his head. And your precious baby mind. What would that even be like, hearing their minds while they... I can't read Erwin's mind, Armin cut him off. But I imagine it'd be unpleasant. But trust me, that's not the case here. Okay, well, fine. Reiner collapsed on the stool beside Armin. He's not with his secret lover. Then where the hell did he go? I don't know, Armin said softly. Sometimes his power leads him to strange places. Okay, well, real talk. Reiner leaned back as Armin continued to spoon soup into his mouth. His stomach objected, but his mind forced his hand. He needed to eat. No adults, no school. Right. Yeah, Mikasa said. Besides, Armin isn't okay enough to go to school. Thanks, Armin said, feeling a little bitter despite knowing it was true. You guys can go back to sleep if you want. I don't think so. Mikasa watched him with her dark eyes narrowing. You won't fall asleep, so neither will I. How do you? Armin saw the look in her eye, and he wondered just how much of his mind she could see into. It seemed the more exposed she was to him, the more she felt for him, and the more open his thoughts were to her. You don't have to do that. Just eat. She leaned away from the stove, and glanced between the three boys standing before her. Armin felt like their little army had dwindled. And it was a scary thought. But he did as he was told, and scooped up as much soup as he could handle, the warm broth trickling down his throat. It was almost a nice feeling, if not for the aching nausea. When he was done, the four of them decided to relocate to the living room. Reiner had declared that he wouldn't rest until Armin felt better, and Berthold just looked down. Armin could try and steal his thoughts again, but he was too exhausted, so he left the poor boy alone. They all crammed themselves onto one couch, a large blanket shared between them as they debated on movies to watch. In the end they let Armin pick, and without hesitation he chose Les Miserables. The movie took his mind off his concern for Eren, his distrust of Emir, his fear for his sanity, and his deepening exhaustion. They spent a few hours killing time like this until it was mid-morning, and Armin was falling asleep on Mikasa's shoulder. He finally decided to go to bed, and he ducked out of the living room and into the hall. Mikasa called out to his mind, the taste of her reassuring him that he was safe here. If something is wrong, she thought to him, I'll know. He was glad for that. He entered his room, which was messy than how he'd left it, and he realized it must have been because Mikasa had searched for his inhaler. She probably had not found it, because it wasn't in his room. He sighed, and drifted toward his computer. As he did so, he noticed his notebook open beside it, words bleeding against the page. It wasn't in any language that Armin recognized, and he brought it closer to the light pooling in through his window. He realized, stunned, that it was in English, and his eyes had mixed up the words in which he had read. Don't trust anyone. It was written in his own handwriting. Armin didn't remember writing anything down, of course, so he quickly closed the notebook and tossed it onto the desk. He quickly checked his video diaries to make sure he didn't make one in his sleep, but thankfully there was nothing new except for a news clipping from the brigade's website. It was stamped 7 years ago, and it was about a fire in Oklahoma that killed a woman and left a boy motherless. Armin stared at the screen blankly. He closed his laptop, and he pulled the shade down over his window, and he lay down on his bed, his aching limbs shuddering with relief. Don't trust anyone? That was impossible. Armin wasn't incredibly trusting by nature, but there were just some people he couldn't turn away from. Mikasa, for one, and Eren for sure. Erwin was someone Armin didn't want to trust, but it hurt not to. And now he curled up against his mattress and puzzled over Erwin's disappearance. There had to be a reason he hadn't informed Armin, and it couldn't be because Armin had been resting. Erwin simply didn't care if Armin was sleeping or not. If he wanted to tell Armin something, he would tell him no matter what. So what had Erwin been avoiding? Armin buried his face in his pillow, and he mentally ticked off the things he knew about Emir. She'd been possessed. She was possibly 100 years old. She was very important to the Institute for some obscure reason, because of Ilse, who she possibly was. Of course, that left the question of who the woman who had given Connie his super speed was if not Ilse Langner. You're working yourself too hard. Armin opened his eyes, and saw Marco's face hovering very close to his. At this point it did not surprise him. The freckles dotting his warm skin could not be discerned by Armin's hazy vision. I need my glasses, he thought bitterly. He stared at Marco's face, and the boy stared back innocently, and then he smiled brightly. He was kneeling, his elbows resting on the edge of Armin's mattress. What is it? Marco asked. You look like you've seen a ghost, Armin. You really need to leave me alone, Armin whispered. Mikasa no. What? Marco leaned away from him, and looked around vacantly. Am I not allowed in your room? We're not doing anything bad, are we? He laughed again, and it was a bright, teasing sound that almost made Armin feel better. If not for the fact that it came out of a dead boy's mouth. I don't want her to know how bad this is getting, Armin sighed, rolling onto his back so he no longer had to look at Marco. The ceiling was remarkably less pleasant to look at. I shouldn't even be talking to you. I'm just adding fuel to the fire. I thought we were friends, Marco said, sounding a little hurt. I helped you control your power a little, remember? Now you're just making it worse. Armin kept his feelings in check. He wouldn't let himself get panicked over this, and he wouldn't let the thoughts slip through the link established between himself and Mikasa. He had to remember that he was in control here. And I definitely didn't know you well enough to instigate this kind of torture. Go haunt Jean, or something. Jean doesn't deserve that sort of grief, Marco whispered. Armin refused to glance at him. He yawned, and stretched his arms behind his head. And I do. Armin didn't expect Marco to answer. Right. Of course. Because I'm a liar. We're all liars, Marco said gently. Not just you. But it's not like I know when I'm lying, Armin sighed. Not really. Annie made me realize that I lie without even thinking. I think I'm telling the truth, but then it turns out I'm not. She's completely frozen a chunk of my mind. She does have that affect, Marco admitted dryly. Armin smiled. His subconscious was a horrible place, with this sort of humor thrown about at the expense of a dead comrade. I'm going to sleep, Armin declared, flipping onto his side so his back faced Marco. Go away. You're being really rude, you know. Marco sighed. It's not like I have anyone to talk to. You're the only one that listens, you know. I talk and talk, but no one spares me a glance except you. And you're not even scared of me, not really, and that makes me so happy, Armin. Why should I leave when being around you makes me so happy? That's really creepy, Armin mumbled, closing his eyes. His ears were ringing from the residue of Marco's words. They sounded so sweet, and yet they felt poisonous inside the chilly depths of Armin's mind. Don't trust anyone, he reminded himself. Especially not this thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that, Marco said gently. But you won't make me go away by wishing me gone. You'll need to try a lot harder. Armin squeezed his eyes shut, and willed himself to go to sleep. But lucidity plagued him. He hated it, and wished for fog to numb his senses. He'd almost take back the witch trial dream just to be rid of this apparition. He stayed like this for a very long time, never turning his head to see if Marco was still there. Mikasa never came to check up on him, thank God, but it also made him feel empty and alone when he fell into a dreamless sleep, and awoke to pure darkness. There was someone knocking at his door, and he sat up groggily, feeling as though there was water clogging his ears and nose, and putting pressure on his cluttered brain. Seaman, he called thickly, rubbing the sleep from his watery eyes. Light poured in from the hallway, and Armin saw Marco was gone. Thank God. He glanced back at the doorway, and a tiny figure stood a little disgruntled and a little breathless, a black silhouette against the blinding white hall. Oh, Krista gasped, flicking on the light. I'm sorry. She threw a glance into the hall, and shuffled into Armin's room, kicking the door closed behind her. Did I wake you up? No, Armin said, shaking his head. Nope. He smiled very weakly, and blinked blearily at her as he stifled a yawn. Are you okay? Yes, she blurted, and he could tell that she had spoken without thinking, for her entire body slumped, and she took a deep breath. Well, no. Not really. Amir. She inhaled very deeply, and then sighed. That's not important, really, not right now. Armin felt a little stunned. He squinted at Krista, trying to understand what this girl was feeling with all her mixed gestures and uncertain words and strained voice. She looked to be a complete wreck, and she acted like it too. It was very clear that she was lost, and probably a little scared. Where were you? Oh. Krista rested her back against his door, and she sighed breathlessly. Armin squinted at her tiny frame, and he crawled across his bed and reached for his glasses on his nightstand. When he was able to see her clearly, he noticed how utterly disastrous she looked. Her hair was in a messy ponytail, sticking up all around her head, and dirt caked its pale strands, and her flushed skin was grimy. She looked as though she'd been digging a hole all day, and her clothes didn't say anything to deter that thought. She was wearing black mud-stained leggings, and boots caked in cracked grayish-brown clay. Soot licked up her bare arm, which had a torn, tinged blue sleeve. The rest of her sweater was in one piece, but blackened from dirt and soot as well. And yet she looked no worse for wear. There was not a scratch on her. Emir and I went to the institute. Armin sat up very straight. Why? He asked eagerly. Erwin and Hang and Levi already searched it. We were both curious about different things, Krista said softly. We had this conversation before, Armin, remember? He sat, stunned, and he shook his head mutely. No. He didn't remember. When had that been? Krista merely sighed again, and she kept looking at his face, her brow furrowing, and then her eyes darting away nervously. They always trailed back with curiosity glowing deeply there. Well, she said, this is weird. She pushed her hair behind her ears, and she straightened up. I want to know something, Armin. Why did you call me Historia? What? Armin was at a loss. I've never. It struck him as strange now to look at Krista, her pretty face and her mind out of reach, and he realized he had no idea if she was real or not. Was this a dream too? I don't know what you're talking about. Historia, Krista repeated. You said it to me at the brigade's headquarters in Philadelphia. Remember? You were close to having a seizure, maybe, and you called me Viti, and then Krista, and then Historia. I don't remember that, Armin whispered, horrified. The name was familiar, and he looked at her face, searched it desperately. Oh, he thought. Right. Of course. Why didn't I think of it before? He didn't have much information about Beta's mission, but he knew that they had succeeded because Emir had brought up Rice's daughter to him. Historia. It had broken him. Historia Rice. Yes. She stared at him, and she pushed off the door, looking almost eager. Yes, that's me. Do you remember me? Remember? He was lost again. Wait, hold on a minute. You're Historia Rice. The president's daughter. She sighed, and rolled her eyes. She looked a little impatient. Yes, she said. That's an inconsequential detail. It really isn't, he argued, brow furrowing. Well, at the moment, it's not important. Krista Historia? Whoever this tiny blonde girl was, she seemed to have gotten fiercer in her journey. But I really need to know how you knew my name. I have no idea, he said, his eyes widening, honest. I don't even. But a memory surfaced then, something that had been triggered by a massive mind wipe. His own memory glinting in the depths of his empty past. He stared at Historia, and she stared back. She wandered over to his desk, and sifted through the piles of papers and notebooks. She plucked a watercolor painting he'd done at one point, possibly during the week, possibly during the last few months, though Armin didn't really remember doing it. It was nothing special. Just a bunch of roses in a vase. And it was pretty poorly done, because Armin was not an artist. I've come up with a theory, Historia said. You can believe it or not. But I think I know why you know my name. Why Vermin knew both of us, but we never met before the team got together. Why I think I was put into a coma. Armin didn't comment about the fact that she had been in a coma. He had not known this fact. I love theories, Armin said, searching her face. I'm all ears. He noticed then that her eyes softened, and she looked almost like the girl he was used to. Almost. And he could see a flash of a memory that was not his, a gap-toothed smiling girl peeking shyly out a door. And Armin recalled that door. He'd gripped its heavy handle and yanked many times. The library. The roses in the vase. Crumbling beneath his tiny fingers. Armin bit his lip. Historia? Vermin had asked, blinking into the library down at Armin. And Armin had been so uncomfortable, because they really didn't look that alike, did they? No. But he thought he could see traces of himself in her eyes and her mouth. Her hair, of course. They stared at each other, sizing each other up. I heard you don't remember much before the institute, Historia said. I don't remember much during, either, he told her dully, feeling his heart thud very hard. Or after, as it happens. I don't even know if Arlelt is really my name. I suppose you're the lucky one. She was assessing his features just as he was assessing hers, and he rested his shaking hands on his knees, feeling awkward and terrified. He had always assumed he was orphaned. Christ, he took a deep breath, and shook his head. Historia. Tell me that theory. Please. She watched him with a level gaze, and she nodded. I think my mother was not the woman my father was married to, but his mistress, she said. And I think she might have been your mother too. Chapter 18, Fire Tests Gold. Ignis Aurum Probat. Rome, Italy. A.D. Edus Octobres, 2766 A.U.C. They were in a bind, getting back to the hotel. Levi had refused to let Aaron help him, so Aaron had simply watched as the man dragged himself through the streets of Rome, bleeding out on the faded cobbled stones, and he didn't complain once. Aaron was merely nursing his ego, and his heartache. How could Annie do this? How could she? What had they done to deserve this betrayal? It wasn't fair. Levi made Aaron turn down an alley instead of going straight to the front of the hotel, and he stopped in front of a column of towering balconies. He stared up at them, and turned to Aaron, his bloody fingers pressing harder against his side wound. Aaron was lost in his own thoughts, peering up at the balconies while trying to figure out which one was theirs. Levi was watching him with a dark, apologetic gaze, and Aaron blinked down at him. We have to get up there. What? Aaron asked, hoping he didn't sound too worried. He didn't think Levi liked being fussed over. Are you? Aaron screamed, and clamped his hands over his mouth to stifle it as pain crashed into him, entire body buckling in agony as Levi's foot slammed into Aaron's shin, effectively crushing it. Aaron heard his bones crack and shatter and shoot into his muscle, and then a blaze of fire erupted from the decimated bone, opening up his pores to allow ribbons of new nerves to shoot out, erupt in aching, hissing, furious life. Aaron understood what Levi had done, through the blinding, blurring pain of it, but it was a shock that he had not anticipated, not prepared for, and the rogue limb shot into existence with a rip of enthusiasm, binding his broken leg in new flesh and new bone, ribbons of it curling across his skin and taking him off the ground. Before Aaron knew it, he was shooting upward, his new leg giving him the height necessary to reach their balcony. Levi was hanging onto Aaron by the hem of his sweatshirt, perching himself upon the massive limb that had erupted from his own violence. He jumped down upon a balcony after a few seconds of gaining altitude, and tore Aaron down with him. The leg went crumbling as it was severed from him, tendons and muscle unfurled around them in a blanket of thick steam. Aaron was sprawled across the concrete floor of the balcony, curled into himself and a little traumatized. His leg was still throbbing from the phantom pain, and his body was shaking from the stress of the transformation, the energy it had stolen from him. Sorry, Levi said. Aaron swallowed thickly, tears stinging his eyes. Levi was breathing heavily through his nose, leaning against the bars of the balcony, supporting himself on the bars of the balcony and blinking vacantly at Aaron. So he pushed himself upright shakily, sitting on his heels and willing his tears away. This was no time to be a child. This was real danger upon them, a real threat of being cut away from their team. They needed to act quickly if they wanted to get home. It's fine, Aaron said, unsure if he was right to lie. Just warn me next time you break one of my limbs, okay? Levi gave a sharp, derisive noise, but then he looked at Aaron, and his eyes softened in pity. Fine, he said. He turned away, and pushed open the sliding door. We need to get our stuff and get out of here. We've attracted too much attention. Where can we go? Aaron asked, picking himself off the floor. His leg didn't really hurt anymore. We don't have passports, remember? We can't go home. Levi was tracking blood, everywhere. Aaron grimaced, and he watched the man trudge to the bathroom door. I'm not waiting for someone to come here and attack us, he said. I don't think that was their intention, Aaron said, feeling desperate. This was bad. Levi would send them dodging and hiding, evading everyone and anyone familiar. No, that wouldn't do. I think they just wanted us to stop looking for my dad. And it worked. We can't look anymore. Let's just stay here and wait it out until... Until what? Levi asked, watching Aaron with his pale eyes dulling. He was very clearly in a lot of pain, and Aaron was growing lightheaded just looking at him. What the fuck are we waiting for? Aaron felt surprised, because he wasn't sure what to do. Levi was hurt really bad, and they really couldn't afford to wait for medical attention, but it wasn't like the man would even go to a hospital. They were stuck. Hang will come if we don't check in with them. I know they will. That's why we should wait here. They won't be able to find us if we leave. Levi stared at him blankly. He sighed, and shook his head, entering the bathroom and slamming the door shut. Aaron stood vacantly, feeling empty and throttled and a little furious. He flopped onto his bed, his legs hanging off the edge as he fell very suddenly into slumber, thinking about how much food he'd need to consume to get his energy back up. He woke up to something pricking his finger. He instinctively pulled away, rolling onto his side and drawing his hands closer to his chest, but a hand snatched his wrist, and Aaron's eyes snapped open. Levi was standing over him, not even looking at his face, and his eyes were narrowed and furious, glowering down at Aaron's dark hand. "What are you doing?" Aaron asked, feeling very confused and sleepy, exhaustion clinging to his every thought. He blinked dazedly as Levi stuck one of his fingers against something cold, and a familiar pinprick of pain startled Aaron upright. "Hey. Why the fuck isn't this working?" Levi asked dully. He held up Aaron's lancet. "Oh. Well, that explained that." Aaron choked on his disbelieving laugh, and he rubbed his eye blearily as Levi glowered at him. How hopeless this man was at taking care of people. No wonder Mikasa complained. "Stop laughing." "Sorry," Aaron said, blinking sleep from his eyes as he peered at Levi's swollen face. "But you could have just woken me up." "I've done this 8 fucking times," Levi said, "and you didn't wake up. Tell me what's wrong with this thing." "Nothing," Aaron said, taking the lancet from Levi and rolling the plastic device in his palm. "You're just not quick enough. You have to get the glucometer ready before you prick my finger. Also, don't prick the tips of my fingers, okay? It hurts more because there's more nerves there, and change the lancet. It's dull now, so it hurts even more." Levi stood like a child who had just been scolded, his brow furrowing and his head bowing. "I'll keep that in mind," he said, watching Aaron as he pulled his diabetic kit closer, and quickly changed the dulled lancet. Aaron had done this 1,000 times, and he wondered how strange it must be to an outsider. When Aaron was done, he carefully fixed the glucometer, resting it on his lap as he brought the lancet close. "You disinfected my fingers before you pricked them, didn't you?" Aaron asked. He could smell the alcohol, and it made him a little nauseous. "I wasn't just going to stab you without know where that shit has been," Levi said stiffly. He was standing awkwardly, Aaron noticed, favoring his right side and looking rather dazed. "Well, considering lancets aren't supposed to be overused," Aaron said, rolling his eyes, "it really hasn't been anywhere." He pricked the pad of his index finger, careful to mind the nerves, and he dropped the lancet fast enough to grab the glucometer as blood beaded on the surface of his skin. The tiny pool of it was being soaked up again very fast, and Aaron squeezed it to keep the wound from closing. He wiped the beading blood on the blood glucose test strip, and he licked up the residual smear of it. The wound was closed by now anyway. He noticed the disgust in Levi's face, and Aaron couldn't help but laugh again, blood stinging his tongue. "That's disgusting," Levi said, looking uncomfortable. "It's easier than wiping the blood off every single time I prick my finger," Aaron said. "It's my blood, I can do what I want." "That's fucking disgusting." Levi shook his head as the glucometer beeped, and told Aaron that his blood sugar count was normal enough. "How come you don't transform every time you prick your finger?" "Well." Aaron shrugged, gathering up his diabetic tools and sorting them out. "I've gotta have a goal in mind when I transform. It doesn't always work, you know? I have to really want to transform, like really want to. It's different when someone breaks my leg and someone pricks my finger. I'm not gonna become a giant beast just cause I need to check my blood sugar. Levi nodded slowly, thought Aaron didn't think he really understood. He looked tired and pale, and Aaron wondered how he was doing. If Levi had patched himself up while Aaron had been sleeping, or... Well, he wasn't bleeding out, as far as Aaron could see, so that was good. Aaron watched Levi turn away, still favoring his right side, and he moved toward the balcony window. It was dark now, and the lights of Rome did not reach the little alley outside, despite the sounds of the city screeching through the screen and the glass. Sirens were wailing, laughter was heard, shouts in Italian and other languages swirling amongst the masses and muffling against Aaron's ears. "Are we staying here?" Aaron asked. "Yes," Levi said. They sat awkwardly in their silence, and Aaron closed his kit, feeling that he was growing used to being around Levi. He wasn't really a nice person, but neither was Aaron, really, so it didn't matter too much. The point was that he tried. He wanted to be better, and he wanted to help, but he just didn't seem to know how. Aaron would have to watch Levi more closely, but it seemed like he just wanted to protect people as best he could. Even if he was a little scary, it didn't really matter much, because he tried. "Right? Is your back okay?" "Worry more about the gaping hole in my side, Aaron," Levi said. "Not my damn tattoo." "But..." Aaron sighed. It had looked pretty bad when he had last seen it. What was with that thing, anyway? Why a tattoo? Why wings? It made no sense to Aaron, but then, none of their powers made much sense. "Hey, Levi? How come your strength is natural? Like Mikasa's?" "I have no clue. But there's gotta be a reason." Aaron flopped his back onto the bed, and stared up at the ceiling. "There's gotta be a reason why they chose you. They didn't really want me, I don't think my dad didn't want me to do it, anyway, so I don't think I was a planned experiment, just an unexpected subject. But they had to have known you already had powers before, you know? Like, I wonder if they knew Mikasa had powers before too. I'm not sure. Ask someone else. You two are the only ones, though," he sighed. "The rest of us got given powers. You two were born with them. Or, like, the genetic potential, or whatever. I don't know. But I figure, there had to be a reason Mikasa's parents were killed, and like, they knew. They knew they were in danger, they had to have known, cause they had a panic room all ready to go." Aaron stared at the ceiling dazedly, watching the fissures in the orange paint, following it with his eyes. He felt like there was smoke building inside his throat, and it hurt. "And my father knew they were dead. Before the feds even got there. We were on that house before the bodies got cold, I remember, cause I was there, and while my dad was focusing on Mikasa's parents, looking for her corpse, I ended up finding her in a panic room. I think she was gonna try and kill me, but I think it helped that I was a kid too, so she didn't, and she let me talk her out of there. Maybe I should have just..." Aaron swallowed, ashes clouding his vision. "Just let her go, maybe she'd be better off, without all that institute stuff getting to her. Maybe." Aaron coughed, and smoke burned his lungs. "Aaron?" Levi asked. Tears filled his eyes. Ashes clouded his vision. His legs hurt. The braces were digging into his muscles, and they hurt. "Aaron." The ashes weren't there anymore, just tears, and he scowled, and he shied away from the voice, the sweet as honey voice that cajoled him from the kitchen. His mother's soft hands pressed to his face, smoothing back his matted hair and kissing the tears cling the corner of his eye. She smelled so familiar, so achingly like flowers and soap, and Aaron twisted his face away stubbornly. Stupid mom, stupid dad, stupid work always messing things up. "I don't like her," Aaron said fiercely. "She's weird. Look how she's dressed, Mom, she's way out of her head." "Aaron," his mother scolded, swatting him over his head. He grunted, and scowled at the floor. "We don't judge people for how they dress. Especially nice young ladies who don't have anywhere else to go." "She's from there, Mom," Aaron hissed, glaring at the kitchen door. "Aren't you gonna tell Dad?" "I don't see any need for that right now," his mother sighed, glancing quickly at the door. "She's had a rough time of it, looks like. And if they're treating those children poorly, I don't think. She paused, trailing off and looking down at Aaron with her ember eyes aglow, fear stretching across her face and melting like honey into a gentle expression. She laughed. Oh, Aaron, wouldn't it be nice if you had a friend? She's such a sweet girl. I have friends, Aaron hissed. Armin. He's my friend. Yes, but Armin is. Once again his mother caught herself, looking very sheepish. Well, at least you have Mikasa, I suppose. What's that supposed to mean? Aaron asked, scowling. She patted his head, and he felt angry and stupid, because none of the damn grown-ups ever told him anything. They always seemed to forget at the last minute that he was a child, and never gave him any details. It was a terrible life, one of secrets dangling just out of arm's reach. Just talk to her, his mother said. And don't cry just because I've focused my attention elsewhere. You're a big boy, Aaron. That wasn't why I was crying, Aaron said stiffly. My legs hurt. Oh. Oh no. His mother looked a little alarmed, and she bit her lip, and nodded. How bad is it, Aaron? Can you walk? Should I call? It's fine, Aaron snapped, gritting his teeth as he pushed away from her. His braces made obnoxious clicking noises as they snapped together, his legs moving slowly. His legs were aching terribly, and his lungs felt like they were swelling up in his chest, and his braces were annoying, clacking and clicking and cursing him with clashing sounds. He couldn't take it. He'd better off without them, no matter how much it hurt. I hate these things. They help you, his mother whispered. Aaron. I know it's hard, but... whatever. Aaron pushed past her, every step a chore, and he moved into the kitchen. The girl was sitting at the counter, looking down at the stew his mother had given her. Her dress was white, a shapeless frock that Aaron thought looked awfully old and outdated. Her skin was a little darker than Aaron's but not by much. He stood in the doorway, watching her as she began to shake, and he wondered if she'd start to cry. Hey, Aaron said, hobbling his way to the counter, his legs flaring up with pain with every little bending of his joints. She looked up very sharply, her large brown eyes growing fearful as they landed on his face. She had a lot of freckles, and it made her face even darker. She was trembling, and knuckles white against the countertop. Are you okay? She looked down. And then she shook her head. Aaron thought that was weird. This isn't right, he thought. The voice inside his head was older, wiser, and furious. I know this girl. I don't know how to get out, the girl whispered, breathless and tearful. I don't know, oh God, what if I can't get out? What are you talking about? Aaron looked at her, and he wondered if he was wrong to distrust her. She seemed terrified. You can leave if you want. I won't stop you. But then my dad won't be able to help you. She clamped her hands over her eyes, and she shook her head. She's screaming, oh no, please tell her I didn't mean it, I didn't want to do it, honest. Oh sweet baby Jesus, Aaron breathed, you've cracked, honey. The girl looked at Aaron suddenly, sharply, teary eyes gleaming and glowing and glazed over in a pained, distant glint. Tell her I didn't mean to, the girl said. She won't stop screaming at me, and I don't know what to do. Tell her. She's angry, and it's hurting me, it's... She held her head, and hissed through her teeth. The girl blinked suddenly, and leaned back, wiping the tears carefully from her cheeks. Her expression had gone cold, and she grimaced at the tears glistening on her fingers. What's your name? He took a careful step back. Why is she so familiar? Aaron wondered. His mind was clouded by smoke and pain. Why are there braces on my legs? She coughed suddenly, wicked knifing cough that sliced through the air and cut through her throat and through his brain, and she clamped her hands over her mouth. She pulled them back, and Aaron saw blood glistening there. They stared at each other, wide-eyed and terrified. I'm mighty sick, she whispered. So am I, Aaron admitted, staring down at his leg braces. The girl, with all her blood, and all her freckles, and all her strange words and confusing expressions, she smiled. I've been sick a real long time, she said. You haven't, though. Monster. What the heck? Aaron took another step back, and his joints screamed in pain. I ain't a monster, hon, you're the one goin' cuckoo. Not you, sighed the girl. The monster in my head. Maybe we should both just beat it. My dad might be able to fix you, Aaron offered faintly, unable to stop himself from pitying the girl. If I was gonna be fixed, I would have been by now. She sat on a stool, looking tired and frustrated. But then, I should be dead anyhow. Why don't you get your old man to fix you? I don't. Aaron stood, stunned. Why didn't he? He was so weak, but his father made promises all the time to make people strong. Why not Aaron too? I don't know. I never thought of it before. Don't do it, the girl blurted, eyes wide. It's not worth it, it's not worth it, don't listen to her, she doesn't understand, she doesn't know it's not. Aaron stumbled away in terror, not sure why the girl was scaring him so much, why he couldn't just punch her and be done with it. But he was terrified of this girl, and these words, and he wanted it to stop. Mom, he called, his voice breaking in shock. There wasn't any answer, so she must not have been in the house, and Aaron backed away from the girl, from this girl that an older boy knew, and he edged his way to the back door. Maybe his mother was in the garden. He could always find her in the garden. I didn't mean to, the girl was sobbing, shaking, screeching into her hands. Oh, God, I'm sorry, I can't. I can't get out, I don't know how, please, Amir, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Aaron fled from the house, his muscles screeching with the same pained desperation that pervaded the girl's voice. Amir, he thought. Amir, Amir. Amir. He tripped in the half-frozen garden, his braces locking, and he skidded into the dirt, choking on fertilizer. It was dark out, painfully dark, and he felt around blindly. He could hear screaming from inside. Mom. The taste of smoke filled his mouth. It was stifling. Choking. He tried to push himself to his feet, but his braces were locked. He couldn't move. He sat in the garden, blinking dazedly into the black cloud that billowed from the open window. His eyes grew wide, and he felt the smoke fly against them, stinging and scratching and startling him. He could hear screaming. He felt it in his deteriorating muscles, in his weak little bones. Mom. He struggled to push himself up, but the braces weren't working, and his joints were aflame, and he screamed, tears gathering in his eyes, and he clawed at the dirt, hopelessly trying to drag himself toward his smoking, searing, screeching house. But no matter what he tried, he was stuck, and he was screaming, pain lancing through his tiny body as he tried to crawl his way back to the house. It was engulfed in flames now, and he watched, and he watched, and he watched, screaming in pain and terror. Mom. Aaron bolted upright, heaving breaths and blinking back tears. He stared ahead of him vacantly for a few moments, breathing heavily, and he looked down at his legs. No braces, he thought numbly. Why did I have braces? Did I have braces? He clapped his hands over his eyes, and he gritted his teeth in fury. No, this wasn't right. This wasn't fucking fair, what kind of memory was that? Amir. 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 He scrubbed at his eyes, exhaling sharply through his teeth. He didn't even remember falling asleep. Of course he didn't. He needed to take his meds, because this irregularity was making his head hurt. Is he all right? A voice asked softly, a familiar lilt catching Aaron's attention. His eyes turned to Rico's face, and he slumped. She was watching him with her thick eyebrows furrowing in concern, and it made him feel a little better inexplicably. Aaron pushed himself off the bed, and wobbled on his feet. He stared at his legs, and he felt like he was going to throw up. I had a dream that I had braces on my legs. That I couldn't move. That I couldn't save my mother. Sounds terrible, Levi said dryly. He was sitting on the floor with his back pressed to the balcony window. Pixis was standing by the door, watching Aaron with his wrinkled eyes curiously darting, searching, blinking. Would you mind elaborating a bit, Aaron? Pixis asked. Aaron took a deep breath. His head was swimming, but he knew it hadn't been just a dream. I had a dream about my mom, he said slowly. About how she died. His heart was beating very hard, and he stared straight ahead, fury consuming him. I know who killed her. I know now, Aaron thought. I know. Killed. Pixis looked at Aaron, and there was a strange hunger in his eyes, information just within the newsman's reach, and Aaron could tell that he wanted it. I had heard it was an accident. A terrible accident. Aaron would have laughed if he weren't so angry. Is that what my father said? He was shaking, his eyes flashing viciously to Pixis's face. Because it wasn't. It wasn't an accident at all. And the worst of it, the worst thing is, I could have stopped her. I was there, and I was talking to her, but I ran away because she scared me. Aaron did laugh this time, and he found that he didn't feel any better by doing so. He was shaking so terribly, he thought it might be true, then that he'd needed braces to walk back then. Why was I so weak? I've never been scared of anything like that before, without any reason to be, and I just ran away like a child. Levi rose to his feet, leaning against the window for support. You were a child, Aaron. Care to remember that? But I could have. Aaron's voice cracked miserably, and he knew that Levi was probably right, but it didn't make any difference. Aaron felt sickened by these revelations. What was he going to do? He certainly wasn't afraid of that little girl anymore. So how was he to get his revenge, then? Kill Amir and be done with it? Could he do that? Could he? Maybe you should sit down, Rico said. She didn't say it harshly, but her voice wasn't exactly kind either. Aaron threw her a scathing glare, and he slumped defensively. Look, he said, feeling breathless and disgusted, I don't know what the fuck just happened to me, but I know it was real. I know that my mom was killed by. He didn't know why he was having such a hard time saying it. Maybe he just didn't know what to do with this information. He didn't know if he could kill Amir, truly. Do you not know? Pixis asked. I know, Aaron snapped. I know, okay? It's just. I wish. He closed his eyes, if only because they were burning with tears. He couldn't take any more betrayals, even if he didn't really know Amir. This was too much. I don't understand why this happened. I don't. I don't. Hey, Rico said. Calm down. Breathe. Listen to the bitch, Aaron, Levi said. She actually knows what she's talking about for once. Piss off, Rico hissed, her eyes narrowing icily behind her glasses. She rounded the bed, and took Aaron by the hands, forcing him to look down at her. You need to relax. No one is pressuring you for this information, Aaron. You can't push yourself until you snap on this one, yeah? Just take a few minutes to breathe, and sort out your thoughts. We'll still be here when you're done thinking it over. Aaron found himself swallowing thickly, and nodding, because what else was he to do? He sat down at the edge of his bed, pinching his leg to be sure there was no brace hidden beneath the fabric of his jeans, and his heart ached. He didn't know what any of it meant. What had Amir been doing in his house, anyway? Had she meant to kill his mother, or was it just another test, like any other from the Institute? The world was becoming so stifling, and Aaron felt it closing in on him. There was a truth hidden in his memories that he couldn't reach. It was the truth the girl who had looked like Amir had spoke of, but would not tell. It was the truth his father held. It was a truth that needed to be unearthed, or else Aaron would suffocate in the lies. He needed it. Hey, Levi, Aaron said, staring at his legs. He bent them cautiously, wondering how they had felt in that hazy, fading dream. If I killed someone, would that make me less of a hero? Levi stared at him, and of course this question had surprised him. Aaron felt sick trying to recall Amir's tiny, twisted face, and he imagined punching it in. He imagined shaking her until she broke. He just wanted answers, and it wasn't fair. His thoughts were muddled with sleep and confusion, and there was fog and smoke clouding his memories. Someone had wanted him to forget all about Amir's involvement in his mother's death. You aren't killing anyone, Levi said flatly. But what if I did? Aaron raised his eyes to Levi, and he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his sides. What if I went home, and I walked through the front door, and just ripped someone's throat out? What the hell is this about? Levi's eyes narrowed, and he shifted his weight carefully to his right side. I know who killed my mother, Aaron said distantly. But if I killed her, what would that do? I can't get my mother back, and I don't even know if I can trust my memories, so what am I supposed to do? Calm down, Rico reminded him, standing at the foot of the bed. Aaron rounded on her. Was my dad in Berlin? He asked, feeling desperate. I need to talk to him. Aaron groaned, and he gripped his head in frustration. I can't remember a lot of the memory, but I know it was real. Damn, this was confusing. He needed to focus, and remember. He had to remember. Your father wasn't in Berlin, Pixis said. But it seems to me that you've just acquired more valuable information than any of us could hope for. Aaron blinked at him dazedly. What? He asked weakly. You talk of your mother's killer, Pixis said. A girl. Would it happen to be the young girl I spoke of in London? The one you assured me did not exist. Aaron felt like someone had punched him in the gut. Oh my God, he murmured, pulled his hands over his eyes. Of course. Someone had definitely tampered with his memories to force him to forget Amir's face, and her involvement in the fire. Yes. Yeah. That's her. That's. A hazy vision of Amir's face swam into his mind, and he recalled her words. There's a monster inside her head. Had it truly been her fault? Did it even fucking matter? The door burst open, and Aaron jumped to his feet, his wrist in his hand ready to snap at any given sign of a threat. Rico clicked the safety of her gun, leveling it at the doorway, and Pixis merely took a swig from his flask, smiling tightly. Levi stood against the window, his body rising in defense. And from the hallway, a blurry silhouette came striding into the room, morning sunlight pooling across their face and shoulders. Aaron dropped his arm, and exhaled in disbelief. Hang. He gaped as they paused before Rico, staring at the gun curiously. Their glasses were gleaming as they tilted their head. Morning, sunshine, they chirped, turning their attention to Aaron. It's good to see you, they grunted in surprise as Aaron vaulted over the bed and threw his arms around them, burying his face in their shoulder. They smelled familiar, like cigarette smoke and oil and metal shavings, and it was so different from the soap and flowers that plagued his memories that his nausea dissipated, and he felt like sobbing into their shoulder. He had not been so glad to see Hang in a very long time, and he was so thankful for their presence that it ached inside his chest just how much he had missed them. Hey. Hang smoothed his hair back very gently, but Aaron refused to look them in the face in fear that he might be crying. He just clutched them tighter, and they rubbed his head affectionately. It's okay, Aaron. What happened? Aaron couldn't answer. His throat ached, and he felt like a tiny child again, clinging to Hang with a hopeless desperation. Hang pulled him closer when he didn't respond, and they squeezed him reassuringly, resting their chin against the top of his head. He was ashamed of himself for being so weak, but at the same time he couldn't will himself to let go of Hang, because they were such a grand relief, and all thoughts of killing Amir seemed like a fantasy, a dulling sensation of rage. Levi, what the hell did you do to my son? Hang asked, their tone the same bright, chirping tone they used regularly. But there was a bite behind it, a caveat to Levi and Levi alone. Aaron forced himself to pull away, standing sheepishly with his arms hanging limply at his sides. Levi didn't do anything, Aaron said, his voice thick from the tears he was choking back. I'm just glad to see you. Like, really fucking glad. He looked down at his legs, and bent them. His muscles were stiff from sleep. You got here fast. I did. He's been sleeping for a while, Levi said. I don't think he knows what time it is. I don't even know what time it is, Hang laughed. They rounded on Rico, who still had a gun on them. You two must be from the garrison. Hi. I'm Hang, and as nice as that gun is, can you get it out of my face? Hang smiled brightly. It's super impolite. Aaron smiled. He was still feeling sorta lightheaded. He realized he hadn't eaten in a really long time. Levi, Aaron said. I'm supposed to eat twice every 6 hours. Yeah. Aaron didn't look at Levi, but he could almost feel the epiphany. Oh motherfucker. What? Hang looked at Levi sharply. Excuse me, when was the last time he ate? You're a parent. Hang cried, tossing their hands up in disbelief. You have a child. How can you forget to feed mine when his life depends on it? He's clearly still alive. Levi sounded bored, but Aaron could tell he was embarrassed. Also, Mikasa is not my daughter. You had such a simple job, Hang gasped, their voice heightening. How could you fuck that up? He was sleeping. He's narcoleptic, of course he was sleeping. Jesus fucking Christ, Levi muttered. No wonder you're so unstable, Rico stated dryly. Aaron sat down on the bed, and it helped soothe his dizziness a little. Actually, Aaron said weakly, I think I'm just a really unstable person. That's true, Hang said. But that might partially be my fault. Anyway. Does anyone happen to have food on them? I've got hard liquor, Pixis offered brightly. I feel like everyone in this room is trying really hard to make me angry. Hang laughed. Don't. Seriously, Aaron blurted. Don't. Well, whatever, Hang said. I've got some food on the plane. Assuming everyone is okay? 'Cause you really scared us, you know, not checking in and all. Annie stole our phones, Aaron said miserably. Annie. Hang looked between Levi and Aaron, and they whistled. Well boy. Okay, tell me what happened. Cliff Notes version, preferably. Well, we ended up at this really cool bone church place, Aaron said, staring vacantly ahead. His was dizzy, but he could manage. I don't remember the name, The Capuchin Crypt, I know it, Hang said. Aaron blinked at them in awe. Aaron, I've read The Innocents Abroad. And also, I've been to Rome before. Anyways, continue. Ilse Langner paid us a visit while we were there, Levi said. Aaron looked at him, and said nothing. Was it Ilse, though? Aaron found himself thinking. There was something really weird about that woman. Aaron found himself thinking back to the Amir of his memory, the girl who had been losing her mind at his kitchen table. Wait, Hang said. For real? Ilse Langner? Like, the girl from the Institute photographs. Hang's eyes glittered madly in excitement. Are you certain? She looked a hell of a lot like her, Levi said. And she definitely was from the facility. What did she say? Hang gasped. Oh, why didn't you capture her? She'd be so informative. We tried, Levi said. But she had Annie on a leash. Annie beat you. Hang quirked an eyebrow, glancing between them once again. Both of you? Ha. Hang clapped their hands together. Looks like we underestimated her. Stop laughing, you four-eyed shit, Levi snapped. Annie broke my wings. What? Hank's expression melted into something more somber, and they blinked at Levi curiously. She broke them? How's that possible? She fucking stomped on them, and they shattered. Wowie. Hang blinked rapidly, and pushed their hair from their eyes. Wowie wow. That's not good. Can I see them? Not a chance. Levi spoke with venom in his voice, and Aaron bowed his head. He should have been able to do something to stop Annie, but he'd been too reluctant to fight her. And Levi had paid for that. Aaron said, speaking up uncertainly, Levi's back was super inflamed after the fight, so you might actually want to check that out. I don't need anyone to, Levi started. Oh, stuff it, Levi, Rico said. Nobody wants to hear it. Hang laughed, and they nodded to Rico approvingly. I like her. They tilted their head at the woman. I heard you've got the ability to shift your tangibility. Hang strode up to Rico and grabbed her hands. Aaron groaned, and he ducked his head. Would you mind if I maybe ran some tests to see how your ability works? Aaron watched Rico's hands phase right through Hank's, and the woman took a step back. Yes, I would mind, actually. AHH. Hang raised their hands to their face, their eyes wide with awe. So cool. Hang, Aaron said gently. She's not going anywhere. Can we focus? Ah. Hang turned to face him, and smiled weakly. I was only joking around. Hang, Aaron said. I think Amir killed my mom. What? Hang's face fell, and they stood for a moment, their shock settling in their features. What? I'm with shitty glasses, Levi said. What the fuck, Aaron? I had a dream about it, Aaron said quickly, shaking his head. But it wasn't a dream. It was a memory, and I'm positive that it was Amir. She was, talking to herself, really weird like, totally losing her mind. She said there was a monster in her head, and that she was really sick. Aaron's eyes widened, and he stared at his legs in awe and confusion. And I said that I was too. We talked in my kitchen, and I knew. I knew even back then she was from the institute. It was never a secret. I knew Armin and Mikasa were from the institute even before I was there. But Amir scared me, because she kept talking to herself, saying that she was sorry, that she didn't mean to. That she couldn't get out, that she didn't know how, and that she was so sorry, and not to scream. She said that to herself. Aaron looked around dazedly, and he shook his head. I was so scared of her, I ran away, and then I was in my garden, behind my house, looking for my mom, but when the house started smoking, I couldn't move. My legs hurt too much to move, and I just... Aaron swallowed uncertainly. I watched. They all stood, watching him with a quiet sort of discomfort. They pitied him, and it made him furious, so furious that he gritted his teeth and peeled his fingernails from his palm so they wouldn't break skin. They pitied him because he was a fucking child. Didn't they know? He wasn't a fucking kid anymore. None of them were. Aaron Hang started softly. Don't, he snapped. I don't wanna hear it. I just want you to believe me. It's true. Hang stared at him, and they smiled. They nodded, and pulled out their phone. I believe you, they said. I do too, Pixis said. Though I have no idea who this Amir is, I'd like to meet her. No you don't, Aaron said glumly. She's a fucking bitch. So are you, Levi said. But we put up with you. Aaron listened to his molars grind against each other. He was dizzy, and tired, and exhausted, and hungry. And not just for food. No. Aaron really did want revenge. He wanted to kill Amir Langner. I'll make her suffer, Aaron thought, listening as Hang greeted Erwin brightly on the phone. I'll make her pay. Chapter 19, I Shine, Not Burn. Lusso non Euro. Lancaster, Pennsylvania. AD. Edis Octobres, 2766 A.U.C. The warm yellow glow of her lamp was spilling across her bare shoulders, sending shadows skittering across the expanse of her back, curving in the hollow of her spine as she twisted. Her chin rested on her shoulder as she peered at her reflection, a skinny girl with milky white skin and doe eyes. Her pale hair pooled around her neck in a loose swirl of a bun, and she tilted her head as she stretched her body to its limits, twisting her back further and further in order to get a better look at its bold appearance. Dark lines ran jagged across her shoulder blades, beneath her bra and around the dip of her spine. The girl in the mirror had a lot of scars she didn't like to show. What are those ones from, again? Amir asked from the desk. It had been so very nice of Hang to give them all rooms. Krista had never had her own room before. Krista always shared with Amir, always, and everything, and that was how she kept herself in line. Krista didn't need anything in excess, but here she was, with her own room and a desk and a pretty mirror and pretty clothes. They were pampering Krista here. She hated that. Krista traced the darkened line that curled around her shoulder. This one was the faintest of that batch of scar tissue. I got caught in some trellis while playing in the garden, Krista said. That was true. She'd gotten caught, because she wasn't supposed to be there, and she'd gotten caught because she'd been chasing a bunny, and a garden snake had frightened her, and she recalled that they had found her shaking with spasms in a net of lattice, her dress torn and blood pooling across her back. She had a lot of scars like this. She'd been a very clumsy child. Swell, Amir commented dryly. You're lucky your face ain't mucked up from all the times you fell on it. Krista touched her face, which was smooth and lacking any of the blemishes that marred the rest of her tiny body. Sometimes she thought it'd be easier if she wasn't pretty, but she had to suppose people would stare more if she were ugly. It was for the best. Being pretty attracted less attention. It'd be easier to recognize a little girl with an ugly scarred face than a pretty one with no distinguishing features. She reached over and grabbed a camisole from the top of the mirror, and pulled it on, shielding the scars on her back from view. She was never uncomfortable changing in front of Amir, because she and Amir had been together for too long to be shy. It had never been an issue, because they'd never been uncomfortable with one another. I want to get a tattoo, Krista declared, whirling on her reflection. The girl in the mirror looked back with a miserable expression. Stop that, Krista thought, carefully placing more light into the depths of the girl's eyes, and pushing the corners of her lips up very slightly. There. Now she didn't look so sad. Like Levi's. One that will hide my scars. You're dotty if you think you could handle a thing like that, Amir laughed, turning her chair to and fro, her chin resting in her palm. It'd take forever. I'm patient, she said, tugging her hair from its messy bun and letting it spill across her shoulders. And you know I have a high tolerance for pain. I could do it. Why ruin such a pretty sight, though? Amir asked, her eyes following Krista as she pulled a long purple shirt on over her camisole and her leggings, a pretty blouse that was loose enough to cover any semblance of breasts she had, forcing her to appear as she truly was flat-chested and young. She smoothed out the creases in the fabric, and frowned at herself in the mirror. Why are you so tiny? Krista asked herself bitterly. You look like you haven't aged in years. She tore her gaze away from her reflection, and looked to Amir. Scars aren't pretty, she said, her brow furrowing. They are on you, Amir replied. Krista turned away from Amir, not wanting her to see how irritated her words had made her. She busied herself with trying to find that blue cardigan she'd received late last week when Hang had asked her to pick out 15 of her favorite things from a catalog. Krista really didn't like being doted on. She really didn't like it. It made her feel selfish. But the cardigan was soft, and Krista couldn't help but smile when she put it on. This was her life. Hating things she really liked, and loving things she really despised. What a wretched way to live. Amir seemed to have caught on, because she pushed off the desk, the chair rolling across the hardwood. What would you get a tattoo of, anyhow? She asked, spinning in place. I don't know. Krista pulled on a pair of sturdy brown boots, buckling them carefully. She tugged up her hair into a high ponytail, tying it off quickly. Roses, maybe. Roses. Amir wrinkled her nose. Porque? I don't know, Krista repeated. I just like roses. She rocked on her feet, testing her boots, and she sighed. This was going to be a long night. You need to get dressed, Amir. This was your idea. Yeah. Amir was sitting, grinning in her sweats. You're awful fascinating to watch, though. Krista sighed, pushing past her friend and opening the door. Please go get dressed, she said, waiting at the door for Amir to get up and leave. The girl groaned, and she got up, kicking the chair back to the desk. And be quiet too. Everyone's sleeping. I doubt that, Amir chirped as she passed by, stretching her arms above her head. Gosh, it's not even that late. It's 2 in the morning, Krista murmured. Yes, exactly. She couldn't help but smile a little as she pushed Amir toward her bedroom door. Go on, Krista grunted into Amir's spine, finding that the girl had stopped in order to tease her. I'm not kidding. You're not even trying to get me to move, Amir yawned. Krista flushed, and stopped, allowing Amir to nearly topple from the lack of balance. Yow. What are you? Go, Krista said firmly, stamping her foot. She felt like a child sometimes, talking to Amir, but that was usually how Amir got to listening to her. It amused her. And it got her to do what Krista told her to. So Amir laughed, and went into her room, and Krista stood in the hall, staring vacantly ahead of her. Sometimes Krista could not tell if Amir could truly see right through her, or if she just pretended like she knew how much effort was put into maintaining the persona everyone knew and loved. Krista sighed again. They'd barely been home a few hours, and already she was leaving again. She didn't want to, but Amir had been persuasive, and it was a curious thing, the institute. Krista had only gotten a glimpse of it when she'd escaped. She wanted to know. She needed to know. What had been done to her, anyway? So they would be off, in just a few minutes, and they would leave everyone to wonder where they had gone. She had to wonder if Aaron was okay, and Levi, but she wasn't so worried about them as she was for the boy who had collapsed in Connie's bathroom. She crept carefully down the hall, and stood outside Armin's door for a few moments. She had to debate her options here. She could check on him, but if he woke up, what would she do? And if he was already awake? But she was so curious, and it was hard to pass up the chance to make sure he was breathing. So she pushed open his door, and stood startled in the entryway when he whirled around to face her. He looked a little like a corpse, standing in the dark with his pale hair framing glazed eyes, and there was something very off about the way he smiled at her, his dead eyes suddenly glinting. He was at his desk, and she could see his face only in the glow of his laptop screen. "Krista," he said. "What are you doing?" Krista swallowed uncertainly, and shot a glance down the hall at Amir's door. "I just wanted to make sure you were doing okay." "Are you?" "I'm fine," he said calmly, his voice off as well. She squinted at him, and she wished his aura were available to her. There was something eerie about this room. She didn't like it. Armin was just strange, like something in a dream pulled into reality, a nightmare smiling in the dark. "Are you?" "What?" Krista was utterly taken aback by him, and she shook her head furiously. "Of course I am." "Sorry," he said weakly. "You just seem tired. Are you going somewhere?" "No, Krista looked down at her cardigan and her boots, and she closed her eyes. There was no use lying, she supposed. She turned on his light, and he leaned back against his desk as she moved into his room. It was a nice room, a little messy from papers strewn across the floor, but otherwise orderly. His bed was strange, just like him, and she stared at it. She felt a little lightheaded in here, and she didn't know why. "You really shouldn't be up." "I could say the same to you," he said, sounding amused. She threw a glance at him, and frowned. "I meant because you're sick," she said. "But yes, you're right. I really shouldn't be up." "You're sneaking out, aren't you?" He smiled as she jumped, and he shook his head. "Oh, I won't tell. That'd be rude. You're free to do as you like, I can't stop you. But you should be careful. It's not a kind world out there." "I'll be fine," Krista said gently. "But thank you for your concern. I think you should keep some of it for yourself, though." "That'd be so selfish of me, though," Armin argued, blinking confusedly. Krista stared at him, at his face and dead, glinting eyes, and her stomach twisted nervously. Something is wrong here, she thought. Something's not right with him. She didn't need to see his aura to know that there was something messing with Armin. She felt as though she wasn't truly seeing him, that she was seeing a ghost, or a reflection. It was a little frightening. "It's not selfish to take care of yourself," she argued. "Ah." He shrugged, and looked down. "Maybe. So where are you and Amir going?" She was surprised. She laughed nervously, and he laughed too, and she realized they were both forcing themselves to laugh over something that was not funny, because they were both entirely aware of the awkward situation they were in. She tried to put on a happy face, and his smile reflected hers eerily, and she felt terrified for this oddity. What was wrong here, again? Her mind felt foggy. "We're going to the institute," she said quietly. "Please don't tell." "I won't," he said. "Don't worry." "May I ask why?" "Oh." Krista sighed. She walked up to his desk, glancing over his papers, wondering if he'd stop her. There were a lot of words in different languages, and in gibberish. She noticed that his handwriting was erratic, and he often trailed off into scribbles. "Well, we're both curious about different things, I suppose. We don't remember much about the institute." "No one really does," he told her. He was smiling the same empty smile as her, and they watched each other. But I think that's for the best, don't you? Who would want to remember? I guess you're right, she sighed, sifting through the piles of papers. But I'm curious. You are too, aren't you? Of course, he said smoothly. Krista nodded. She was still sifting through the papers on his desk, too curious and too bold, and she waited for him to try and stop her. She was begging for him to. But he didn't, and so she pushed through the papers, noting the names repeated over and over, the lists and the questions that made no sense, and it was all absolute nonsense to her. A glint of color amongst a sea of white and smudges of black caught her eye. She tugged a paper from the wreckage, a little painting of a vase with faint red roses curling in diluted color. It was pretty, if not a little juvenile, and she smiled at it. Pretty, she said, careful to hold the painting by the corners. Armin tilted his head to peer at the painting. Did you do it? Armin blinked, and nodded slowly. Yes. It's, just something silly, I guess. Krista felt that he was withholding a lot of things, emotions, and thoughts and information that he would not allow to break past the surface of his hazy mask. She bit her lower lip, and she tried to smile, but she wasn't sure how it really looked. She was growing uncomfortable with this room. Not Armin, not really, just, the atmosphere that surrounded him was stifling, and she was feeling the incredible weight of it. I love roses, she said, setting the painting down. They're a beautiful flower, he said, not looking at her. Almost nostalgic, don't you think? She found she could not answer. Her body stiffened at the thought, at the memories surfacing amongst the clutter of her brain, and she exhaled shakily. Oh, yes, she said faintly. She forced herself to turn from him, shaken up by the sweet memories of dashing through the library, pulling books from shelves and building herself a throne of them. You've gone and made yourself a kingdom, princess. She shuddered at the voice that filled her head and her heart, and she recalled roses, so many roses, all over the house and in the garden. She remembered chasing a bunny into the garden full of them, and getting caught in lattice. She remembered the feeling of metal clawing at her back, tearing through the fabric of her dress like thorns, and she remembered lying in a bed of twisted metal and trampled roses and blood-stained shreds of a pale purple dress. I should go, she said quietly. Probably. She eyed him, and she found that she did not understand him. He smiled, and it was empty. He stared, and it was hollow. He was not a real boy, just as she was not a real girl. They were both puppets staring each other down, hoping the other would cut their strings. But she would not bend for something so trifling. She was not weak, and neither was the girl in the mirror who had built this all up, this entire world to love and hate her. She would not bend for some boy who smiled like her and painted roses that looked pretty, like roses from a fairy tale, like for a princess who'd gone asleep too many years ago and had never woken up. As she moved toward the door, he stopped her with a soft caveat. Don't trust Amir. She turned on him in an instant, her eyes flashing and her brow furrowing. Excuse me? She asked dully. What do you mean? And he smiled. Vacant, innocent, like a little boy lost and sickly, and she thought he looked almost familiar then. I just mean, he said, that she's not really who she says she is. Neither am I, Krista thought, her heart sinking low into her chest. So why should that matter? She's a good person, she said firmly. I don't care if she's not who I think, because I know her. I know her a lot better than I know you. So please, don't give me any of that. She's just as trustworthy as you are, if not more. Krista turned on her heel sharply, gritting her teeth. At least Amir talks to me straight. You speak in riddles. That might be true, he said. But she's still a murderer. Krista stood before the door, and she wondered why that word did not shock her so much as it should have. Well, she thought numbly, it looks like we're not so different at all. She pulled open Armin's door, and she left him to wallow in his darkness and his riddles and his vase of roses. She had no use for a masked boy with a sick brain. She walked into Amir's room, and grabbed her jacket from the floor outside her door, tossing it at her. She was just pulling on her sneakers, and she blinked. Hey, what? Can we go? Krista felt like she was about to break from the pressure of this place, and of the memories pushing at her brain. They weren't poor Krista's, either, which made it even worse. I'm getting tired. Amir quirked an eyebrow, and she shrugged. Absolutely, chica. They stole a motorcycle from Hank's lab. It wasn't like it was the first time they'd done this, and it was fairly more legal this time around than it usually was. At least they knew Hank wouldn't care, even if they trashed it. It made Krista feel marginally less guilty for the crime. Amir seemed to be enjoying every minute of this, and she bopped a helmet onto Krista's head and laughed rather obnoxiously. She was having fun, which was nice to see, but Krista was miserable. She didn't want Amir to know that, though. Krista could see Amir's aura, of course, the gold of it that twisted and pulsated, a gracious sign that she was alive and healthy. Particles of light bounced off the aura, never obscuring a person's appearance, but rather accentuating every feature and every flaw. It was a beauty, and it was a burden, and she watched the aura skitter around her as she pressed her face into Amir's back. The motorcycle revved, and Krista held Amir tighter, and thought about moving the particles, thought about what she could do. The truth was, she was afraid to experiment. It was difficult to accept the range of her own power, so she would rather just ignore it. It did no harm, really. The basic assumption was that she was a healer, and even when she tried to make the correction, no one bothered listening to her. Perhaps they thought her too sweet to be dangerous. Well, she'd be a liar if she said that wasn't her intention. She didn't want people to know the horror of what she was. Father Nick had known, though. She'd trusted him because he had recognized her, and she thought maybe she could repent, choose a little. It hadn't even been much of a kidnapping on his part. She'd gone with him to tell him her sins, but he'd meant to take her back to a hell in the guise of a paradise. She didn't want that. She wanted to be free of it. But she couldn't be, not with all the memories swirling in her brain, not with the ugly truth of who she was buried just beneath the pretty surface. She wasn't very good at hiding it. Armin had seen through her earlier. Rude, he had called her. Krista wasn't rude. But Historia was. It was so hard to distinguish these two girls nowadays, they were beginning to blur together. Krista just wanted Historia to go away, because nothing good came from her. She was a lonely, angry, crybaby of a girl, and selfish to boot. Historia had secrets, had guilt and pain that she drowned herself in, and Krista was a clean slate that was being sullied by sharing the same despicable face. Krista was growing tired of this struggle. She'd wipe her memory clean if it meant she could be free of Historia Rice for good. The particles of Amir's aura, glittering and golden, tickled Krista's nose as she buried her face into her spine. They caught in the strands of her hair, and slipped against her skin, warm and glowing brightly. Auras were nice to be near, because they were a natural warmth that were so intimate and special, and each feeling was unique. Amir's aura felt soft and warm, while others, like Levi or Annie, had auras so tough Krista bounced off the particles, finding them barely malleable. Armin told me not to trust you, Krista said when they stopped at a gas station. She leaned against the motorcycle, her helmet cupped in her tiny hands. She stared at it, and considered asking Amir if she could drive. She knew how, but Amir always liked to do it, because she was more alert, and Krista was so tiny they'd get pulled over. Amir laughed heartily, a trickle of warmth in the bite of October air. It was dark, and the gas station was deserted. Krista watched her, a dark-faced girl with a sandstorm of freckles and black eyes and twisted brown hair, white teeth gleaming in the lamplight, and she gave a mighty shrug. She was dressed in fatigues, her body slumped and lazy. Did he? She asked, rolling her eyes. Well. Best not trust Armin then, But I like Armin, Krista sighed. He's nice. He's nice to you, you mean? Amir stared at her expectantly, and then she shook her head. He's just like you, you know. Sweet to look at, not so sweet under the surface. You should really know better by now, Carino. It was disheartening when Amir pointed out Krista's flaws. Everything in her wanted to snap, to scream that it wasn't her fault that she had to share a face with some pitiless girl who didn't even exist anymore. She sighed, and she stared at the helmet in her hands. It wasn't fair. She tried and tried, but still there was no masking the truth. Why was it so hard to just be the nice little girl everyone expected her to be? He's not wrong to suspect you, though, she murmured. "You're not the nicest person." "Neither are you." Amir scoffed, and Krista bit her tongue. She stared ahead of her, and wondered why this was always so hard. Her heart hurt. "I just don't hide how rotten I am." "No," Krista said. "You hide how good you are. Dry up, doll." Krista pressed her lips thinly together, and she wondered how different she would be if Amir had not shaped her life post-institute. She wondered what she would be like if she hadn't fallen down a flight of stairs, and been put to sleep for years. She stared into the night around her, and wished she could just erase all this wondering. It made her sick of her own head. Amir, of course, was only mean because she hated to coddle people. She was the only one who told Krista like it was. Krista was mean, and she was faking it, and Amir kept her constantly on her toes with these facts. It allowed her to never get comfortable in her own skin. Amir was nice like that. "I want to drive," Krista declared when they were finished up at the gas station. Amir gave her a once-over, and she smiled very sweetly. "No, love," she said. "You want to die." Krista was a little numb as she put her helmet back on. She had no retort. They were on the road again, and Krista was still frustratingly put off by Amir's words. Why did she always have that effect, anyway? All she had to do was say one stupid thing, and suddenly Krista had to re-evaluate every little action. She wanted to defend herself, but how could she? Amir was only ever honest with Krista, at least when it regarded Krista herself. As they continued on their journey, Krista thought back to Armin. He was such a strange boy. Nice, but utterly unnerving, and she was still a little haunted by the idea that he knew who she was. Historia, he had called her. As though it was nothing. And he meant nothing to her, he was just a boy from the institute. A nobody. And he knew her. Perhaps Amir was right. Perhaps she better not trust him. It wasn't the nice thing to do, but it was the smart thing. Krista didn't want to be stuck in circulating hatred, and she didn't want to be that scared little girl ever again. It was impossible for her to be anything other than the person she was now, the strong girl, the kind girl, the girl who smiles and speaks softly and knows her place. "I'm terrible," she thought in awe of herself. "I am a terrible person." Krista and Historia had that in common, at least. Amir had once told her that she had a split personality. Krista had responded that she only had one personality, and two names to share it. She knew that she was one person with two names, and that Historia wasn't a different personality, just the girl who she tried to bury under good memories and smiles too big. Krista didn't have a past, so naturally her past was Historia's. They both had the same scars. It began to rain around the time Krista began to fall asleep against Amir's back, the humming warmth of her aura bathing her in comfort. The patter of raindrops on her helmet jolted her awake, and it made her a little moody. It was nice to be alone with Amir again. It didn't happen very often anymore, and Amir's aura was so familiar, so distinct, so warm and bright. It molded itself around Krista out of affection for her. It knew her, and loved her, and it warmed her skin and stuck to her eyes like miniature stars. Auras weren't visible all the time. Krista could tune them out, but she liked to be able to see them. It was a comfort to know if someone was doing well. So when they passed by a train of flashing lights, police cars, and ambulances parked on the side of the expressway, Krista lurched at the opportunity, her eyes peeled for auras drifting above the whirling lights. She spotted the faintness of one, graying dust scattering across the chilly night air. Golden flakes were turning to ash, and she felt it in her heart. "Not a chance, lovely girl," Amir told her. "Pull over," Krista said, readjusting her grip as they moved farther from the crash site. She twisted her body, following the lights with her keen eyes. Amir did not listen. She kept going. "Amir, pull over." "We can't," Amir responded sharply. "We'll never get through the police and paramedics, chica, you're wasting your ideas mio." Amir's cry was a distant screech in Krista's ears as she carefully shifted her footing so she was no longer straddling the motorcycle, rain making the leather seat slick and difficult to cling to. Krista ducked Amir's arm and pushed off, her body flying into the black, glistening road. Krista was impulsive. She was a foolish little girl, rash and moronic and full of bitter self-loathing for reasons she couldn't even begin to fathom. She didn't scream when her shoulder hit the pavement, pain shooting stars into her eyes, crushing her lungs and forcing her to bite her tongue so hard blood pooled inside her mouth. She skidded across the wet road, her helmet cracking into the ground and her head rattling inside it, her body folding over itself in its rolling mid-trip across the expanse of the wide deserted road. Rain soaked up her blood, and she laid for a moment, listening to it laugh in her ears, beating at her torn-up body, wet and heavy against her awkward limbs. She sat up, and she dusted off her cardigan. The entire right sleeve was moist from the rain and the road, and there was an irritatingly large tear in it. Krista supposed it was a price she had to pay. She pushed herself to her feet, ignoring the sound of the motorcycle that skidded to a stop a few yards up the road, and she walked toward the bleary swirl of red and blue lights beating through the smooth mist of rain. She was thankful for the helmet as she slipped between two parked police cars. There had been only one car in this accident, a small convertible that had skidded off the road and flipped into the concrete bank wall. The man in the car was laying on a gurney, and his aura was a pulsating bead of gold crumpling into ash. A sad fading glow blowing into Krista's sad glistening eyes, and she stood for a moment in the midst of the beating lights and the beating rain and the ash of a man's ending life blowing around her. Hey! Krista walked between two policemen. One tried to catch her arm, but she ducked it easily, too small and too quick. She was sprinting now, her boots crashing against the rain-battered road. Hey! Krista stole little ashes from the air, reaching out to them and touching them, her skin turning gray to gold in a blinking, blistering flash of heat. Gold flecks bloomed across the miserable air, heating the chilly night and giving it a rich life that had been sapped from it by the dreary rain. She caught ashes in her palms, caught them on her skin, none of them visible to the ordinary eye, and she flitted between them excitedly. She loved this. It was exhilarating, having someone's life in her hands, bending it to her twisted will and making it spark across her skin. She felt this man's presence like she felt the rain, only tracks of fire were streaming across her skin instead of wet drops. She was winning against death, and that was because life was hers to make or break. She was drenched in an aura, deathly pale and growing stronger with every touch of her thoughts to live, 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 live. She ran through the bursting golden light, her arms extended toward the man on the gurney. No one was stopping her. The ashes had turned to gold. Everyone could see that now. Light radiated from her. She was glowing with this aura, bending it to her will. She was life, and she was death, and she was satisfied with this burning, bursting, and she was blowing gold dust into the air, molding it to her fingertips and sending it scattering. Live. She watched the man on the gurney gasp. Krista was grinning beneath her helmet, and she felt lightheaded and giddy, her body alight with a strange, breathless high of energy. She could bounce and dance and sing and shriek and run and laugh and cry. She was so incredibly happy and devastated by this rush of life and death swirling inside her tiny bones. Live, 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 her entire self seemed to cry out all at once, bursts and bubbles and blistering heat. Light bloomed across the sky, crashing across the expanse of the highway, and blinding everyone around her. Before it faded, she found herself being grabbed and dragged away. She was laughing into Amir's shoulder as they ran into the gold-flecked rain. She was blinded by her own beauty and grace. She laughed, and grabbed Amir's hands, a little tipsy on her feet. "I'm so happy," Krista gasped, squeezing Amir's dark hands. Gold swam inside Krista's eyes. "You're drunk on power," Amir hissed at her, shoving her at the motorcycle. Krista giggled, and wished Amir could see it too, the gold and the gray and the sweet heat of it all pouring into Krista's blood. "You let yourself get drunk on power, you pequeña tonta." Krista chose not to respond, because Amir simply didn't understand the thrill. It was so nice to just let the power seep into her bones and become her for once. It was so nice, because usually she just blocked it out, shoved it away, forced it to keep out of her eyes and out of her heart, but now she was laughing sick in this golden life. She wanted that light to soak through her muscles and glaze her bones and turn her ugly heart a brilliant blissful gold, bright bursting blinking gold to turn her into something pretty on the inside too. "Let's just go," Amir sighed, nudging her onto the bike. Krista obeyed with dazed wonder to her movements. She was so enthralled by her own power, and it was so good to let herself go again, just be that golden thing she'd hid herself from years and years ago because it was too harsh to look at something so beautiful. When they were far enough away from the crash, and from the star-struck policemen and paramedics, Amir pulled over and yanked Krista off the bike. She tore the helmet from Krista's head, and looked into her eyes. Amir had such pretty eyes, brown and dark like beautiful blackened chocolate, so warm and sweet. They'd look prettier in the glow of Amir's aura. Krista blinked once, watching the particles rush into her visibility, and she laughed excitedly. "Stop that!" Amir smacked Krista over the head. Hard. Gold fell from Krista's eyes, shimmering and shrieking in shock. Life was blinding her. She needed to wake up. "I see the gold in your eyes, I know you're soaking it all up. And I know it'll hurt you. Too much power does that, Carino. But it's so." Krista's lower lips trembled as she blinked, and gold tears swam inside her eyes. "It's so pretty, Amir." "It's only pretty," Amir said, lifting Krista's chin with the knuckle of her forefinger, "because you made it so, love." "Is that so bad?" Krista was melting. The gold was melting across her cheeks, glowing against the frigid, rainy, wind-kissed dawn. "I only ever feel right when it's gold and silver. Why can't I feel like this all the time?" "Because it's not right," Amir reminded calmly, her chocolate eyes melting with the gold. It was hot across Krista's flushed cheeks. She didn't feel so much like Krista right now. Krista was a good girl who never got caught up with the luxuries of life. Historia was always drunk with power and sick with grief. "I think I've lost myself here," Krista thought miserably, smiling through tears of gold. "Or, I guess, I've just found that terrible little girl again." Historia had never left. She was the truest part of Krista, and she was the worst of her, the greedy, tearful, desperate part that wanted love and life and a golden heart. And miserable Krista was the tool she'd used to attain that. "I'm sorry, Amir," she said distantly, swaying against the wind. I forgot how good it feels to just soak it all in." "It's okay," Amir said. "But remember that it'll do no one any good if you take life. Remember." Krista shuddered against Amir's touch. "Yes," she whispered, turning her face away. She wiped at her tears, and saw that they weren't so gold after all. "Not anymore. Try to hold back next time you do any healin', yeah, doll?" "Yeah." Krista nodded, though it made her head spin to do so. She wanted that life so bad, and, of course, she had made that man's aura stronger, but what if she had decided she wanted it a different way? No, Krista thought firmly, tearing herself out of the gilded fog that had entrapped her faint heart. Absolutely not. "Thanks, Amir," she said, resting her head against the tall girl's shoulder. "Next time I do that, can you, She bit her lip as she felt Amir's stare. "Can you slap me? That'll work better." "Sure, love." Amir stared at her with her dark, freckled face glistening in from residual rain, the sky breaking gray upon the sun's arrival up above them. "Whatever you want." "You can punch me too," Krista said. "Kick me. Spit at me. Yell. Don't coddle me when I get like that, Amir, it won't help me." "Sure, love," Amir repeated. She looked up at the sky, and rain pattered against her skin, slipping and catching in her thick eyelashes. "How do you control yours?" she asked eagerly, staring up at her friend. "You do it so well, like it's nothing, but it's fire. How can you handle all of that heat and power at once?" "Practice," Amir said, offering out Krista's helmet to her. "Trial and error. I've had much more time to master my abilities than you, dollface, so don't think I'm something special. It's not so easy as just wishing the power be controlled." "But you're so good at it," Krista mumbled. Amir bopped the helmet back onto her head, and she laughed. "Chica, none of us are any good at it," she snorted. "We're all just playing at Bane in control, when in all honesty, we're all quaking in our boots in terror of what we can really do." "Oh." Krista sighed, her breath fogging up the helmet. Oh, this was all so much. Krista just wanted to be normal, to be a sweet and normal girl who didn't have to worry about getting drunk on saving, or tripping on power. It was so distressing to be this thing, this monster, this pretty little omen. She despised herself for her weakness, but she loved herself for her power. She hated her power for its horror, and she loved it for its grace. She was a walking contradiction, a lovely hatred burning in her blood, a lively death bouncing in her bones. She was sick of this game. She wanted answers to this disgusting being that she knew she was. They stopped for breakfast after another half an hour on the road. Krista wrung out her hair, and Amir ordered them 2 coffees and a muffin to share at a dingy 24-hour diner somewhere in northern Pennsylvania. Rain trickled down the glass of the windows, trailing sadly in the grayish morning sunlight. She was utterly exhausted, but she was used to this constant running, this road life that had been their way for years. She couldn't say it was a welcomed familiarity, but she accepted it all the same. "Drink up," Amir sang, "my terror." Krista stared glumly into the mug of coffee. "I don't miss this," she admitted. "I like being settled in one place. I like having a home. Do I look like I care?" Amir plopped down in the booth across from her, her narrowed eyes becoming dimmer as she stared. "You're still here, yeah? You still love me enough to follow me wherever the hell I so choose?" Amir chuckled, and rolled her eyes. "Ha, you're a mess." Krista stared at her, her fingers closing irritably around the mug. She hoped Amir could sense her irritation. She found herself growing tired of this charade. "Do I look like I care?" she echoed Amir dully. The girl grinned. "What did that trip do to you?" she asked, peering closely at Krista's face. "Don't tell me you're really accepting it." "Accepting what?" Krista blinked confusedly as she took a sip of her coffee. Black and bitter, it ran scalding down her throat. She was comforted by it. "Your undeniable unpleasantness," Amir chirped. "I'm not unpleasant," she squeaked into her coffee, raising her eyes to Amir in alarm. Amir laughed. "I'm not. You're unpleasant, not me. Just let the bitch become you," Amir cooed. "It feels so good, like loosen a great ol' load all at once." "Shut up, Amir," Krista sighed. Amir settled back in her booth, a wide smirk stretching on her thin lips, and her dimples caved into her cheeks. She blew a kiss. "Love you," she said. "Love someone else," Krista found herself murmuring. "What was that, love?" Krista bit her tongue, and she took a swig of her coffee, relishing in how incredibly acrid it was. She was lucky to have Amir, really, but sometimes the girl could get out of hand with her teasing. She was so careless, so needlessly cruel, and yet she was the only honest person Krista knew. She was a constant reminder that the girl in the mirror was not Krista Lentz, and she was the weight that held Krista to the ground. She was mean and nasty, but she was also vividly self-aware, and terribly clever. Amir knew exactly what she was doing when she was being a monstrous bitch. And she loved every moment of it. "What were you and Jean talking about yesterday?" Krista asked suddenly, sickeningly satisfied at how startled Amir became. "At Marco's grave." Amir shrugged, and popped a bit of muffin into her mouth. She spoke while she chewed. "Honestly? Marco. The dem fella couldn't let him go. Marco only just died, Amir," Krista said. "Give it time." "Jean doesn't need time," Amir said. "He needs to forget that it ever even happened." "That's a tough thing for anyone to do," Krista sighed. "And unfair. I wouldn't want to forget you, if you died suddenly." "Not that I'd let you," Krista thought, tearing at the fluffy innards of the muffin between them. "I'm not saying he should forget Marco, exactly," Amir said, adding a sugar to her coffee, and then tossing back the glass. "I'm just saying it'd be awful sad if he was hung up on that dumb boy forever. No reason for that. Move on quick, that's what I say. Death ain't so special." "You're terrible," Krista said, smiling wanly. "I'm practical," Amir responded brightly. She took a swig of coffee, and laughed. "Perfectly practical. That's me." Krista laughed in disbelief, and kicked Amir under the table. "Get out," Krista gasped. "You're the worst." Amir laughed harder, and they both laughed and giggled and kicked at each other until the subject changed, and they weren't laughing anymore. But it was a good start to the day, and Krista was feeling refreshed and less drunk on some unfathomable force, so it was good. They were good. Krista felt good. It was strange to feel good. They made it to Lancaster later that morning. The ground was soft and wet, mud sucking at her boots as they moved through an open field, skimming dewy grass and dodging great tarns of puddles. The sky was dismally grey, and the rain had stopped for a little bit. The air was thick with acidity, the humid taste of rain tinged to every breath inhaled and exhaled. It was dizzying, almost, but mostly a bother. The tear in Krista's sleeve had grown worse, and the pale blue fabric was stained a faint rusty brown color. Mud. The institute looked nothing like Krista had imagined. She just always had this picture of a sort of castle, an ominous place to run away from, with turrets and spires. This was just a cavernous old building. Nothing special, except perhaps the gaping hole in the side of its face, charred beyond belief and whittled away by weather and wildlife. They ducked in through that opening, and it seemed to them that the place had become some inhabited by woodland creatures since their mass exodus 5 years before. "I don't remember any of this," Krista said, walking easily beneath a fallen beam. Emir had to duck. "Do you?" "Not really." They both had flashlights, and the stream of white against the thick streams of dust and shadow was a little disconcerting. "But I spent almost all my time here in a pod, so. I spent all mine in a bed." Krista lifted her head toward the ceiling, noticing the cracks and fissures lining them, spreading into the walls and leading to thick holes in the foundation, or yawning burns in the once pale walls. "We're so boring." "Ah." Emir flung her arm around Krista's shoulder and squeezed it tight. "Don't say that. We're swell. I just wish we could understand what the others went through," she whispered, glancing around the darkened corridor they had landed themselves in. The air was thick and dry, and dust clung to every surface, particles dancing in the block of white light that gleamed from her flashlight. Everywhere she moved the beam, there was less to see. These passages were cramped, and she pushed her light through to the darkened halls, but she only ever found that they seemed endlessly black. Krista imagined, vaguely anxious and enthralled, a person standing in that blackness, a person watching in the shadowy labyrinth of the Institute's halls. She imagined, and it made her smile. Goosebumps prickled her arms and she smiled wider. She loved this. It was thrilling, and it was suspenseful, and she wanted to run through these empty, haunted halls and shriek in the ghosts' ears. She wanted them to fear her. She had too much fun in her own head. Her imagination got her nowhere. They were both still pretty lost, and it was dark, and musty, and hard to breathe. Krista led her flashlight around vaguely. She thought this hall might look a little familiar, but what did she know? Emir was twisting her way around, her flashlight stuck to the walls. She was looking for something specific. Krista was just along for the ride. "I wonder what my old room looks like," she thought. She'd never had the chance to look at it. Emir had stolen her away before she got a good look around. She'd awoken to it, to fire and screams, and she hadn't stuck around to look at her room. "Here we go," Emir murmured. She stopped before an uneven, fist-shaped hole in the wall. "I know where we are." "Amazing," Krista gasped. "How?" "Levi punched the wall trying to tackle me," Emir said brightly. "Ain't he a joy?" "He's." Krista smiled tightly. "Well, no, joy isn't the word I would use." "Say it," Emir whispered. "Say he's an asshole." "You're an asshole, Emir," Krista said gently. Emir gave a great, enthusiastic laugh, and she kissed the top of Krista's head and said nothing more. This was the way with them. Quick, sweet insults, bright affectionate kicks and kisses. They were not the kindest people, that was true. Krista hated it, but it was the truth she knew well, the truth that was Historia Rice. They were odd people when they acted normally. When Emir stopped before the door of her old room, so did Krista. She stood, staring into it, and she then turned her eyes to the darkness. A person could be out there, Krista thought. Watching me. It didn't scare her. It was an exciting thought. Her heart was beginning to thud in her chest, a sign of anticipation. She wanted to find out. She wanted to know. She wanted to seek before she was sought. "I think I can find my way to my room from here," Krista found herself saying, pushing forward into the great, yawning darkness. "I'll meet you back here in a few." "What?" Amir hung back in the darkened doorframe of her old room. Don't be stupid. You'll get lost. I'm not stupid, Krista said firmly, moving forward with her flashlight raised to beat at the blackness clinging to the eerie halls. Every so often she could catch little cracks in the walls or burned-out paneling. You came here for your reasons. Let me go find mine. Fool, Amir whistled at her. Krista waved in response, her boots squeaking against the dusty tile. Go on, then, love. Get lost. I will. Krista cried, swallowing her laughter and raising her chin to the thickening darkness. I'll have an adventure. I hope you trip on a brick. Amir cackled. Krista turned a corner abruptly, and walked on. She didn't know where she was going, really. The halls looked all the same, just a stretching mess of cracked white paint running through the darkness. She enjoyed this immensely, not knowing where she was going or if she'd get lost in this dank, dark, despicable place. She felt so alive, in fact, pushing through the maze of it, that she was beginning to find comfort in the dilapidated walls and crumbling ceiling. She hummed idly. Amir would find her, of course, if she did get lost. But she wasn't lost right now. She was simply enjoying the stifling air and the creeping at her spine. She was enjoying this mystery, this place of terror that held her terror of her past. Yes, she loved it because it was dead, and death could not hurt her. She was glad for this maze. She belonged in it. She remembered being a little girl, not any smaller than she was now, and running through this very same hall. See, there was even that streak of scorched wall from where the fire had reached. Yes, she'd been here before, she was sure of it. Krista stood for a moment, standing in the creeping, stirring darkness. She felt it watching her, and she was intrigued. It couldn't hurt her. She wasn't scared. Krista whirled her flashlight, watching the beam bounce off the scorched-up walls, and she smiled at the crumbling, blackened bones of the place that had once imprisoned her. How strange now, to be free, and not be free, and standing wishing that life would flood back into these walls, water leak from the ceiling and heal this charred-up place. It was so sad, and yet she was smiling and happy, against all odds. She didn't know how she found her room, but she knew it was hers. She recognized the positioning of a bed, beside a great canvas of a faux window. A heart monitor was resting in eternal slumber, dusty and dull in the gleam of her flashlight. The sheets of her bed had been kicked back by a younger girl with a different name. They were still in the same disgruntled position. The mattress was dusty and yellowed from disuse, but there was an imprint of a tiny body in its soft exterior. Krista drew her light across it, wondering why it looked so sad, and why she felt so sad looking at it. Her emotions were not cooperating. Krista smiled at the fake window. Papa, she thought sadly. You put me in a dungeon. No need to disguise it as a tower. She focused her attention on the rest of the wall. There were pictures. Various pictures lining the dusty, vaguely blackened surface. Soot clung to surface of them, faces gauzy from age. Krista edged closer to them, lighting them up with a beam of light, and smiling vaguely. There was a picture of her with her father. And another. And another. They were all of her and her father, him holding her, tickling her, kissing her little golden head. Krista wiped at the dust that hid her old, smiling face. Historia Rice had been such a happy child. And then her father had betrayed her. Between the pictures were sad, wilting paintings. Krista smiled at them too, because they were just as sad and odd to see as the photographs of her and her father. The paintings were watercolor, it seemed, vague strokes glowing faintly against gray paper, yellowing with time. She pressed her fingers to a painting of roses in a vase, and she tilted her head curiously. Where on earth did you come from? She whispered to the painting. It was a sloppy painting. A child must have done it. There was a signature scrawled on the lower left-hand corner. It was difficult to read, for the fire had ravaged half the room and left soot to stain the pretty little painting. She brushed it off carefully, pressing the flashlight closer to the wall and squinting at the dark, careful script. It was a child's hand, yes, but a smart child. Krista's hand flattened against the old painting, soot smearing against her fingers as she wiped it from the faintly hued flower petals. She stared in awe, her mind growing hazy at the revelation that hit her very hard. Armin. She whispered, pushing the light ever so carefully toward the faded signature. The blocky letters only confirmed her suspicions. He must have cared about you a lot. Krista jumped nearly out of her skin, her heart screeching against her ribs as she whirled around, her flashlight shuddering in the dark. The beam missed the shadow in the corner twice before settling across his silhouette, and she stood with a gaping mouth, her eyes adjusting to the aura that had snuck up on her. Golden and distant, a warmth that would not let her feel at ease. She imagined that she could easily turn that brilliant gold a vibrant silver, and watch an aura fade and meld into her own. But that wasn't something she'd ever do, not unless she had no other choice. "Erwin," she said, sounding breathless when she was truly furious. Her flashlight beam crashed upon the elder man's face, carving shadows into his cheeks. She considered screaming for Amir, but saw no point in it. "You scared me." "Did I?" He looked at her, and she stood petrified for a moment, because his salient eyes were gazing right through her. She was transparent before this man, and she knew it. Armin could not read her, but Erwin Smith? He knew her mind like he'd read it 1,000 times. It was utterly terrifying. "I honestly didn't mean to. I thought you'd sense me here." "I'm not Armin," she said stiffly. "I'm not that in tune with my power to be able to sense people unintentionally." "That's a shame," he said. "It'd make your power more useful, don't you think?" Krista didn't say anything in response to that. It made her feel inadequate, and also angry, because she had saved his life with her power. He should be singing her praises. "No," Krista thought. "Don't be stupid, he's only being logical." "Ungrateful, yes. But logical. Did you follow us?" she asked, forcing herself to sound stunned. "No," he said calmly. "I've been waiting for you." That struck her as odd, and a little creepy. She eyed him uncertainly, and looked back at the paintings and the photographs. Her father. And Armin. A strange collage of strangers pining for Historia Rice's comatose love. Pitiful, really. "Why would you do that?" she asked faintly. If you knew we were coming here, why didn't you stop us?" Erwin sighed. He pushed away from the corner, and stepped carefully into the light of her flashlight, completely visible now and exhausted by the looks of it. His usually neatly parted hair was crumpled across his forehead, his blue eyes sharp and dark and calculating her every move before she made it. His composed demeanor was defensive. He sat down on her old bed, and dust coughed out from the aged mattress. "We're going to have a talk, Historia," he said gently. He patted the space beside him, and Krista's heart sank. Run, she thought. Don't listen to him. He's creepy. But he had caught her attention, caught her interest, caught her sick little mind that craved knowledge and power, and she drifted to his side, his aura recoiling from her proximity. It didn't like her. It knew what she wanted from it, or perhaps it still tasted her presence. Auras were fickle things. "Historia?" she asked, standing before him confusedly. "Excuse me? I don't." "Don't lie," Erwin said to her. His eyes met hers, and she felt her tongue tie up in her mouth. Her chest ached. "I've had suspicions since I met you, but the missions solidified the theory. You're Historia Rice." "I'm Krista," she said weakly. "Krista Lentz." "I won't fight you on that," he said. He turned his face forward, and shook his head. "I wish it could be as simple as that being true. But we both know it isn't." "I'm Krista Lentz," she repeated. "Aren't you curious about why I'm here?" Erwin asked her. "Talking to you in this little room? I suppose you find me strange, or creepy." She chose her words carefully, rolling them in her mouth before spitting them out. "No, not really." "You're a very good liar," he said. "Or, at least, you lie very easily. You and Armin have that in common, I suppose." Erwin smiled at her bitterly. "He lies through his teeth at me, did you know? It's become something of a game. Catch that boy in a lie, and maybe he'll spill a little truth and begin to make sense." "Does he?" she whispered, bowing her head. She could no longer fight her curiosity. What was he doing here? "Armin has never made any sense to me," he said in a slow, vague tone. I don't think he ever will. I've grown to appreciate him more because of that fact. It doesn't make you hate him. She glanced at Erwin uncertainly. Or scared of him. I could never be scared of Armin. He smiled, and tilted his head at her. Are you, Historia? What? Are you afraid of Armin? She shook her head furiously. Of course not, she said. I just think he's off. Sometimes. You wouldn't be wrong. What's this really about? Krista asked sharply. I don't think you're here just to babble about Armin, or even really my name. You want something from me. You think very low of me, Erwin said, for a girl who doesn't know me. You've scared me, Krista said. I don't get scared easily, so excuse me. I'm not feeling like myself today. You're not feeling like Krista, you mean, he elaborated. She shot him a sharp look, and she took a step back, forcing the flashlight into his face. I am Krista, she said furiously. I don't understand why you're trying to tell me I'm not. I'm sorry, Erwin said gently. I didn't mean to frighten you. Or force you into telling the truth. I only want to speak to you. About what? She couldn't help but want to run away from him. He made her question herself. He made her want to steal and become a person she couldn't be. She was struggling with understanding his presence in her own, and she hated him for doing this to her, making her confused and irritable. She was off today. Just like Armin. Sit, he said, folding his hands in his lap. I have no intention of hurting you. I'm only trying to get a few things straight, and hopefully put some things straight for you as well. Excuse me. He sighed. His face was solemn in the yellow gleam of her flashlight. His eyes were flashing curiously to her face, and following it with a strange familiarity sparking there. She was wary, but also pained by her own terrible need to know what exactly he meant. So she sat down beside him, sinking into her old mattress, and bowing her head. They sat in silence for a minute, and Krista plucked at the strings of her cardigan. How did you know? She whispered, covering the blood on her sleeve carefully with her empty hand. That you're Historia Rice. Erwin sounded amused, but she was sickened by the revelation that she would have trouble hiding now. There was very little left of her charade to keep up. She'd cracked her mask, and now her true face was spilling out. Her name was on the list of subjects from the facility. Not Krista Lentz. They kept record of me? She asked. She supposed it wasn't so surprising, but she thought her father might be more careful with dealing with the daughter he had never wanted. Your name, he said. But nothing more. I know you were comatose for the majority of your time here, however. Yes, she said distantly. I also am aware of the grudge you have against your father. You know a lot of things, she said quietly, unable to keep the bite from her tone. Why are you here, Erwin? What did your father do, Historia? He asked her, turning his face in order to stare into her eyes. He was very close, and his expression was a flurry of shattered shadows. Her flashlight jabbed his chest. My name is Krista, she murmured. I don't care. He turned his face away, his neck twisting to gaze up at her wall of paintings and photographs. They must have loved you very much. Whoever Historia Rice was, she must have been something special, don't you think? He gazed upon the pinned-up vases, the stretch of sooty roses and glazed-over suns and faded starlit skies, watercolors bleeding into ash upon her sickbed wall. Armin only paints when he's forgetting. Did you know that? What? She said faintly. Forgetting? What does that mean? Erwin smiled vaguely, his lips turning upward in dim curiosity. You really didn't know him then, he observed. That's unfortunate. I was hoping you'd be able to tell me what he was like before. Before. Krista jumped to her feet and whirled to face him. Her chin rose in defiance. You're not making any sense. Before the procedure, Historia, he sighed. You know that his gave him memory problems, don't you? She slumped. She hadn't known that. There's a lot I don't know, she thought. Armin has memory problems. Erwin chuckled, and he straightened up in the dim light. Dust swirled around them, and old soot caked the surface of the entire room, forcing a layer of grime over even the prettiest of painting. She wasn't comfortable in here. She wanted to find Amir and go home. He has a lot more than just memory problems, he said. He sounded lofty, then sad, maybe. His power is an incredible strain on his body. Armin's mental strength weakens his physical body, she thought. But mine only makes me stronger. I noticed, she whispered. Well, it's become bad enough that he can't hide it anymore, he said. That's sure enough. Do you know what he said to me yesterday before he passed out? No. Erwin smiled tightly, and he looked grim and tired in the exhausted light. She almost pitied him. He told me, the man said, that there was something malevolent in his head. He begged me to either take it out, or kill it. He speaks in riddles, Krista said slowly. That could mean anything. It could, he agreed. As I said, I've never understood Armin. You know what he meant, though, she sighed. Or else you wouldn't have brought it up. I brought it up because I'm curious, he said. He's not like anyone I've ever met, and I wonder if you might know him better than I do. I've only known him for a few weeks, she said, taken aback. You've known him for years. I raised him. Erwin nodded, and shrugged casually. I've come to realize that it's difficult to know a boy who doesn't know himself. You speak in riddles too, Krista wished she could say. But he knew me, she said, turning her attention to the paintings upon her wall. All of them were in that same childish style, the same vivid, faded detailing of a clever child who had known too much for his tiny hands to depict. How is that possible? You tell me, he said placidly, crossing his legs. She felt as though she was speaking to a psychiatrist now. His tone was careful, beckoning, and she found that she wanted to tell him everything for no reason. She certainly didn't trust him. How should I know? She stood, her heart sinking into her stomach like a cold brick, and it hurt to breathe in this stifling room. I was asleep. Your father did that. Yes, she said firmly. He looked at her, smiling knowingly, and her heart sank further and further until it hit rock bottom. She was dead in this sick room. She heard her heart monitor flatline in her mind. She wished she had died here. He put something in my breakfast, she explained quickly, her cheeks heating up as she recalled her misfortune. A drug. I watched him do it. Are you certain that's what happened? Erwin asked calmly. Of course. She was frantically searching the depths of her memory now, her heart thudding in terror. She wasn't wrong. Her father had dropped something in her breakfast that morning. She had watched him do it, peeking between the slat in the door between the kitchen and dining room. She was a sneaky child, Historia, so curious and precocious, getting into all sorts of trouble and tripping over herself more often than not. Historia Rice had a nervous condition, see. It was not good for her to be overly stimulated. Her father had been cautious at first, but she remembered how frequently he had slipped up. Violent shows flickering on the television, sending her into a shaky fit of shock and terror. Gates opening for her to slip into the back garden to chase a bunny rabbit and fall into a trap of trellis. Firecrackers going off outside, causing fits to erupt and little heads to knock against countertops. Stitches and spasms filled her memory, for one did not exist without the other. She supposed her father had gotten sick of her sickliness. A little something in her breakfast. A little dizzy dose for a little dizzy girl. A chase. What's wrong, princess? Her father had cried, almost real tears welling in his eyes as she twisted away from him, searching the floor for something to throw. Historia, please, stop running, you'll hurt yourself. She'd chomped down on his knuckles so hard blood had filled her mouth, and she still tasted the sickly sweetness of it rushing down her throat. She'd torn skin off his fingers, and pushed off him, her tiny limbs flailing madly as she screamed her lungs into combustion. She had felt like a monster, then, a terrible little princess monster, in her terrible palace mansion with a grand staircase that spiraled down and down and down from the top floor, where her room was, where her father had taken her when she had proclaimed herself to be nauseous after eating her poisoned breakfast, a breakfast she had known to be spiked. She had been 6. Not a smart girl in the least. Historia. Her father had screamed. Her name echoed in her head, and she tasted it in her mouth, blood curdling across her tongue. She spat it back in his face, and tripped over her slippery stockings as she skidded across the floor, crawling and sobbing and shaking. The television had been left on again the night before. Historia had sat, 6 years old, and watched a girl get poisoned and chased and butchered. She'd seen it. It was going to happen to her. And she was too weak to stop it. Her father had once been so good at keeping her safe from her own shaky, hysterical self. His subtle instigation had developed into a despicable crime. Historia Rice had been 6, and sickly, and shaky as she screamed and screeched and stumbled down the spiraled stairs. She had gone to sleep with a crack of black, a splintering rush of cold terror and white-hot pain. And she had awoken to an unfamiliar building burning around her. She was certain it had been her father's fault. Who else could it have been? She remembered her father taking her to a tiny little house, an apartment that had felt more like a playhouse than a home, and he remembered he had smoothed back her hair and introduced her to a woman. Historia, he had said. I want you to meet someone. And she, a small, sickly, silly child, had looked upon a hazy face and smiled. Pleased to meet you, she had said with a gap-toothed smile. The woman had been blonde. Blue-eyed. Fuzzy face and no smile. She had nodded. She had shaken Historia's tiny hand, and Historia saw a rose on her wrist, red bursting with color in the grayish tint of her memory. Thorns had curled across her arm, faded green melting into black. Historia had stared in awe of it. The woman had held on for a long time. Her hands had been shaking. She had been shaking. Historia had been put in another room with a sleeping boy. She had peeked through a slat in the door, and crouched on the ratty carpet, listening to her father whisper furiously at the woman. I've given you enough, haven't I? I've never asked for anything, the woman had hissed. Only to see her. And you never gave me that privilege before today. Now I'm asking only that you take some pity on me. Pity you. Her father had sounded disgusted. I'm not here out of pity. I'm here because it's in my best interest to cater to your psychosis, dear. Don't call me that. You haven't given me a reason to help you. I have a son, she said. Historia's eyes had drifted to the boy slumbering on a little sofa, tufts of blonde hair peeking out from under a thin blanket. He woke up under her stare, his eyes blue and ever-knowing beneath the fluffy wisps of his hair. He stared at her blankly, and she stared back, crouched beside a door with her skirt pooling around a ratty old carpet, her ear pressed to the crack in order to hear her father speak to the stranger. She always listened in on her father's private conversations. He never ever caught her, she was too sneaky, too quick. Historia remembered looking at the boy but not truly seeing him. She turned away and focused her attention back on the feuding duo. And I'm providing for him the best that I can without drawing attention, her father had said. His words were muffled in the sweet haze of Historia's memory. But what am I to do with a child without a mother? I can't take him. You know that would cause too many problems. Can't he come with me? The woman asked, sounding desperate. The boy had appeared beside Historia, his face vacant and uncertain. He was smaller than she was, skinnier and almost as vacant. His tiny shoulders slumped. Historia didn't even look at him. She'd been so enwrapped in her own snooping, she didn't care to see this boy. Now she regretted that. She didn't remember how that argument had ended. All she remembered was going home, and sneaking out of bed to listen to her mother and father fight. He'd told her that it wasn't any of her business, and her mother had called him a cheat, and a liar, and she'd said something about a bastard and a whore, and Historia had sat, soaking it all in, all the bad words and all the bad vibes, and she felt that it was her fault somehow. She recalled, vacantly, that night her mother had found her in the living room. She'd turned the channel onto something horrid. Are you certain? Erwin said softly, Historia. She stood in a dreary, stifling room with 1,000 pictures plastered across her old walls, telling her stories of love she'd never felt. Had that skinny, fluffy-haired boy in her memory been Armin? Had the woman with the rose tattoo been his mother? And what of her own mother, who Historia barely remembered, a cold woman who rarely gave Historia any attention? No, she said dimly, her heart thundering in her chest. No, I'm not so certain of anything anymore. Why don't you tell me what you've remembered? She shot him a look, terror forming in her face, and she took a step back. How do you know I remembered anything? She asked, folding her hands over her chest. Her heart was thrumming, a hummingbird beating at her ribs. He moved his head, and his eyes gleamed in the ever-bursting glow of her flashlight beam. You asked me why I'm here, he said. How I knew. Isn't it obvious, Historia? His smile was all-knowing. His eyes were salient with his truths glowing within them, beacons that saw right through her dark, dastardly lies. She stared at him, and she suddenly understood. She suddenly found herself to be unbearably stupid. You saw it, she whispered aloud. Oh. You saw all of this, didn't you? You knew this entire conversation before it even happened. That's pushing it a bit, he said, laughing at her ignorance. I knew the gist of what this conversation entailed. But I couldn't catch every word. It wasn't a long vision. Then why should I tell you anything? She asked, feeling dull and furious and empty as she spoke. If you already know everything, I shouldn't tell you a thing, should I? She wasn't sure. She was so lost here. Her mind was swimming with darkened memories. A boy's tiny face. A woman's rose. Telling me will help you understand, he said. And I think you need to understand. Understand what? She looked across the walls, grimy and sooty and filled with paintings and photographs, truths and lies. Armin. Yes, he said. Tell me about Armin. Her stomach twisted in uncertainty. What did she even know about Armin, truly? He knows me, she whispered. He knew me before his procedure. And he forgot about me. She turned her head around the room, and shrugged. Who is he to me? I think you know the answer to that question, Erwin said gently. He rose from the bed, her old little sick bed that had changed far more than she had. She could still fit in it, she realized, her eyes flitting over the broken-in mattress. Her body had not grown at all since she'd been a prisoner in this room. She stared at Erwin, feeling hopelessly confused, because this was not something she wanted. She had done well enough in forgetting the past. She had done well for herself in forgetting, because she had only wanted to be free of her burdening memories, but now she was stuck trying to sort them out. She had met Armin. Yes, that was true, she saw that now. When she had been 6 years old, and Armin had been 5, 10 years ago, she had met him. What are you doing? That poor little boy had whispered, standing over her crouching form. Miss. SHH, Historia had grabbed him by the elbow and yanked him down with her. He crouched, staring at her with wonder in his face. They're fighting. Yeah. The boy knelt, a button nose wrinkling as his hazy head tilted. I heard. Is it because Mama is sick? Huh. Historia had pushed the door in order to muffle their voices, and she squinted at the boy beside her. Sick. Yeah, the boy said softly. She's got the fallen down disease. Like Julius Caesar. Falling down disease. Historia had not understood that. What does that mean? She falls down a lot, the boy had whispered, glancing worriedly at the door. She sometimes falls and screams and flops around. She cries a lot too. He hugged his knees to his chest, sitting on the balls of his feet and rocking. I think she's scared about me, because she gets tired really fast, and can't move much. Is your papa a doctor? Historia had shook her head mutely. Falling down disease, she thought then, and she thought now, dizzy and sickened. Oh. Erwin, she said distantly, walking up to the rose vase on the wall, is epilepsy hereditary? She felt the man at her back, and she knew before he spoke. Her heart sunk so far that it disappeared into a chasm within her. She was surprised she still had a heart. Yes, Erwin said. Epilepsy can be passed genetically, though I believe it's rare for a parent to pass the disease directly to his or her child. Rare, but not unheard of. Ah, she said faintly. I see. As far as I'm aware, he said, Armin does not have epilepsy. No, she said, reaching out and touching the roses, the childish strokes of red and pink smooth against the blackened paper. But I did. You don't anymore. I don't get sick anymore, she sighed, closing her eyes. Armin had painted a picture of roses in a vase, and that painting was sitting on his desk. He must be forgetting something, she thought. Or maybe he's remembering. Erwin. I think I was wrong. I don't think my father was solely responsible for my coma. No. He was smiling, and she whirled around, pushing the light into his face. I was a bastard, wasn't I? She squeaked, feeling sheepish and uncertain with all her memories clogging her foggy brain. My father had an affair with a woman with epilepsy, and then he adopted me, because she couldn't take care of me. And my mother, my father's wife, she hated me because of that. Her eyes were wide, and she felt like she was going to scream. She was so angry and confused and devoid of any sense. That woman had a rose tattoo. I remember now. She had a rose tattoo, and that's... I liked it. She shuddered, and dropped her flashlight. It clattered against the dusty floor, and she watched Erwin pick it up carefully, turning the light to her face. She was close to tears. She hated this so much. Why couldn't she have been a normal little girl with a normal family? Why had her father been involved with the institute? Why did this happen? Oh. I was just telling Amir I wanted a rose tattoo. Isn't that funny? She laughed, a forceful sound that grated against her throat. She buried her face in her hands. It's okay to not know how to feel, Historia, he told her carefully. I don't want to be Historia. She dug her nails into her scalp, and shoved her hands up from her eyes and gazed at Erwin frightfully, tears obscuring his features. I want to be Krista. Krista never had epilepsy. She's a good girl who never hurt anyone. She was close to hysterics, her voice breaking miserably apart. She wasn't an illegitimate child of any powerful person, and she didn't have a brother, and she wasn't scared of anything. That kind of girl doesn't exist, Erwin said. You want too much, Historia. You're not perfect. She stared at him, tears slipping and flushing her cheeks. A flashlight beam blinded her as her lips trembled, and she choked back a sob. I don't want to be perfect. She cried. I just want to be a good person. Is Historia Rice not a good person? She winced, and shook her head, covering her face and shaking her head some more. Go away, she murmured. I'm not the person you think I am. Are you saying that because you've killed someone? She lowered her hands and stared at Erwin in horror. Her stomach twisted in disgust, and she backtracked until she hit a wall, bits of ash crumpling around her. How could you possibly know about that? She whispered. Erwin smiled vaguely, and she forced herself to close her eyes. It wasn't fair. She was surrounded by riddlers and tricksters, and she was just a monster being played for a fool. It wasn't fair. I know your power, he said. I know it's not so simple as giving life. Manipulating an aura means you can make it stronger, but you can just as easily make it weaker. I deduced that you must have killed someone in order to gain this knowledge, thus describing your power as aura manipulation, and being very adamant that it is not healing. She found she couldn't respond to that. Her tongue was unyielding in her mouth, lying uselessly against her teeth. She opened her eyes, and tears streaked down her cheeks. She wished she could hate him for this, but she felt utterly empty. She pressed her back further against the wall behind her, and she slid weakly to her knees. I didn't mean to, she whispered. It had just happened, I couldn't. I didn't know what I was doing. It was a mistake. You don't have to explain yourself to me, he said, his voice a distant, vacant sound. I've killed people. Much more than you, I can assure. What matters is that you want to atone for what you've done. I can't judge you for anything. I'm not a good person, no more than you or Armin or any Leonhard or Levi. He stepped toward her very slowly, and she stared at the ground. It was very dark in here. She felt like the darkness had swallowed her up, and spat her out used and empty. So much for being heroes, she thought dazedly. He crouched before her, and she stared at him dully, her hands falling into her lap. Did you come here, she whispered, just to make me remember these terrible things? No, he sighed. I came here because I have Armin's best interests at heart. Always. I won't tell him he has living family if you are not willing to be the sister he needs. You're welcome to tell him, if you'd like. He smiled that awful, vague little smile of his, and she was surprised at how little she could hate this man. He was too charismatic. But if you do, you know you can't be Crystallense anymore, right? She sat quietly, and she wondered if she had ever been Crystallense to begin with. Do I really have a choice? She whispered. Do you have a choice in telling Armin that he's your brother? Erwin laughed gently, and she bowed her head. He won't figure it out by himself, I imagine, unless he remembers something. I have no clue how much he might know about it, in the depths of his mind. It could be that he already knows. Erwin shrugged. It's up to you. She sighed. This was all too much. She'd only come in here out of curiosity. Now she was paying for that, with painful memories and harsh truths and terrible possibilities. We can't know for sure that he's my brother, she said suddenly, looking up at Erwin and searching his face. We're just speculating. I'm just guessing, from memories that have been sitting in my head, completely untouched for 10 years. We can't know for sure, can we? We can, he said, peering at her face. If you and Armin consent to a DNA test. Oh, she mumbled, rubbing her face tiredly. She wiped at the tears streaking her grimy face. But then I'd have to tell him, wouldn't I? You could always do it without his consent, he said, his eyes narrowing. But I won't help you with that. It wouldn't be very nice. She sighed, and rested her head back against the dusty, crumbling wall behind her. Her ponytail squished against ash, and dark particles danced into her line of vision. What if we're not related? Then you're more used to us as Historia Rice than Crystallense, he said. He's manipulating me, she thought furiously. And I'm letting him. And, if we are related. She was feeling empty and dull, but somehow disgustingly enraged. What do I do? That's your choice, he said. As I said, I'm here for Armin. Not you. You really care about him, she said, unable to keep her bitterness from trailing into her voice. Some days more than others. Erwin smiled, and she stared at him in wonder. This wasn't that vague smile he'd been handing her for the past 20 minutes. No, it was a genuine smile of fondness, his eyes lighting up without curiosity or omniscience to force creepiness onto them. No, they were charming and bright, and she found herself smiling weakly back at him. He must have cared about me too, she said, pushing herself to her feet. She dusted the ash from her leggings to no avail. He must have, she told herself. Why else would he paint these things for me? I have to talk to Amir before I make my decision. That's fine, he said. I'm in no rush. She nodded, dazed, and dull and dimly aware of her own disgust. She pushed her hair behind her ears, and she turned her chin up to Erwin. She wouldn't sob in front of this man. She refused to do so. She was, she knew, much stronger than that. Crystallense or not. Come on, she said, marching past Erwin and pushing herself into the black hall. She felt around the walls until he dangled her flashlight before her. She grasped it, and frowned deeply. I'm going to tell Amir everything. I owe her that much. Armin and Jean have advised me against trusting Amir, he said, nodding beside her. He produced his own flashlight. Don't you find her mannerisms a bit strange? You're assuming I ever found Amir to be normal, she said. That wouldn't be true at all. I've always found Amir to be extraordinary. She's saved me more times than I can count, and me her as well. We take care of each other. She deserves to know. Has she ever told you about her grandmother? She almost laughed. Grandmother. She studied Erwin quizzically. Amir was raised here. I don't think she's got any grandmother. He didn't falter in his steps, but he did peer at her with a sense of wonder in his eyes. Her heart nearly stopped as she realized something. Oh no, she thought wildly, was that a secret? She had no idea. She'd just assumed. Have you ever heard of a girl named Ilse Langner? He asked her very slowly. Ilse Langner? No, That didn't sound familiar. She shook her head. Who's that? She asked. She told us that was her grandmother's name, he said. Does Emir always tell you the truth? She. Well, no, Emir didn't, but what did that matter? I'm a liar, she thought. So is Emir. That's why we're such good friends, because we're both such compulsive liars. Emir is only ever honest with me. I see. She couldn't tell if he believed her or not. It was difficult to understand this man, this all-knowing terror of a man who could not be trusted, and yet here she was taking his word, his nudges into the direction he saw fit, and she didn't even care. She understood that he was manipulating her, but she was a girl who was made to be manipulated. She wasn't entirely sure what this meant for her, but she saw that her future was standing beside Erwin. And she had a crazy feeling he'd sought her out knowing just that. Emir, she called, pushing herself through the battered doorway into Emir's old room. It was dark, of course, but she saw that it was less like a prison here. Aside from the cryogenic pod in the center of the room, and the charts on the walls, Emir's room looked homely. There were books and things lying around, an old camera, a stack of papers, pencils on the floor. This room had been well used. Ah! Emir whirled to face her, a thicket of photographs in her hands. Carino, don't you know you shouldn't creep up on a person like that? It's awful rude. Sorry, she said, standing awkwardly in the doorway and blinking dazedly at her lanky friend. Emir was shifting from photograph to photograph, a tight frown on her lips. Wisps of brown hair stuck to her cheeks. She was sweating. Nervous. Her flashlight was stuck under one arm. Is something wrong? Emir barked a chilly laugh. Oh, she said, oh, no, not really. I just hate being right, I suppose. Christ, I'm a fool. What were you right about? She asked slowly, stepping into the room. Emir glanced at her, and smiled wanly. She looked very pale, and very irritated. I was. She paused, and glanced down at the photographs. Oh. Mirda. Guess I should tell you now. It'll come out sooner or later. What? She was stunned. Everyone was acting so strange today. She felt as though she was simultaneously losing her mind, and acting the only sane man in this play of madness. Emir. I have to tell you something too. I don't really. I don't know how to explain, but I need your help with it, okay? Yeah. Emir nodded, not even looking at her. Yeah, love, of course. But first, I have to go first. Yeah? Okay, look here. Emir beckoned her closer, and Krista moved slowly to her side, her boots scuffing against the floor. A photograph was passed between them, and she let her flashlight hover over the vintage snapshot. It was of a little girl, lanky and scowling at a lens. She was wearing fatigues, like Emir was now, and her hand was outstretched toward the camera. This girl had a shadowy face, dark eyes glinting in firelight, dark skin marred by 1,000 freckles, like dark sand sprinkled across her face and neck. Her shadowy chin was pointed, and so was her nose. Her lips were thin. Her hair was choppy, a bob that curled at her ears. Her fingers were splayed, and in the strange lighting of this photograph, in this dusty old room, wisps of flame clung to the girl's bony hands, bursting outward from the very freckles of her dark skin, and threatening to consume the photographer whole. Oh my God, she thought numbly. But... She gasped, unable to tear her eyes from the photo. Emir, this is... Emir snatched the photograph from her scrawny hand, and she watched with a cry of shock as the stack of photos in Emir's grasp erupted in a great snarling ball of flame. Emir! She cried, stumbling away from the mass of smoldering photos. Embers fluttered to the ground sadly. Mirda! Emir shouted, her voice booming as she flung her flaming hands up. The fire guttered out. Where the hell did you come from? Krista whirled around and saw Erwin standing in the doorway. He'd been there the entire time, she knew, but seeing him gave her a fright. He watched them both with that same vague expression that he'd worn the majority of his conversation with her. It was eerie, and undeniably creepy. He stepped into the room, nodding curtly Emir's way. I didn't mean to frighten you, he said. but I suppose it's a little late for apologies. You think? Emir said snidely, gesturing to the pile of ash on the floor that had once been a stack of photographs. Thanks so much. What were you saying, Emir? Erwin asked. Something you had to tell? Not you, Emir said stiffly. This is between me and Krista. I didn't mean to intrude, he said delicately. But if you have information on the institute you're hiding, well, that wouldn't go too well with the others, I imagine. Erwin. Krista stared him down. Enough, please. Emir doesn't have to say a thing. She's already told me, anyway, she thought unhappily, wondering how she had not realized it before. Cryostasis. Of course. Emir had been frozen decades ago, and then reawakened only just 5 years ago. It explained the way she talked, and why she was so interesting. I'm sorry, he said. Of course you're right. Emir, you don't have to tell me anything. Wasn't gonna anyhow, she sneered. I wonder, he said carefully, smiling oh so vaguely, do you often lose control of your powers when you get scared? It's not uncommon, Emir said smoothly. Luckily I don't scare easy. No, he said just as coolly, you only get frightened of men you know standing in doorways. You're a skeeve, Emir declared. No doubt why you frightened me. I suppose I'm just a very frightening person, Erwin mused aloud, his smile only tightening. His phone began to ring. He stood for a moment, his eyes locked with Emir's. And then he pulled out his phone, and he answered it with a quick, yes. She wondered what she would say to Armin when she next saw him. She knew it would either be a confession or a lie. There was no way around this. She would go home today either Krista or Historia. One girl a pretty lie, another girl a grotesque truth. She wasn't ready to face either of them. Currently. He did not raise his eyes to them. Not in a position to disclose. You. Emir scoffed, and she turned away, glowering at the walls of her old room. As if that'd make this situation any more bearable. Ah. I see. He raised his eyes to Emir. He held her gaze, and his vague smile disappeared. I'll take care of it. He hung up, and pocketed his phone. He straightened up, nodding placidly to both of them while keeping his eyes solely on Emir. That was Hang, he said. It seems Levi's been hurt. Is he okay? Krista blurted. Erwin looked at her, and he nodded. It appears that way, he said. Then he sighed, and shook his head. Though knowing Levi, it's likely a lot worse than it seems. They were attacked outside the Capuchin crypts. The what? Emir asked flatly. It's a church in Rome that has vaults filled with bones of Capuchin monks, Krista said softly. Erwin glanced at her curiously, while Emir merely sighed. Sounds absolutely joyful, she chirped. Sign me up to be buried there. It's strange, he said, smiling at Emir. Levi said that Annie was the one who attacked them. Annie. Krista gasped excitedly. Oh, is she okay? Do you think? Stop acting like you care, Emir drawled. Stop pretending you don't, she replied in kind. Perhaps we should make our way out, Erwin suggested, turning away from them. You can go, Emir said. But we've got our own business to deal with. You misunderstood me, he said, turning his eyes to her sharply. We're making our way out. Follow me. Emir stood for a moment as Erwin left the room, and she whirled to face Krista. What is he doing here? She hissed. He came to talk to me, Krista whispered, unsure of how to respond. Erwin was acting even stranger than he had earlier, if possible. I need to talk to you about it, Emir, it's so weird. I don't even know where to begin. Start with, Emir said, throwing a furious glare at the doorway, getting the hell out of here without him. No, Krista said. What? Emir looked at her, brown eyes growing wide and alarmed. What do you mean, no? We have to get rid of him. Emir, we can't, she said. We have to go with him. We're done here. We have to go home. We can't go home, Emir hissed, reaching out and grasping both Krista's arms. Don't you see? He doesn't trust me, none of them do. They think I'm the next Annie. Don't be silly. I'm just pointing out what you already know, she breathed, looking irritated. They're pointing fingers at me now. They'll point fingers at you too. Me. Krista couldn't help but laugh. I'm useless. I haven't got any information worth knowing. Oh yeah. Emir scowled. Then what is it you were going to tell me, huh? I was going to tell you that Armin might be my brother, Krista said, rolling her eyes. Which is something I realized today. I'm thinking of telling him. I was going to ask you what you thought, but now I'm feeling as though I'm not especially fond of what you have to say. Oh, come on, Emir groaned. Don't get like that. Let's just go home, she said, turning to the door. She poked her head out, and saw Erwin standing a little ways down the hall. She waved at him. I think I'll wait to tell Armin, she thought. Until I can figure this out. It can wait, can't it? There's so much going on right now, and Armin has enough going on in his head. Emir followed her out the door rather grudgingly, her dark eyes glaring fervently at her back. Which, Emir cooed. I did nothing wrong. I'm not really angry with you, Krista said, not sure if she meant it. I just think you're overreacting. Did you say Armin's your brother? Emir jumped beside her, turning her mood right around. That's probably the most unfortunate thing I've ever heard. My poor darling. Poor Armin, Krista cooed, echoing Emir's tone. Having such a fool for a sister. You're awful hard on yourself today. I forgot his face, she murmured. I met him when I was little, but I forgot his face. Isn't that the worst? Not really. Emir shrugged. So are you sure he's your brother? No. Krista watched Erwin's back, her palm sweaty against her flashlight. But we do sort of look alike. Yes, well, excepting the fact that you pluck your eyebrows. Emir laughed, her voice cracking across the soft, vacuous air. Fair enough. Krista laughed along with her, feeling a little better. Being Armin's sister couldn't be so bad. But then, being Armin's sister meant she had to be Historia. She wasn't sure how she felt about that. But I guess, Emir yawned, ducking under a beam as they followed Erwin back into daylight, you two do sorta look alike. Your hair, and your eyes. Maybe even the shape of your face, a little. I guess, she said softly. It was raining again. Mist clung to every surface, and Krista frowned. The ground outside the institute building was all muddy. Erwin, we took a motorcycle here. Can we just follow you home? No, he said. I think I'd prefer it if you both came with me. Hell no, Emir spat. It would be much safer. Hell fucking no. Emir grabbed Krista's arm. Her fingers tightened around the sleeve that had been torn by the road and bloodied by her own incompetence. We managed swell before you showed up, Pops. Emir, Erwin said cautiously. I'm going to tell you once. Come with me. Her eyes flashed dangerously, and she laughed so loudly her voice cracked across the gray sky like thunder clapping. You can't tell me a damn thing. She cried. And you can't make me do nothing. Let's go. Emir pulled Krista forward, and she stumbled a little, mud sucking at her boots as she waded through it cautiously. She shot a glance at Erwin, feeling a twinge of regret. Emir, she said, I think I'm going to go with Erwin. What? Emir stopped, mud spitting into the air and splattering Krista's leggings. No, you're not. You should come too, she said, feeling unsure as she spoke. Erwin's right. It'd be safer. You can heal me? Emir's fingers dug into Krista's bicep so tightly that she winced. This is stupid. Emir, please, Krista said, throwing a glance at Erwin again. Please, I think we should really go with him. No way. Emir's face twisted against the misting rain, her lips curling into a snarl. Why does it matter to you, anyway? You trust me more than you trust him. Yes, she thought, but I know Erwin will take me home. Emir. She whispered. Please? I'm tired, and it's cold and rainy, and it'd be nice to take a car home, wouldn't it? No. You're just being difficult. Me. Emir snorted. Love, you have no idea. Emir, Erwin said. This isn't going to end the way you want it to. Just please come with me. She said. No thanks, old man. Krista stared up at her friend desperately. There was no way, was there? She'd have to go with Emir. I'm sorry, Erwin, she said, twisting to face the man. She tried to smile. We'll see you back home, okay? He stared at her, and he saw his eyes narrow. Oh no. Krista stared at him as she stumbled forward, her arm still firmly in Emir's grasp. No, something was terribly wrong. I'm going to tell Armin, she said suddenly, facing forward. I'm going to tell him everything. Yeah. Emir was holding her very tightly. It hurt. Yes. The ground was gobbling up her boots, making it extremely difficult to walk. I can't be Krista anymore, I don't think. Not if I want Armin to be my brother. Brothers suck, Emir mumbled. Siblings suck. Family sucks. What am I supposed to call you now, anyhow? Historia. She closed her eyes. Yes. That was who she was. It was hard to admit, but it was who she had always been underneath that terrible smiling mask. Now she felt empty. Free, maybe? Was this what freedom felt like? She wouldn't know. That's always been my name, I guess. Emir stopped. She looked at Historia, rain trickling against her warm cheeks. She smiled sadly. Did you know, she whispered, that my name wasn't always Emir? What? Historia stood, awed and confused, and she shook her head. What does that mean? My name, Emir said quietly. It was. Emir, Erwin called out. I know you killed Aaron's mother. Historia whirled around, her jaw dropping as she gazed back at Erwin, her eyes flashing between them. What? She croaked. Emir's dark eyes snapped closed, and her sad smile crumpled. Her fingernails dug into Historia's bicep. Emir. Damn, she said, suddenly smiling wanly up at the sky. And to think I thought we were gonna get away. Wait. Historia's knees were wobbling, and she twisted away from Emir, pulling at her arm. Wait, is that true? Did you really? Love, Emir whispered suddenly, her eyes snapping open. I hate you. Okay. Historia shot a glance at Erwin, who was watching them, his brow furrowed. Okay. Yes. You hate me. Why do you hate me, exactly? You're annoying, Emir said flatly. Her voice was quiet, and she was speaking mechanically, her eyes dull and tired. You're such a load. I hate you. Okay. I understand. Emir stared at her. And she smiled, her fingers catching flame, somehow producing fire against the humidity and the rain, and Historia felt it latch onto her bicep. Emir shoved her into the mud as a scream tore from her throat, confusion and pain viciously pounding into her brain. Wait, Historia gasped, tears blinding her as she rolled onto her stomach, fire gnawing at her elbow and enveloping her forearm. Wait. Emir. Emir had gone running. Emir. Historia was screeching, her heart thudding in her throat. Tears streaked her muddy face as Erwin pulled her upright, smothering the flames with his jacket. She thrashed against him, but she could not pull herself to her feet. Emir. Emir disappeared into the rain and the mist, and left Historia sinking into mud and ash. She inhaled rainwater, dirt clinging to her lips, and she screamed again, a wordless cry that pierced the air. Erwin wrapped his jacket carefully around her as she screeched and cried and called Emir's name, hopelessly trying to make sense of what had just happened. When she had gone quiet, and minutes ticked by of nothing but the patter of rain against mud, against charred shingles, against tall, whistling grass, Erwin cautiously wrapped his arms around her shoulders. I'm so sorry, he said. She said nothing. She stared vacantly ahead of her, wondering where this day had gone so horribly wrong. She was just about waist deep in mud, and the smell of smoke was clinging to her hair. She wondered if it had been singed. Oh, she hoped not. Can I see your arm? Erwin asked her politely. She did not respond. She stared dully ahead. She nodded vacantly. He pulled his coat carefully away, and stared for a moment at her bare arm. The sleeve of her cardigan had been ripped away, singed right off, but otherwise her arm was utterly unscathed. Soot clung to her pasty skin. She sighed. She had liked that cardigan. "You have regenerative powers," Erwin observed. "Yes," Historia said distantly. "Can we go home now?" "Yes." Erwin helped Historia to her feet, and she leaned against him, watching the foggy patch of road where Amir had disappeared. "I didn't mean for that to happen. I wanted to bring you both back so we could interrogate Amir about what happened to Aaron's mother, but..." She looked at him sharply, her eyes searching his tired face. "But?" she asked furiously. "You made her run away. You made it so obvious, she was never going to come with you." "I know," he sighed. "That was my intention. It's better this way for her." They reached his car, and Historia stood shakily, her muddy legs weak as she pulled Erwin's coat tighter around her. "Why would you want her to run away?" Historia whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. "That's not smart at all." "I had a vision," Erwin said. He turned his face to the sky, and rain splashed against his cheeks. "Aaron killed Amir. I chose to keep that future from ever happening." Historia opened her mouth to speak, but she had no words. They were stolen from her by this knowledge, whether it was truth or no. She couldn't find any reason for him to lie about this. He'd saved Amir's life in making her run. But he'd also stolen Amir from Historia. Or maybe, he'd stolen Historia from Amir. "I made my decision," she told him. He turned his eyes back to her, and he smiled. Vague. So vague, and so terrible. Historia realized she trusted this man, and she hated herself for that. "Ah," he said. "And who are you?" She wished she could be that perfect girl she'd built up. She wished that girl had been real. But the truth was that she had always been that dull, scarred girl in the mirror. It was such a sickening, saddening thought. "I'm Historia Rice," she said firmly. Chapter 20, Remember You Will Die. Memento Mori. Manhattan, New York. AD 11 Calendas Novembers, 2766 A.U.C. He'd spent the morning drawing roses onto his wall. Mikasa had caught him, and she'd stood with her back pressed against the wall, watching with curious black eyes as he dazedly took a red sharpie to the powdery blue paint of his bedroom walls, careful strokes of a penpoint bleeding into sloppy lines. He was not a good artist. The roses looked like bloody splotches upon his walls. He wondered if that was not his intention all along. "You've been drawing roses a lot lately, Armin," Mikasa said. "Why is that?" She didn't know, of course. The night Historia had come to him to tell him of their possible relation was the same night they agreed it would be better if they didn't tell anyone. Erwin had agreed as well, sitting between them on Armin's bedroom floor and carefully swabbing the inside of Historia's cheek. She stared vacantly ahead of her, unfazed and uninterested in the entire ordeal. Historia didn't talk very much. She often avoided Armin altogether, or any of them for that matter. She was very broken up over Amir. Aaron was even more so, because when he had come home to find out Amir Langner, the girl who had killed his mother, was missing, he'd thrown an actual temper tantrum. Armin had cut Aaron out of his head as he stood at his back, waiting for Mikasa to make a move to placate him. Instead of focusing his energy on Aaron, he'd met Berthold's eye. "Maybe I should tell him," Armin had thought into the tall boy's mind. "Why don't you stop me?" But Berthold had merely looked away, ashamed, and hurriedly left the room. Armin hadn't said anything about Berthold possessing Amir. "Erwin," Armin had said, "do you think that it's possible that I can't read Historia's mind because she's related to me?" "It's plausible," Erwin said, taking Armin's chin between two fingers. Historia looked bored, examining her cuticles with a frown. Her pale hair framed her face, and the more Armin looked at her, the more it scared him that she could be his sister. It meant he had a mother. It meant his father might be. "Thought it wouldn't explain me." "Well," Armin said, smiling brightly up at the man, "maybe you're our uncle, or something." Erwin had laughed at that, and Historia had glanced up at them. She hadn't found it very funny, it seemed, because her eyes had drooped and her lips had pulled into a grimace. "Don't make jokes like that," he warned. At this point, who knows what could be true? I wouldn't mind, Armin said. And it's not like we don't look alike, or anything. We could all be related, for all we know. Should I swab my cheek as well? Erwin asked, tilting Armin's head to the side. See if perhaps we're all stems on the same convoluted family tree. Please don't, Armin said weakly. I'm only teasing, he said. Mostly. Say now, will you? Ha, Armin said instead, opening his mouth wide enough for Erwin to carefully swab the inside of his cheek, the cotton swab tickling his jaw as it poked around the sensitive, fleshy parts of his mouth. Erwin withdrew the cotton swab, sticking it in a red-capped plastic tube. Historia's was purple. What if we aren't really related? Then I was wrong, Erwin said, gathering up the samples he'd taken from their cheeks. Though I don't think it's likely. I've suspected it since I met Historia. You're far too much alike, you know. Really? Historia asked, blinked up at Erwin as he rose to his feet. How? Well, he said, for one thing, you're both very secretive about things that trouble you. Secretive? Armin said innocently. Erwin shot him a sharp look as Armin smiled wanly. I have no idea what you mean. Historia. You're a terrible liar, she said in a tone just as innocent. Maybe compared to you. They stared at each other, and suddenly they were both frowning. They glanced away from Erwin, unable to truly accept that the man was right about them. He seemed very content with their banter, because he laughed at them, and ruffled Armin's hair as he passed by. Don't take it so hard, Erwin said. It's completely natural that you're alike in some ways. But you're also two very different people, and you must remember that. Okay. You don't need to reassure us, Armin said quietly. No, he said, no, I imagine not. He left them with a curt nod, his eyes meeting Armin's, and there was something comforting about his gaze. Comfort was something Erwin was uncannily good at. Even when Armin felt like he was crumbling, Erwin seemed to know exactly what to say to make him feel better. And, of course, Erwin could tell that Armin wasn't doing well. He didn't need to be inside Armin's head to know how Armin was feeling. Though, it was no secret how glum his demeanor had become. He supposed his empathy was a two-way street. Everyone seemed to taste his sour mood, and he found they avoided him because of it. Or maybe they were all in equally poor states. How are you doing? Armin had asked Historia gently. She glanced at him solemnly, her hands resting in her lap, and she pursed her lips. Funny, she said, not sounding very amused. I was about to ask you the same thing. You know I'm fine, he sighed. I know you're lying, she said. You threw up again this morning. It's just from the headaches, Armin said. That's all. But I'm not talking about me. I'm asking you if you're okay. I'm not feeling very much like I'm anything right now, she said. Ask me again when things don't look so bleak. Armin nodded. Fair enough, he said. I'm just surprised you're holding up so well. If Aaron did to me what Amir did to you, I think I'd be a mess. Constantly. He tried to smile, but it felt tight on his lips. I'm a total crybaby. Historia sat, her eyes downcast, and Armin had wondered if he'd said something wrong. He was being insensitive, of course. He had a tendency to do that when the situation became awkward for him. He just didn't know what to say, so he simply spoke. He was never eloquent when it came to these things. It was harsh, and it was strange, and he didn't like it at all. Do you ever get seizures, Armin? Historia asked suddenly. He had sat there on his floor across from her, stunned nearly into silence. No, he'd said, trying to crawl into the back of his foggy mind. Did he ever get seizures? Of course not. Right? I think I'd know if I did. Why? When I was little, she sighed, I had epilepsy. It was terrible. I was always falling down, hitting my head, getting caught in sharp things, thrashing and throwing tantrums and making things worse for myself. I never realized that was what I had, though. And then I met you. And your mother. She closed her eyes, unmoving from her rigid position across from him. You called it the falling down disease. Armin's mouth had gone dry, a dizzying recollection of those words striking his head and his heart. Like Julius Caesar, he cried, falling backwards onto his hands. She opened her eyes and peered at him quizzically. Yes, she said. That's exactly what you said. He flushed, feeling foolish for the information kept filed away in the deep, cavernous fog of his mind. You had epilepsy, Armin said. But not anymore. I don't get sick anymore, Historia admitted. My body is always in perfect health. It's just the way my power works. That's so amazing, Armin gasped. I wish my power would strengthen my mind and body instead of destroying it. Oh. Historia cocked her head, blonde hair curling across her rosy cheeks. I thought you said you were fine. He couldn't reply to that. He shrugged, and watched her as she watched him. They watched each other, plainly unable to comprehend their own situation, and he frowned suddenly at a revelation. Historia, he said softly. How tall are you? 4'9", she sighed, pulling her knees up to her chest and embracing them. The action was familiar, and as she tucked her chin against her knees, Armin couldn't help but smile. Legally a midget, you know. I'm sure you could fetch a lovely part in one of the new Hobbit movies, he teased her. I'm sorry. She quirked an eyebrow at him, raising her face only to frown. What? Oh my God, Armin groaned, flopping onto his back. You are so missing out if you've never seen Lord of the Rings. I've heard of them, she said. But we weren't exactly in a position to binge-watch movies on the road, Armin. Yeah, I know. He stared up at his ceiling, wondering if perhaps this theory he had developed about Historia was correct. Part of him hoped it wasn't. Lots of characters in Lord of the Rings end up living absurdly long, you know. Because they've got long lifespans, and don't age as quickly as normal men. Okay. He winced, and sat up. Hey, he said brightly, trying to smile and failing. Why don't we watch them sometime? Armin, she said dully, they're each 3 hours long. Well, yes. Historia sighed, and she pushed herself to her feet. Okay, she said distantly. We'll watch them. Sometime. I'm going to go to bed. Sure, Armin had said, watching her leave the room and feeling as though he'd made a grave mistake somewhere in speaking to her. Why is it so hard to connect with a girl who could be my only living blood relative? It was infuriating, but also disheartening. And perhaps it was for the best. Now he was perched on his desk, crouched so that his cramping toes were supporting his entire body, and he hummed an old tune that had caught in his head somewhere between crawling atop his desk, kicking away all his research and notes and old, dull paintings, and now, drawing swirling red roses upon the wall. His head was aching terribly, and he was a little dizzy, and a little nauseous, but his stomach was so painfully empty that it made a deep, ravenous snarling sound. He'd been doing this for, how long? It had not been so light in the room when he had started, he remembered suddenly, fog parting slowly to allow memories to seep back into his mind. No, it had been rather dark. His legs were absolutely ablaze with pain, though, cramped to the point where his eyes watered from the dull pain. I'm remembering, Armin sighed loftily, his voice thick in his throat. I think I am, anyway. Oh, how did that stupid song go? Mikasa sighed behind him. The sound of the sharp squeaking against his wall was frightful, and it gnawed at his foggy mind, biting at his brain like a rabid dog. That stupid song, she said with a groan. It's a nursery rhyme. Why dwell on it? It's important, Armin whispered, staring at his pale wall as his shaky hand colored in a red, bleeding red rose. There were hundreds of them, Armin saw, coming slowly to his senses. Hundreds of roses on his walls. What was I trying to remember? You must remember it, I used to sing it for you. Remember? I do. He paused, his fingertips swiping across the surface of his walls. His mind was suddenly opening up, like the sun had broken through a fissure in his skull and burst through the fog clouding his thoughts. Oh, what was he doing? His hand was cramping. Mean hand, mean hand. Your hand is not disappearing, Mikasa sighed. That song only clouds your mind more. No, he whispered. It helps. It helps me remember. Is that why you're crouched up on that desk, scrawling little pictures onto your walls and whispering on and on about things no one but you understands? Mikasa sounded concerned, and Armin paused in his stressful attempt to turn his entire room a great, wilting red. He twisted his body around to face her, utterly aghast at her words. If she didn't get it, she could just go away. You shouldn't want to remember things if you get like this just to get a little glimpse. You're better off not knowing. He felt as though he was about to fall to shambles. Mikasa was not helping him, and her presence was more of a nuisance than a comfort. That was unusual, because Armin knew Mikasa was able to sense his unease from across the house, and yet here she was feeding him terrible thoughts and feelings, and he couldn't sense a single thing from her mind. He crouched, Sharpa clenched in hand, and he watched this girl, this friend that tilted her head, hair curling around smiling lips, and oh, why was she smiling? I could never be better off not knowing, Armin said, his mind growing clearer with every word he spoke. Mikasa shook her head, clearly unfazed by him or his words or his bleeding red flowers. You have no regard for yourself, she whispered, staring at him with a strange gleam in her dark eyes. Armin's crouch broke, and he fell upon his knees as the door burst open, and a rush of thoughts crashed into his mind, streaming through the foggy days and grappling at his consciousness, dragging him out and snarling at him. Armin, Mikasa thought, what the hell? Armin? Mikasa stood in the doorway, dressed in full school uniform, her scarf pooling around her lips, which were parted as she stared at him. Armin stared right back, his own mouth parting in absolute shock. Armin. Mikasa said aloud, much less aggressively than in her head. What are you doing? Her eyes roved the room, and flashed in minute horror. What have you done? The other Mikasa in the room threw her head back and laughed. Armin's heart was beating fast, thundering against his ribcage in a furious, cracking sort of rhythm that stole his breath and forced him to choke on any words that rose like vomit in his throat. Two Mikasas stood before him, one gaping at him, red scarf tossed across one shoulder, a plaid skirt wavering at her knees, and another standing, just standing, laughing, just laughing, and fluttering in and out of focus like a faulty image on an old television screen. If he had not gotten some vague grasp on his mind, he might have screamed. Because he wanted to scream. He really wanted to scream. Armin, Mikasa whispered, stopping only inches from his desk. Morning light pooled into the room, splashing across her slim face, worry illuminated by a gracious white sun. Clouds parted for Armin's thoughts to spill through into his eyes. He saw now what he was doing. He felt tears well inside his eyes, and the marker dropped from his fingers, clattering against the desk as he stared at both Mikasas fearfully. Oh, Armin. Help, Armin thought to her weakly. He didn't know if he could move from the desk, he was so terrified. He watched her arms stretch out to him, pale in the white sunlight, and his mind broke utterly free of the madness that was the fog, the spell that had been cast upon him by a sleepless night and a vicious headache. No, he gasped suddenly, twisting away from her outstretched hands. He slipped from the desk, his knees wobbling as he struggled and gasped, tears streaking his cheeks, and he flinched away from Mikasa's touch when she tried to help him. I said no. He shot her a sharp, warning glare, and she took a step back. I'm okay. I can stand on my own, okay. Armin, she said softly, I don't doubt that's true. But I can feel your pain. Don't you understand? You send out your pain and confusion like you're tossing crumpled paper into a garbage bin. Those words, that simile, that comparison was not Mikasa's. She was taking words from his mouth, pulling thoughts from his scrambled mind, and it was scary. I can't ignore your pain. You can't expect me to just let you hurt, not when I know exactly what you're feeling. If I'm sending out my feelings, he said thickly, a sob crawling and creeping around inside his throat, then why are you the only one responding? Your room isn't the closest to mine. Why are you the only one who feels whatever I'm feeling? Because you never severed the link, Mikasa answered simply. I'm sure Eren feels it too, but he's angry with you. Do you feel that? His anger. Armin smiled thinly through his tears. Oh, I feel it. He thinks it's somehow my fault that Ymir got away, because I should have read her mind and figured out what she did. He laughed, and the Mikasa by the door laughed with him. It's true, though, the Mikasa by the door said. You knew what Emir did, and you said nothing. Is that right? Am I right? It's true, though, Armin gasped, his eyes growing wide with terror and pain. Oh, God, Mikasa, it's true. I knew Emir killed someone in a fire, I saw it, but I said nothing. His chest felt tight, and he clapped his hands over his eyes, his legs trembling as they supported him feebly. Tears splashed against his red-stained fingers. Mikasa. Mikasa, I think I'm. Don't you dare, Mikasa snapped, say you're losing your mind. I'm a disaster, Armin thought, watching Mikasa's eyebrows rise. He leaned against his desk for support, and his breath caught in his throat as he spoke. Mikasa, I'm seeing things, he whispered, wiping at his eyes weakly. She stared at him, dark eyes frozen upon his damp face. I know you love me. I feel that. But listen to me speak. Listen to my thoughts. I'm seeing terrible things. His eyes drifted to the Mikasa by the doorway, who was standing with her arms folded, and her eyes raised to the ceiling. She looked bored with this conversation. It's scaring me. I feel that, she whispered, taking a step toward him. I feel how terrified you are, and I need you to let me help you. He let her pull his chin, and she dashed his tears away with nimble fingers. Her touch was warm, and the taste of peppermint tea was mingling with the bleeding taste of warm milk spiked with crushed coffee beans. Mikasa's feelings of love were muddling her own personal presence, and the two tastes conflicted and meshed, bouncing away from one another and somehow connecting seamlessly in a warm trickling contradiction. You're ignoring what I'm saying, Armin mumbled into her hand. I can't sleep. I can't eat. I feel like there's something inside me that wants to get out, but it's trapped inside my skull. It's pounding its little fists against the walls of my brain. It's alive, and it hurts. He blinked as she pulled him to her, and he inhaled the scent of her scarf. He had to get ready for school, he realized with a sudden wave of dread. It was their first day back, and they would have to deal with the fact that both Annie and Emir had Amber Alerts out for them. Heng was getting a lot of unneeded attention for that, but their logic had been sound. By making it clear that they were missing, it shed a good deal of blame from them if anyone were to find out at a later time, and it also put both girls in a peculiar position. They'd find it difficult to get by on their own with an entire country aware of their presence. I'll stay home with you, Mikasa thought to him, resting her chin against his hair. You can sleep, and I'll keep watch. Nothing will hurt you, not while I'm here. I want to go to school, though, he moaned into her shoulder, her scarf tickling his nostrils. This is the first morning in forever that I haven't thrown up. All the more reason to take care of yourself, and go to sleep. Mikasa pulled back from him, and she glowered up at the wall. Roses bled against the white morning light, stained a pure color, like pink swirls whirling across the face of the paint. Don't tell me you were at that all night. I don't remember starting, he mumbled. Or falling asleep. Isn't that terrible? You're keeping something from me. Armin looked at her, her words plain and simple, unbiased, and easy. She didn't sound offended, and she didn't feel offended, and she was merely stating a fact that she had observed, plucked from his muddled brain, or deduced from his lack of communication. That's true, he said wanly, unable to lie to her any longer. But I need some things to be my own, Mikasa, you understand that, right? You don't seem to have any care for anyone else's privacy, she said, again unbiased and uncaring. She didn't feel particularly hurt that he was hiding something from her, which stunned and excited him. If Eren knew, well, Eren would probably hate him even more. He doesn't hate me, Armin had to remind himself. He's just angry. Is it what you see? The terrible things? I'm sure I can handle seeing them if they're not really there. You should let me see them. Armin had to guard his relief that she didn't suspect Historia's involvement with his distance. He sighed, and rubbed his sweaty forehead. They're not scary images, usually. He checked his clock, and winced. I mean, it's just the fact that I'm having hallucinations. Do you think I could get medication for that? I'd feel a lot better if they'd go away. You can talk to Erwin about that, she said, rubbing his hair affectionately. Are you sure you want to go to school today? You should give your head a rest. For the sake of my head, Armin said, leaning into her touch, I'm going to go to school. And hope for the best. You're so brave, she thought. Armin looked up at her sharply, shocked by her sweet thought, and he watched her lips curl gently. She turned from him, leaving the warmth of her presence and the taste of peppermint tea and coffee-spiked milk, and the love that she had made so clear was soothing to his aching brain. He was so glad to have her. He was so glad that someone loved him the way that she loved him, because otherwise he was certain he would consider himself a cursed boy, cursed with loss and cursed with longing. He was so loved. And felt that now, with this new spiking development in his powers. He felt that he was loved, and he felt himself bleed love too. He was fortunate in that, at least. He got dressed hastily, dizzy and a little nauseous, but feeling better than one might expect after hours of crouching on a desk and doodling on a wall. He tossed his sweater on, throwing one last glance at the crawling roses that scarred his memory and burned his eyes, and he scowled. He didn't remember a thing from this. It was terrifying, and it was pointless. His mind was still a great mass of fog reaching from his 10-year-old self and spilling backwards. Mikasa, Armin called through their mind link. Can you help me paint over the roses later? Sure. Levi glared at him as he stumbled into the car, squeezing beside Historia. She stared straight ahead, but he felt her go rigid at his close proximity. It was times like these that he wished he could reach her mind, just to tell her that it was okay, that he was weirded out too. But he couldn't. He was stuck with his shoulder squished against hers, and a blinding headache, and exhaustion creeping around his weathered mind. This was going to be a long day. Levi pulled Eren aside on their way into school, and Armin kept walking, because he sensed Levi watching his back. Armin was curious, though, so he tuned into his link with Eren. He wondered if he could do it without alerting Eren, and it wasn't as difficult as he had thought it would be. He'd assumed that the distance would hinder the connection, but it didn't. Armin slipped easily into Eren's head, dark chocolate breaking against his teeth as he moved around inside Eren's furious brain, adjusting to this strange way of connecting and settling as he listened to Levi speak, the words a distant thrum of cigarette smoke bursting against Armin's face. Through Eren's eyes, the world seemed so much brighter, and Armin stumbled momentarily in his own steps, because that was not a clarity he was used to. There was no fog in Eren's mind. I'm not stupid, Eren sighed, and his worry hit Armin very hard, tasting sour and sad, bitter chocolate growing hard to swallow. I know something's wrong, okay? Yeah, well, Levi said, his blue eyes flickering toward Armin's back, you're being a real brat about it, kid. Even Erwin's noticed. And Erwin doesn't exactly give much of a shit for your petty teenage feelings. I know that you're angry, and you have a right to be, yeah, okay. But you're not angry at Armin. You know it. You're just taking it out on him 'cause you're an asshole. Levi sniffed, and he turned his attention elsewhere. Also, Mikasa told me she's thinking about dangling you from one of the upper floor windows if you don't quit it. Just a fair warning. You won't be able to stop her if she really wants to. Mikasa can do whatever she wants to me, Eren declared. It doesn't erase the fact that my best friend is hiding things from me. Right, Armin. Oh, fuck, Armin thought numbly, pulling out of Eren's mind. Eren held onto him, mentally latching onto Armin and dragging him back into his head. It was jostling, like having a bit of his heart torn away and stuck inside a container, just to be rattled and throttled, for the beat of it made a musical sound. Drums sang inside Eren's head. A bit of Armin's heart was stuck there. Shit. I'm sorry, Eren. I'm so sorry. What? Levi blinked vacantly. Is that little shit listening? Yeah, Eren said. He's like, in my head, I guess. He thought I didn't notice. Like I can't taste him, or anything. You can taste him. Levi's nose scrunched up in absolute disgust, and he whirled around. Gross. Tell Mikasa that she should stick that little shit out a window instead. Eren actually laughed, and the sweetness of that, the second-hand warmth of it burned Armin's head and made his chest ache. That, Eren said brightly, is definitely not something that'll happen while either of us are alive. You're disgustingly loyal to a kid who steals into your mind, Levi said. Yeah, Aaron admitted sheepishly. To a fault. Aaron, Armin thought, entering the school. He was astonished at the distance between them. This link was still absurdly strong, and Armin could still see out of Aaron's eyes. I never meant to hurt you like this, you know that, right? I'm so sorry, I didn't know. I was trying to figure things out. I didn't know it was your mother. We all are keeping things from each other, and I guess we just need to communicate more. I'm so sorry. There was an expansive sort of silence that rung inside Armin's head sadly. Aaron's grip on Armin loosened, and suddenly Armin could not see through Aaron's eyes anymore. It hurt that Aaron had let him go. Aaron's emotions were conflicted, ranging from furious to guilty, and the tastes were sour and sweet, sweat and songs bleeding together. Aaron's thoughts were closed to Armin. His feelings became tightly covered by a layer of dust. Aaron was giving Armin a message to stop. Empathy was far more distracting than telepathy. At least with telepathy, thoughts were like frequencies that could be tuned in and out. Feelings were so different. They were everywhere, and they were in constant flux. Armin was having trouble breathing with all the tastes that clogged his mouth, with all the feelings that filled his battered heart, with all the emotions throttling in his head. You didn't throw up this morning, Historia noted, passing by him in the hall. Armin paused, watching her tiny face watch his, and it was so surreal to look at her and speak to her like this. How terrible it was that not throwing up was now considered a good morning. Even though he'd lost himself sometime during the night and woken up drawing on the walls. Nope, Armin said, turning his face away. The hallway was swarming with students bustling away, knocking into each other as they filed their way into their classrooms. But the day's still young. Don't jinx it, she warned, her eyes narrowing at him. He looked at the tiny girl, his maybe older sister, and he smiled at her dimly. It's fine, he whispered, nodding to her once. I'm fine right now. Armin would have to tell Aaron, of course, that Berthold had been involved with his mother's death just as much as Emir. That would strike the inevitable question of Reiner and Berthold's trustworthiness. Armin was so tired, and he still did not see the entire picture. They all had information gathered in different ways, and now they were stuck with the uncertainty of who knew what. They hadn't had an actual meeting since they had planned the 3 missions. That felt like a lifetime ago. He sat in history, rolling his pen between his fingers, and trying to recall the things he'd forgotten. He was at a disadvantage, of course, being amnesiac, and at a mental state of unrest. He needed to sort out what exactly was wrong with him. He had suspicions, of course, but the list was too broad. It could be anything, or something that didn't even have a name. He was an anomaly because he had telepathy and empathy. He didn't have the privilege of being able to go see a doctor about this. He was too afraid to be touched, and too afraid of a diagnosis that would reveal too much about his mental abilities. It seemed that Armin was just in a constant state of fear. Armin. He jumped, straightening up in his seat as he turned his attention to his teacher. The man was watching Armin with narrowed eyes, and he smiled tightly as he gestured to the board. Can you tell me how many people died during the Salem witch trials? Armin's heart fluttered in shock for a moment, his mind drawing a blank. The Salem witch trials? No, he knew this. Why wasn't it coming to him? He sat under the scrutiny of his teacher, inadequacy creeping up on him. His thoughts and feelings were muddled with the frequencies and tastes of everyone around him, and he felt like they were pressing up against him, their skin ever so close, and it made him feel sick. 26, Marco Bod whispered into Armin's ear. His breath tickled Armin's neck, which was flushed from embarrassment and anxiety. 26, Armin blurted, not knowing what else to say. His teacher stared at Armin bizarrely, his brow knitting as he tilted his head. No, he said cautiously. Close. But no. Want to take another guess? Oh, Marco sighed, was that wrong? I'm sorry, Armin. Go away, Armin thought, not able to look up at the dead boy beside him. Please go away. The knowledge that it was a hallucination did not comfort him, nor did it help distinguish the mad vision from reality. Marco felt real. His warm breath was hitting Armin's ear, crawling down his neck, and Armin could almost smell him, like something absurdly natural. Grass, maybe? Armin could almost taste the chocolate cookie dough, the melting of Marco Bod's saccharine mind as it molded just right, always, without fail, and it was so confusing. He was so confused. You know, Marco murmured, too close to Armin, far too close, you're pretty rude. Why should I have to go away? I like hanging around you. Armin. His teacher was growing impatient, and Armin could sense his thoughts growing somewhat concerned, because Armin was a perfect student. If not a little distant. The man felt of concern, and irritation. Armin should be able to get this. Armin was a smart boy. Okay, I'll make it simpler. How many people were hanged during the Salem witch trials? 21, Marco said evenly. 20, Armin said in the same tone. He cut himself off with widening eyes, his mind shaking him, throttling him. Fog was clogging his thoughts. And his thoughts knew that wasn't right. No. 19. 19 people were hanged. One was pressed to death. Giles Corey. Armin resisted the impulse to hold his aching head. His thoughts were words floating up to the surface of his brain. Bobbing on the turbulent waters. There was a crashing flood drowning all senses inside him. It was like Annie's power had finally thawed inside his brain, and now his mind was waterlogged. Yes, his teacher said, nodding. 19 people were hanged. Now, can anyone tell me why that is? That's a silly question, Marco sighed. Armin noticed Marco was kneeling, so he was closer to Armin, and he edged carefully away, his eyes darting from Marco's face to his teacher's. Don't you think? Armin wanted to bang his head against the desk until his skull shattered and bits of bone and brain matter spilled across it. He glared at Marco, and then turned his attention fully away from the dead boy. Instead he focused on his hands. His gloves were on, of course, but that was nothing new. Dark blue, warm, and safe. Gloves were a good way to cope. If no one touched him, no one could hurt him. Which, of course, was a terrible lie. Annie hurt him without touching him. Her mind was poisonous, and so achingly interesting, Armin wished he had seen more of it. He was a masochist, yes, but he could still taste her springtime frost, and he wondered why she had tasted so sad when he had left her to her own escape the night she had murdered Marco. You don't mind the bad in her, Marco whispered. That's kind of you. You should convince Jean to hate her less. Yes, that was true enough. Jean despised Annie, with good reason, but there was also a soft affection for the girl he had not really known. A soft hurt from her betrayal. Jean was a terribly idealistic realist. It was actually almost funny. They were just the opposite, in truth. Armin held on to some sense of idealism while being riddled with a straining concept of realism. He held on to ideals because he wanted to believe that things could get better, but he was certain of how much worse things could get. It was exhausting. His palms were sweating. It was an itchy sort of sweat, the kind that made him keenly aware of the skin itchy against the worn fabric of his gloves. He fidgeted, his palms flattening against the desk and itching more, skin prickling at the bizarre sensation, as if someone with chilly, spindly fingers had drawn their craggy, elongated nails across the flesh of his hands. He was feeling anxious, his heels bouncing against the linoleum, his eyes darting from his hands to the desk to his hands to the board to his hands to Marco to his hands, to his hands, to his itching, scratching hands. His heart was beating hard against his ribs. His toes curled, his hands shook, his mouth went dry. He was having trouble focusing, and it was clouding his already too muddled brain. He wanted this itching, this anxiety, and confusion, to just go away. He wanted to be free of whatever this was. This condition. Armin peeled back his gloves, exposing his hands to the strange rush of air that went running to meet them. He rubbed them together, staring vacantly ahead, letting his mind wander away from the Salem witch trials and the warm breath of a dead boy creeping down his neck. He rubbed his hands because they itched, because he was scared of something that wasn't real and that couldn't hurt him. Perhaps he was scared of his own skin, of the scratch of his skin and the throttling feeling of something crawling beneath it. Something was itching not on his hands, but beneath his hands, dancing on his nerves and tickling his muscle and twirling upon his bones. Sensations were hard to follow. They were real, or they were not, and trying to determine that would only confuse him. He was living with something under his skin that he couldn't shake. He was, in all honesty, losing his mind, and it hurt. He was supposed to be the one who had everything together, but he was deteriorating so fast that he couldn't even see where all the pieces had gone. He was left to be half a boy, with half a mind, and half a heart to strain to feel anything on its own. He was empty, and he was terrified. The feeling of a hand slipping into his was almost too much to bear. Hallucinations shouldn't be so soft. Warm. Alive? No. Marco's thumb drew across Armin's bare knuckles, and that sensation made him feel sick. Circles rubbed against itching skin, and Armin stared forward, stared straight ahead, closing his mind to Mikasa's prying view. She couldn't know. She couldn't know how scared he was. You should rest, Marco whispered. It won't help you any if you drop dead of exhaustion. This is all your fault, Armin almost said. His mouth opened and snapped closed. He didn't glance at Marco no matter how tempted he was. I'm only giving you advice, the dead boy sighed, still running his fingers across Armin's hand. Armin pulled back, his shaky hands dropping into his lap. Marco's fingers hovered in midair before him, long and dark. Honestly, you'd be better off not ending up like me. Dead, Armin whispered before he could stop himself. He didn't bother looking around. No one had heard him. But the idea that it had slipped made his stomach twist into knots. Marco laughed, and he drew away from Armin too, stretching backwards. Yeah, Marco giggled, dead. And, also, regretful. You are going to regret so much, you know. Sooner or later, you'll look back on what you're doing now and think you were the biggest fool. Armin couldn't help but think that he already was. It was plain stupidity to neglect one's health as Armin was currently doing. However, he wasn't doing it because he was convinced that it couldn't be true. He was doing it because he knew deep down there was something gravely wrong, and if he did not put a name to it, it could not hurt him. He also knew this logic to be completely false, but just because he knew something didn't mean he had to believe it. He was comfortable just pushing away his problems until he had no choice but to address them. Like he had with Mikasa that morning. Yes, he was losing his mind. No. She did not believe him. There was something crawling on his hands. Armin felt it, strangely, and it crawled and itched across the surface of his skin like little legs dancing across his open palms. He flattened them against the desk and stared, his lips trembling in shock. Why? Why couldn't the words just leave him alone? He was haunted by ghosts of friends and ghosts of words, things that had died while pressing to his foggy mind. His hands were open, and ink was sprawling. Not real, Armin told himself. Not real. Not real. It hurt to stare at the ink as it made strange looping patterns across the grooves of his shaky fingers, spilling across his skin in a great blot of black that thinned out and swirled delicately to form a word, or another, something that Armin couldn't focus upon because his throat was constricting and his head was throbbing. It wasn't fair. Armin, Marco said. Armin blocked his mind to any and all. Armin blocked his mind to himself. He was trapped in a maze of memories, and he was tripping over fog. And ice. And something bubbling up in the darkness, a great mass. A growth, a terrible bulbous mountain of hate and confusion. And lies. So many lies. The words were squigglies, sweet little child's hand scrawled across little bony fingers. Historia would recognize the hand as his own. Aaron would. But Armin did not remember his childhood. He remembered only pain. And he wanted to forget that like he forgot the rest. His eyes were widening, and his shoulders were shaking, and he was finding it harder to breathe as the ink on his hands twisted and twirled, a dance of lettering across white palms. No, this isn't right, this shouldn't be happening. A resigned part of Armin watched the panicked part go wild. He sat with his eyes glued to the forming words, the lettering, and the ink and the lies that were becoming truths, and he was bitter. It wasn't fair. But it is. Armin choked on the bitter realization that the words were morphing to suit his mind, and his mind was suddenly erratic, and Armin was frightened because these were not words from anything he had ever read, and these were not words that he had ever said, and this was his voice echoing inside his head, words buried beneath a white satin lie, a funeral shroud for boy waiting to die in a white room, with fearful, tearful white eyes and a sunken white face, and there was pressure on his knuckles as a tiny hand closed around them, a tiny white, sunken face surfacing in the bitter sea of words that was his scrambled memory, and that face was familiar, and so were the words that had etched themselves into his skin with the wobbly script of his own hand, tattooed with ethereal ink and quaking with the rhythm of his trembling bones. Memento mori, memento mori, memento mori. He raised his shaky fingers to his face, turning his hand about to get a look at it all around. Black ink was scrawled plainly against his chapped white skin. Red stained his fingertips, a mark of his morning mishap, and he watched little letters neatly pour over the crimson smudges. He was choking on this world of words, and he felt eyes on him as he shook and flipped his hands to and fro, front and back, knuckles and palms, pale nails and red finger pads. Words. His world was nothing but a gruesome wave of bloody words lashing out at him. The tastes were words. The lies, they were words. The memories he could not reach, the feelings he could not grasp, they were all stupid, startling, stinging words. He wasn't strong enough to stand against such striking songs, his own thoughts spun into sweet, somber songs. Memento mori, memento mori, memento mori. No, he whispered. He didn't want to remember. Marco was right. He was better off forgetting. It was painful to remember. There was a little boy sitting before him with brown skin and salient green eyes, like sea foam crystallized around a hollow center. The boy blinked in the memory, limp brown hair fluttering across his brow. He was settled in a limp heap of immobile limbs and fallen crutches. Tears were glistening against the tightly knit crystalline structure of his bold green eyes, and he glared ahead in defiance. His dark face was so numbingly transparent, Armin could sense exactly what the boy had been thinking without tasting or hearing or feeling it. The boy had dared Armin to question his tears. Armin recalled bending down and plucking up the crutches. "Stand up, Aaron," he had said, tucking both crutches under his arm. And Aaron, awed and pained, did just that. His endurance, Armin recalled, had been the most amazing thing. He could stand even on his worst days. He said it didn't matter, and that he'd rather use his legs whenever he could, so long as he still had legs to move. So he willed himself to stand. And the boy stood before Armin, his braces holding him upright as he glowered. Tear tracks traced his flushed cheeks. "Here," Armin had said, offering back the boy's crutches. Aaron had shifted his disdain from Armin's face to the crutches. "Well, go on. You need them, don't you?" Aaron gave a sharp, bitter laugh. "Oh, yeah." He grinned, and it was a snarl. Not for much longer, apparently. Oh. Armin remembered now the feeling of relief. Aaron was going to heal. That was good. That was so good to hear. "Are you getting the braces off soon, then?" "Nope." Aaron's eyes were alight with his rage. "I'm gonna lose all the use of my legs, Armin. Ain't that just great? My mama, she's talkin' to my dad right now, 'cause he's gotta tell her. He dumped me in here 'cause he thought it'd do me some good to be with other kids. He's such a jackass." Aaron's fists balled at his side, and he let out a wordless cry of frustration. He tried to kick at the air, but Armin had shoved the crutch into the boy's chest to stop him. Aaron had merely took them, and continued on with his furious words, acid spilling from his lips in vicious syllables. "This place isn't even a hospital. Why am I even here? Why is my dad here? Why are you and Mikasa the only ever kids I get to play with? What do you mean?" Armin had asked, anxiety clutching at him. Even then he had been lying to Aaron. "I mean," Aaron cried, waving his crutches and wobbling a little, "I've seen that girl who always follows you around. The one with the scarf. Mikasa." "No." Aaron rolled his eyes, and snorted. "No way, I gave Mikasa that scarf, and I kinda already know her. I mean, the girl with the scarf around her head. I didn't get to see her face, but she was talking to you last week when I came, and she was with you the week before too, when my dad came to get you for your therapy, or whatever. And I know there are more kids here. Oh, Armin had exhaled, his heart clenching. Annie. You mean Annie? Sure. It was strange to think about Annie now as she was back then. Fog clung to the very whisper of her name. She was not a safe topic to breach, and yet she was too interesting to let lay. Armin wanted to know. Annie doesn't like people, Armin had sighed. If she played with you she'd probably try to strangle you. Sounds like fun. Aaron, he reprimanded, feeling guilty for lying. Annie wouldn't strangle him. In fact, Annie wanted to play with them too. She wasn't allowed, though. Dr. Jaeger's orders. I'm going to be in a wheelchair before I'm 12, Aaron said suddenly, raising his dry eyes to Armin. He assessed him with a fury that Armin could not possibly placate on his own. That's what they told. In his heart, he felt like crying. Both his child self, and his present self. Both had already known this fact. That's awful, Armin had said mechanically. I'm so enough lies, a voice inside Armin's head had hissed. Tell him the truth. Just tell him about it. He'll get it. He understands. He's just like you. Tears stung his eyes suddenly. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. You. Aaron held Armin by the hand, and he shook him a little. Are you okay? Your skin's all clammy and warm. Headache, Armin mumbled, pulling his hand back and rubbing his splitting head. He smiled dimly. Aaron. Aaron, I hate it here. Armin was crying freely now, shaking miserably as he stepped back. I think I'm going to die in here. I'm scared I'm going to die in this place. A future Armin felt compelled to pat his past self on the head and cry, you didn't. You're free now. Please, please, please don't cry anymore, please. Aaron was suddenly very acutely aware of what Armin was saying. Are they holding you prisoner? Aaron whispered urgently. Do you need to break out? Me and Mikasa can. Aaron, Armin gasped, teary-eyed and laughing. Aaron. You don't get it. It's amazing how you haven't gotten it, really, it's staring you right in the face. Armin stumbled away from Aaron and washed his face in his hands. We're dying. Me, and Annie, and the others. And you. You're dying too, Aaron. Just at a slower rate. Aaron had merely stood, legs stuck in braces and crutches holding him upright. What? He had whispered. You? No. That's not possible. You can't. I've been trying not to tell you, Armin sobbed, I didn't want a UPSS set you, you know? You're nice to me, and why you don't treat me like I'm something fragile, you think I'm strong. He laughed, a mangled shriek amongst his strangled sobs. I can't even walk in a straight line. I'm not SS strong, I'm. Armin. Aaron had said quietly, awed and confused by the abrupt change in Armin's attitude. You won't die in here. Yes I will, Armin whispered miserably. I haven't got anywhere else. They took my mom away, Aaron, and I can't remember, when, or why, or even her face. He recalled the feeling of absolute desolation. He was desperate for feeling, and for some semblance of kinship. I'm so tired, and I'm so sick of this. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize for that, Aaron said weakly, his eyes darting across Armin's face. I'm not mad at you, or anything. Armin had sniffled, and wiped cautiously at his tears. Why you aren't? Dude, Aaron said, blinking confusedly. Armin, for someone so smart, you can be really stupid. Wah. Aaron had hugged him then, taking pained steps to reach Armin and throw his arms around his shoulders. You're not gonna die, Aaron assured him. Me and you, we're gonna beat it. We're not gonna let stuff like muscular dystrophy, or whatever you've got get us. Muscular dystrophy, Armin corrected weakly. Whatever, Aaron had groaned. These dumb things have too many long words. Why don't they just call it the leg-eating disease? Because that's not what it is. Armin, Aaron had said, shifting his grip so only one arm was slung around Armin's shoulders. You're gonna live. I'm gonna live. I'm gonna live. Memento mori, memento mori, memento mori. Later, as Armin recalled, Annie had sat beside him, her gaunt face searching his. They were beginning to look alike. They had the same hollowed look in their eyes now. Then. Now? Armin was presently mulling over the thought of Annie's face as it had been when she had fled her crime scene. She'd been so scared, and it was jarring because Annie was too stoic to be scared. Even back then. Today Aaron told me, Armin had said, that I'm gonna live. Annie had nodded, her vacant eyes drawing away from his face. Her scarf was folded in hands, and Armin saw, delighted but disheartened, that her hair was growing back. Do you believe that? She asked. Annie sought Armin out only when she was scared, he knew, because she wasn't scared of Armin or how Armin thought of her. With Reiner and Berthold she feared their worry, to the point where they had no worry left for themselves. She'd often complained about that. No, Armin said. But it's a nice thought, isn't it? I guess. It's nice to think about living, Armin had mused aloud. But it's scary too. I guess. Annie, Armin had said, unable to look at her. His head and heart were beating in a struggling rhythm. Do you believe what they say? That they'll make us stronger. Yes, she said dimly. Her tiny knuckles were white as she clutched her scarf. But I don't think it'll be in the ways that we want. Oh, Armin said. Do you think we have any choice? No. Annie had sighed, and that sigh echoed in the recesses of Armin's poor aching mind. But even if we did, it wouldn't matter. I don't want to die. Armin had sat beside her, feeling lost in this set ache that hummed inside his chest and pounded inside his brain. Neither do I, he had said numbly, brain splitting, heart racing, body shaking. I want to live. Memento mori, memento mori, memento mori. His shaky hands wrote memories and spilled them into his pounding head. He was sickened by it all, sickened and exhausted, and he knew now without a doubt. He understood his memory problems, and understood why Marco had warned him. It hurt to remember such painful things. I remember, he gasped, his eyes darting across the repetition of dark words. What are you doing? Marco asked slowly. Tentatively. Armin. Armin felt like he could laugh. He felt like it, but of course he didn't. He was too shocked, too pained, too angry. How had it not occurred to him before? He was stupid, he was so stupid. Armin. If Armin were as smart as everyone told him he was, he would have been ruthless. Armin should never have let his power go to waste. He should have torn up the minds around him from the roots to understand what the hell had happened to him and everyone else. He shouldn't have let Emir get away, and he should have realized. He should have known. His conscience was a nuisance. Why, then, couldn't he just let it go? Armin, stop. Armin, look at me. Marco's voice was a distant clap of thunder in the raging downpour that clogged Armin's head. Armin. Shut up. Armin cried, chalk screeching between his fingers as he drove a line down the face of the blackboard. He stood and stared at his words, his heart pounding in his mouth. He felt dizzy, and his limbs felt heavy and loose, like they were about to crumble away from his body. Stop talking. Stop. Armin, Marco said gently. Look. Look at what you're doing. I don't. Armin looked. He saw. Chalk clattered to the floor. Armin didn't know what to do or what to say and his head was cracking open, and he felt like all the things that had been buried in his life were just building up, waiting to pour over his overheating brain like magma. He laughed weakly, bitterly, and stumbled back in shock. Memento mori. Memento mori. The entire chalkboard was covered in his careful handwriting, a swirling mass of one Latin phrase converging on the center of the blackboard, a pit of empty space. A pupil. An eye. He'd written his words into the shape of an eye. They were still staining his hands an inky black. And he was shaking so terribly, feeling the stares around him and feeding off their feelings of confusion and apprehension, tasting their glazed worry and sour fear. Memento mori. Oh, he said. His teacher's thoughts were very clipped. Very neat. They tasted incredulous, vaguely chilly, and vaguely tart. What the fuck is wrong with this kid? If only he knew. You know, Marco sighed, if you think you're crazy, you'll probably make yourself crazy. I'm not crazy, Armin whispered. Tell that to them. Armin turned his face uncertainly to his class. He was standing at the very front, his body all but pressed to the chalkboard. They were all gaping at him, some kids half out of their desks as though to run at him, or run out the door. Shame crept upon him, and his chest constricted as he ran through possible excuses for this blunder. He had none. He was either crazy, or he was a freak. Neither was far from the truth. I'm not crazy, Armin said, louder this time. His voice broke as it sailed across their heads. They merely stared at him, empty-eyed, thoughts reeling in disbelief. Of course you're crazy, their minds whispered in unison. Acrid words dug into his tongue. Well, Marco laughed, you are talking to yourself. Armin inhaled sharply, and it hurt. He realized, startled, he was crying. He wiped at his cheeks, which had gone bright red as a result of his tears and humiliation. What was he supposed to do? His head hurt so much, and he'd remembered. He remembered something so crucial about the institution. He was going to scream. He wanted to scream. Why wasn't he screaming yet? Memento mori. Oh, he said, his eyes widening. He'd gone numb. His head was nothing but a drum beat vibrating in the distance. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. What? Marco asked. I told you to shut up. Armin snapped, whirling around to look back at his monstrous, ominous eye. You're being rude, Marco said coolly. Why can't you just be a good boy for once, and stop meddling about in things you shouldn't? Because, Armin whispered, because you're not real. Isn't that a matter of perspective? Marco laughed. No. Armin rounded on the boy, his eyes flashing dangerous. No. You're dead. You died. You're not real, you're just my imagination. Oh, is that what I am? Marco blinked, his warm eyes glittering with a sense of wonder and curiosity. You should stop yelling. It's not very nice, and you're distracting all your peers from the lesson. Armin was aware that everyone was staring at him. He knew it, and he didn't care. He was beyond the point of caring. He took one last look at his reminder, and he turned toward the door. What are you doing now? Marco sighed. Are you going to leave? That's rather dramatic. Dramatic. Armin could hear thoughts being thrown at him, words of worry and fear and judgment. He's crazy, their minds whispered. He's lost his mind. I can't think anymore. I can't do it. I can't think with all these things in my head, and especially not with a dead boy breathing down my neck all the time. Just leave me alone. But why? Marco gasped. You're so fun to be around. Armin was shaking very badly. His knees were wobbling, and his fingers were jerking, and every step sent his body into a jolt. His heart leapt into his throat, and he wished he could understand just a little bit more. The variables were beginning to fall into place, but there was still something missing. You're dead, Armin repeated quietly. You are dead. And I'm. Armin glanced back at the blackboard. I'm remembering. It's interesting to me, said Marco, how you're talking to me without any care of how you're perceived by your peers. If you want them to believe you're not crazy, shouldn't you stop? I don't need to prove my sanity, Armin said levelly. He was standing, shaky and close to sobs under the watchful eyes of his entire history class. He felt nauseous. You don't sound so sure, Marco whispered. He was standing at the door now. Somehow. I'm not sure of anything anymore. Armin forced himself forward, ignoring the audible sound of his teacher calling out to him. He had to ignore him. There was nothing Armin could do for the man but leave the class while he could still stand. He tried the door, but he found it wouldn't budge. He blinked to the side, and saw that Marco was gone again. When he looked up he saw a flicker of freckles as a boy's face poked up into the rectangular window of the door. Marco's eyes were dark with concern, and Armin shook the doorknob furiously. He needed to get out of here. His heart was pounding, and his mouth had gone dry, and he was flushed with embarrassment and shaking so badly that his teeth were chattering. "Let me out." Armin jostled the doorknob, feeling foolish and fearful. He stared at Marco, whose freckles stretched as a smile forced dimples to cave into his cheeks. He seemed too real, and yet Armin knew. He'd known for a very long time. He had put the pieces together, and lost the glue. "Let me out." "Calm down," Marco cooed. "You're only making this worse for yourself. Just take a deep breath, and—" "I'm done listening to you," Armin spat. His ears were ringing. He took a step back, and his wobbly knees reminded him that he had no strength to kick down the door. He had no strength anywhere. He was a weak, sickly boy, and his mind was playing tricks on him. The door wasn't really locked. Marco wasn't really holding it. Marco was dead. But Armin was still alive. He needed to remember that. And Armin, though weak and feeble in body, knew something very particular about himself. His mind was strong. The mental nudge was more like a mental avalanche, and he jerked his chin, watching in minute horror as the door was blown backwards, snapping at its hinges and cracking against a wall. Armin was close enough to the door that only the teacher would have seen that Armin had not been touching it. Armin knotted his mental grip into his teacher's frantic mind, and he yanked the most recent memory of watching Armin's mental power nearly blow the door off right out of the man's head. Armin felt that memory disintegrate, crumbling against his tongue in a flurry of ashes, and he felt the man's vague pain as he held his head and moaned. Armin stood for a moment, disgusted and terrified. He was invading minds and stealing thoughts and crushing them. He was a monster underneath it all. It had never been a secret, but even so, Armin had tried to be as human as possible. He wanted to be a hero. Not this monstrous little thief that plucked away at minds and tore apart doorways and shouted at dead boys who weren't really there. Armin whirled around and faced his class, their vague faces all shocked and scared and startlingly aware of him. Their thoughts were mingled with confusion and awe and terror, all balled up into a mass of convoluted sparks that blew back into Armin's face and stung him. He exhaled, tears welling up in his eyes as he jerked his chin at them and tasted their minds, all of them, ribbons unraveling across his brain. "Forget!" he shouted, blowing the single thought into each head and shattering their perception of him. Perhaps he would walk into class tomorrow, and none of them would know his name. They all stared at him, and they all screamed as one. Their minds were clawing at Armin's, and then they could not fight him anymore. They were strangled by ribbons and by one word. Armin fled the room, tears streaking his cheeks, as he bolted down the hallway, his chest constricting and his head viciously chiseling away at his skull. He had difficulty seeing even a few feet in front of him. The world was such a hazy mist of ribbons and memories, and words stuck to his bare fingertips and churning outwards into a great wide world of empty space and empty people. He was going to die in here. He threw himself at the first door he saw to be marked a bathroom, and he lurched toward the nearest sink and spilled his guts out. He puked as he did every day, urgently emptying the lack of content inside his stomach into a porcelain dish, and feeling dizzy and broken afterwards, gasping and heaving and tear-stained. He vomited again, buckled against the sink and falling to his knees, a sob perched upon his bile-slick tongue, and he spat into the sink, reaching blindly for the faucet. 5 flicked on at once, spitting water into the air and into his face. His mind shuddered from the thrill of it, and his stomach stuttered and churned, sending a great flood of bile ripping up his throat. He gagged and spat and crumpled, resting his sweaty forehead against the cool glass basin of the sink, and his limbs began to jerk as his mind froze up, a smattering of emotions swelling inside him. His fingers slipped from the glass sink, too sweaty to keep a good grip, and he wanted to scream but he found that he had no voice. His mind was fading away, and his body was quaking so badly that he was suddenly against the floor, and all sensations were driven by a force that Armin could not see. He couldn't speak or think or move, he just stared vacantly and let his power break free of the confinements of his poor, broken mind. It lashed out. Armin wasn't sure how long he ended up lying there, but he was still shaking by the time a pair of hands grasped him and rested his head somewhere soft. His mind had gone away, drifted someplace where it didn't hurt anymore, and his power had gone somewhere completely different. They separated, and then sprung back together, too attached to truly disjoint, but even so. He was growing so tired of this, and the sound of rushing water filled his ears, and his shaking turned to nothing, just limp limbs twisted against grimy tile, and Armin blinked. He realized he was crying, but he couldn't manage to raise a hand to wipe his tears. Armin. He almost mistook the familiar voice for Marco. He was relieved when his foggy eyesight adjusted, and it was Aaron's face staring down at him. Dark and painfully worried. Aaron moved his hand uncertainly to Armin's forehead. His touch sent a shiver down Armin's spine, and his taste was like welcomed flood after a year of drought. Armin, Aaron whispered, "Hey, look at me. Don't look away. You see me, right? Nod if you do." Armin could barely manage it, but he did. He nodded. Aaron smiled, and he nodded, and then his expression turned sour. "Stay with me," Aaron said fiercely, pulling Armin around the chest and yanking him upright. "It's over now. You're going to be okay." "No." Armin mumbled, his head lolling back. This was so strange. Not so long ago Armin had been pulling Aaron out of a steaming mass of nerves, and he'd been in a similar state of bewilderment. "Shut up," Aaron hissed. "Course you'll be okay. Dummy. Oh my god, your mind is a fucking mess, can you turn that off?" Armin blinked dazedly up at the ceiling. "Off." He nodded, and his head throttled in response to that. Aaron exhaled sharply in relief, and he nodded against Armin's hair. "Good," he mumbled. "Mikasa's probably on her way here by now. You were screaming inside everyone's heads, I think." "What?" "Nah." Aaron pulled him closer. "Don't talk. 'Kay? I'm gonna call for help." "No. No." Aaron held Armin carefully, but he looked as though he wanted to throttle him. His brow knitted in such a way that Armin could count the wrinkles distorting Aaron's forehead. "Oh, get the fuck over yourself. You need to see a doctor." "I can't," Armin murmured, tears stinging his eyes. "I can't." A new mind blasted through Armin's range as the door to the bathroom swung open, and a girl froze in the doorway. Her thoughts were muddled, confused, and Armin realized he must have thrown himself into the girl's bathroom by mistake. "Whatever. What the hell?" the girl blurted. It must have been a strange sight, all the faucets running and overflowing the sinks, and two boys sprawled on the floor, one cradling the other. "Yo." Aaron twisted to face the girl, and Armin closed his eyes. He wanted to go home and go to sleep, but he didn't think he'd be able to. Get the principal, or like, someone, I don't care. He just had a seizure. "What?" the girl uttered weakly. Mikasa burst in behind her, her mind filling up Armin's with anger and unparalleled concern. Peppermint was stinging his tongue, mixing with the taste of bile and tears. She dropped down beside Aaron, her hands pressing to his neck, then his forehead, checking his pulse and temperature quickly. Vitals, vitals. It was almost funny. Armin almost laughed. He buried his face in Aaron's shoulder and began to cry instead. "What happened?" Mikasa demanded. "I don't know," Aaron gasped. "I literally just walked in and he was having a fit on the floor." "That's bad, ain't it?" "Seizures are bad." "Seizures can mean anything," Mikasa said calmly. "Armin, can you speak?" "Yeah," he mumbled, unable to turn his face to her. My everything hurts." "You're not still seeing things, are you?" "Seeing things?" Aaron asked sharply. What the sweet hop in hell does that mean? It occurred to Armin just how out of the loop Aaron was. "I've been having hallucinations," Armin thought to Aaron, reaching out and brushing their link gingerly. He didn't want to pry. He'd done enough prying for today. They've gotten really bad. I can't ignore them. I interact. It's stupid, I know, but I can't help it. It's got me, Aaron. It's in my head and under my skin, and I can't get it out. What the fuck? Aaron's eyes flashed, and Armin listened to his teeth crack against each other in fury. When did this start? A few days ago, Armin said quietly, pushing himself upright. He wanted to be able to support himself, but he was dizzy and shaky and sick. Why didn't you say anything? Aaron. Mikasa's voice was fierce and reprimanding. They were thankfully alone in the bathroom now. Armin's feelings about this haven't been hidden from you. Have you really not been paying attention to his pain? Eren scoffed. Well, it's not like I haven't felt it. He sounded vaguely irritated by Mikasa's tone. Armin's always in pain, okay? I didn't even think about shit. I'm sorry, Armin. I've been a real ass. Yeah, Armin sighed. So have I, though. So it's okay. Eren grinned suddenly, and Armin smiled back, his skin stretching tightly. He was reminded of something. Eren. What? The sound of rushing water made Armin's head spin, but he couldn't help but think about how clogged his head had been earlier. It felt clearer now. It always felt clearer when Mikasa and Eren were around to share the burden. The link that tethered their minds was a strong one, made of steel and stone and standing stark on the murky fog that clung to Armin's brain. You had muscular dystrophy, Armin said, when you were little. Right. What? Mikasa asked flatly. When Eren did not respond, tasting of confusion and awe, Mikasa rounded on him. What does he mean, Eren? Did you get that out of my head? Eren said, sounding a little angry. No. Armin shook his head, and shook it, feeling it rattle. No. I remembered, Eren. Memento mori. Is that, like, Japanese? Mikasa swatted Eren over the head, and he groaned, bowing it in shame. It's Latin, she said. I forgot so much, Armin whispered, staring down at his shaky white hands. The vague lettering had disappeared. He was glad. But I remember this. These words, they're a reminder. Remember you will die, Mikasa said. Her eyes grew suddenly very wide. Eren's mouth fell open. They stared at each other, the three of them, each sitting on their knees on the bathroom floor, sinks overflowing around them. Remember who will die. Eren's voice heightened in distress. Armin could only shake his head. He had no answer. Check the description for the links to the author.